We will only send one person. Don't forget why you invited us for this rescue mission, said a team leader. Several soldiers exchanged glances, and the man in the lead said, "The base will fulfill its promises to you. But this is a critical time. These survivors are still useful to us." He needed to find a way to calm the growing anger. There was still a long way to go, and they needed to ensure the survivors were well taken care of. The meeting didn't last long, and soon the team leaders began to leave the shaded tent one by one. Seeing them come out, Shen-sun closed his water bottle and put it in his backpack. After applying some ointment, the sunburn on the back of his hand had improved significantly. The survivors remained still, resting in place until the teams selected one person each, including one from the fire base. They chose the weakest members from their teams, who took tools and followed the survivors to start moving stones. With the team members joining in, the survivors stopped protesting, and soon the rubble on the road was cleared. After resting for half an hour and eating a bit, they set off again. Sitting by the window, Shen-sun gazed into the distant forest as darkness gradually enveloped the land, casting shadows of the dead trees. After a day of moving stones, the survivors were exhausted, and the sound of snoring filled the vehicle. Shen-sun looked at the sleeping group and wondered how many of them would still be alive when the rescue team arrived in City F. The last bit of light in the sky faded away, and the headlights of the truck turned on. Even though it was night, they continued their journey, without rest. The swaying of the vehicle did not wake the tired people, who were still deep in sleep. After applying some ointment to her body, Shen-sun leaned against the window and fell asleep as well. The night passed until dawn, and with a creak, the convoy came to a stop. "Everyone, take a 15-minute break," the driver announced. Shen-sun glanced at the time. It was 6 in the morning, and the cabin was unusually hot. The survivors began to get out of the vehicle. Once their food was cooked, a delicious aroma filled the air, and Shen-sun took out some flatbreads from her supplies. The mixed scents made the smell of the flatbreads seem small in comparison. After eating several, Shen-sun popped a piece of ice into her mouth. The ice slowly melted, and she swallowed it bit by bit. Since many people had seen her drinking water in the cabin before, she now mostly avoided opening her water bottle. When she felt thirsty, she would just use ice, knowing it would melt quickly. The journey continued for 2 days. Aside from some delays caused by collapsed buildings at the beginning, the road ahead was mostly clear. She frequently applied ointment to her sunburn, and even her scars were healing. As night fell, the convoy stopped for an hour's rest. Shen-sun, as usual, took her backpack and entered the forest. Once she was far from the crowd, she quickened her pace. Woof! Laifu jumped out from the woods. Recently, it seemed to have eaten something, as its fur was stained with blood. They were now quite far from the rescue team. Shen-sun took out some chilled fruit from her supplies, and she and Laifu quietly enjoyed it together. At this time, the owner would usually come into the forest to find Laifu, which it was used to. Laifu lowered its head and took a bite of the chilled watermelon. As long as its owner didn't abandon it, Laifu was content, even if it didn't know where they were going. "Laifu, you've been working hard lately," Shen-sun said as she took out a bag she had made over the past 2 days and hung it around Laifu's neck. After securing it, she filled the bag with dozens of eggs and some ready-to-eat animal bones. Laifu drank some water, while Shen-sun attached the bag to its neck. Checking the time, she put away Laifu's empty water bowl into her supplies. Laifu carried Shen-sun down the mountain, and after a while, they caught up with the rescue team that was about to depart. "It's you again. Hurry up and get in the vehicle. We are leaving." Recently, every night during break time, Shen-sun would excuse herself to go to the restroom. She always returned right on time, and the soldiers on patrol recognized her. Without looking back, Shen-sun walked towards the 5th vehicle. A soldier raised his hand to stop her, saying, "This vehicle is full. Please take the next one." With that, the door slammed shut. The seats were not fixed, so she had to wait for the next vehicle. Shen-sun walked to the vehicle behind. The soldier guarding the door stepped aside to let her in. Inside the dark compartment, as she walked in, Her eyes widened when she noticed a man sitting there. She casually found a seat behind him, and as she passed by, a familiar scent filled her nose. That man was an ability user. Shin-sun stared at the back of his head for a moment. When he sensed someone looking at him, he turned his head, and she quickly closed her eyes. He was one of the first batch of gene serum users who had successfully gained abilities. How could Shin-sun forget that unique scent? It was just one of the side effects of the first batch of gene serum. The man turned to look behind him, but the feeling of being watched had vanished. Was it just his imagination? How could he have felt someone staring at him just moments ago? Most of the survivors behind him had already fallen asleep. The man pulled his gaze away, and once he turned back, Shin-sun opened her eyes. She knew that this rescue mission would not be unprepared. After all, that place was not easy to handle. It seemed that ability users were hiding among the survivors, indicating that the B City base had other plans. This would be interesting to watch. Tightening her grip on her backpack, Shin-sun closed her eyes again. Two soldiers approached the man and whispered, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," the man replied, not wanting to answer. Perhaps it really was just an illusion. The vehicle began to sway as the soldiers returned to their seats, and the man closed his eyes. They traveled through the night with hardly any breaks, and even when they did stop, it was only for 10 to 20 minutes to switch drivers. At 6 in the morning, the horn sounded on time. Before the doors even opened, the survivors stood up. Shin-sun focused on the ability user in front of her. Sensing something, the man glanced back, and Shin-sun quickly turned her head away. "What are you doing? If you're not getting off, move aside. Standing in the aisle is in the way. If you don't get off, others need to." At the moment the man turned around, the survivors in front of him had already gotten out of the car. The big man behind him, noticing he hadn't moved for a while, began to curse loudly. The ability user met the big man's gaze and stammered, What are you looking at?" The big man swallowed the words he was about to say and started to tremble. Shin-sun looked at the two of them and saw the big man raise his hand, starting to slap his own face repeatedly. The sound echoed, leaving the other survivors confused, but only Shin-sun noticed the big man's shaking body. The ability user stepped down from the car, and the big man was pushed aside by the survivors behind him, still slapping his own face. The big man's strange behavior drew laughter from the survivors, who thought he was scared by just a glance. But he alone knew what kind of presence he was facing. As Shin-sun walked past the big man, she looked at him curiously. She was sure this was the man's ability, but she couldn't tell if it was mind control or something else. Tears streamed from the big man's eyes, his face swollen from the slaps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was filled with fear. Shin-sun glanced at him again, confirming it was mind control, but the big man was not weak. He quickly regained his composure, even under the mental influence. Encountering an ability user in the 6th car was unexpected for Shin-sun, but since the B City base had other plans, it was unlikely there was only one ability user. During the previous days of rest, they had casually found a shaded spot to eat and drink. As Shin-sun moved through the crowd of survivors, she smiled slightly when passing a woman. The B City base was indeed impressive. If she looked closely, she discovered a total of 9 ability users among the survivors. Including the man she met last night, there were 6 men and 3 women. With so many ability users, the B City base was making a significant effort. Suddenly, something clicked in Shin-sun's mind. She seemed to understand what the B City base was really after. If it was for that item, then they surely had more people than just these 9. They were just the visible ones, and there must be more hidden. The ability users concealed among the survivors appeared very low-key, following the main group on their mission, enduring the intense heat. Shin-sun glanced at the teams invited to participate in the mission. If she guessed correctly, they were likely just sacrifices as well. They seemed to be in a glorious position, but when it came to life or death, they might be worse off than these survivors. In this rescue mission, the real backup was those hidden ability users among the survivors. Focused on eating, Shin-sun looked at the 9 people. They seemed to know each other, exchanging glances occasionally. Others might not notice their connection, but Shinsun did. Like her, they were all solitary survivors, going their own way. When they met, they didn't greet each other, just exchanged looks. Soon the break time was over. Shinsun stood up and brushed off the dust from her pants when a familiar voice called from behind. "It really is you, Shinsun," Sun Jiahong said, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. She was followed by Qin Cheng, Lin Xiangrui, and another man. Sun Jiahong introduced the man as their team leader. The four of them had formed a small team. "Don't underestimate us just because we're few in number. We're quite capable," Sun Jiahong said, shaking the quiver tied to her waist. The quiver rattled, and Shinsun noticed the unique emblem of the fire base on the arms of the three. Sun Jiahong wanted to invite Shinsun to join their team, but the horn sounded. Looking at Shinsun, she suddenly thought the same as Jiang Huai. She suspected Shinsun might be out of food, which is why she joined the B City base for this rescue mission to earn points. "Come with us. Our leader is really nice," Sun Jiahong thought of Shinsun's skills, believing she could match their leader. Shinsun didn't respond to Sun Jiahong, her eyes fixed on Lin Xiangrui. She sensed a unique aura from him. His scarred face remained, but the kindness she used to see in his eyes was gone. Lin Xiangrui had changed. "Do I have something on my face?" Lin Xiangrui smiled, no longer feeling inferior about his scars. Declining Sun Jiahong's invitation, Shinsun had no intention of teaming up. She was used to being alone and disliked the feeling of being restricted. Sun Jiahong looked disappointed and pulled out a sweet potato from her backpack, handing it to Shinsun. "Here, take this to eat." Shinsun looked deeply at Sun Jiahong. Realizing this was the second time she received kindness from her. It was selfless. In this world, food was life, yet she still offered it. Shinsun didn't understand her thoughts. Holding the sweet potato, Shinsun smiled, said goodbye to the group, and took out her black dagger to slice the sweet potato as she ate. As Shinsun walked further away, she could still hear the man scolding Sun Jiahong. "You silly one, you just gave away a sweet potato like that. I declare, your dinner is cancelled today," the man said angrily, noting that a single sweet potato could fill a meal. Chun Ching gestured from the side. "I can share half of mine with her." "You all want to drive me crazy. Come on, get in the car," the man urged everyone to hurry. Sun Jiahong linked arms with Lin Xiangrui, looking like good friends as they got into the car, while Chun Ching turned to look at Shinsun's back. Remembering their moments in Tianfu, he always felt that Shinsun was different, more complex than Sun Jiahong's simple thoughts. He believed that Shinsun had another purpose for joining the rescue mission this time. Once in the car, Shinsun casually glanced at the ability user but quickly looked away. This man's abilities were linked to the mind. If she stared too intently, he would surely notice. After looking around, Shinsun realized that the man who had slapped himself earlier had clearly switched to another vehicle. Finding a random seat, Shinsun closed her eyes to rest. The speed of the rescue team was impressive. Since they set off, the vehicle hadn't stopped except for a brief delay. As night fell, all the vehicles stopped for an hour's rest. Shinsun grabbed her backpack and headed into the mountains to find Laifu. With her earlier discoveries, Shinsun was much more alert as she entered the forest. Wearing night vision goggles, she scanned her surroundings, knowing that hidden ability users were likely nearby. Observing the area, Shinsun sprinted deeper into the woods, moving so fast that she left only a blur behind, quickly reuniting with Laifu. She offered Laifu some water, saying, "Laifu, stay close to the team but don't get too near," advising for its safety. Soon, they would meet Xiaohei, but they had never actually met in this lifetime. Shinsun pondered that given Xiaohei's rebellious nature, she would likely need to be tough to get it to obey. Taking various juicy fruits from her space, Shinsun tugged at the bag around Laifu's neck to find the opening. She placed the fruits inside. The bag was a bit damaged, with several scratches on it. It looked like claw marks from some kind of mutated beast. After pulling out some needle and thread to stitch it up a bit, Shinsun added some bones to the bag. Before leaving, she reminded Laifu once more, and then ran back to the rescue team. On this trip to City F, besides finding Xiaohei, She also wanted the things that City B was looking for. The good fortune was her last backup plan. Back at the gathering place, Shin Sun scanned the 9 people, and as the horn sounded, the team set off. Leaning against the window, Shin Sun looked outside, organizing her plan in her mind. In the early hours of the morning, the truck came to a sudden stop, with screeching sounds echoing. Shin Sun grabbed the handrail tightly. Survivors who weren't wearing seatbelts were thrown forward, hitting their heads against the hard seats in front. What the heck is going on? The truck was filled with voices of frustration. Putting on her night vision goggles, Shin Sun looked out the window. Military personnel and members of various teams were holding guns, forming small groups in an orderly manner. They took cover by the vehicles, and gunfire erupted in the night sky. It was a mutated beast, a swarm of multi-legged insects, each nearly 2 meters long. They preferred to come out during the hot summer months and likely lived in the nearby forests. The high temperatures after mutation helped them reproduce, but how many had they produced? Through her night vision goggles, Shin Sun saw the ground covered with the multi-legged insects, their red-black bodies crawling toward them. In the distance, countless more were heading in their direction, making Shin Sun's skin crawl. It's a mutated beast, don't open the door. A survivor stopped 2 soldiers from opening the door. The soldiers had weapons to fight the mutated beasts, but the ordinary people had nothing. If they opened the door and a mutated beast got inside, how could they defend themselves? You all should stay in the vehicle and protect us. What if a mutated beast gets inside? The man said, blocking the soldiers. His words resonated with many survivors, and they gasped. Outside, they heard screams as people crowded by the windows to look. They saw a team member with a multi-legged insect biting his calf, and in a few quick bites, the insect severed his leg. Green slime dripped from the mutated beast's mouth, corroding the severed limb and smoking. "Help me!" the man cried, clutching his bleeding leg as he struggled to get up, firing his rifle at the mutated beast in front of him. The mutated beast was shot through, and green slime oozed from the wounds. A half-eaten lower leg fell from its mouth. Looking at his companions, the man's eyes showed fear. His partner was already wrapped up by the mutated beast, with only a pair of feet sticking out. A pile of multi-legged creatures, over 1 meter high, was gnawing away, making loud crunching sounds. The exposed feet trembled as pain surged. "Ah! Get away! Get away!" he shouted, raising his rifle. He shot a few nearby creatures, then grabbed his partner's feet and tried to pull him out, but there were too many multi-legged creatures. While dragging, a few of them turned their attention to him. The man quickly drew his dagger and slashed at the approaching creatures. The crystal dagger was extremely sharp, easily cutting through the multi-legged creatures. Those that were still trying to approach him stopped to feast on the dead partner, making the man feel nauseous. Enduring the pain in his legs, he grabbed his partner's feet and continued to pull. Suddenly, he fell onto the ground with a thud. Holding tightly to his partner's legs, the lower leg was relatively intact, but the thigh was gnawed down to the bone. His partner was already dead, and a few multi-legged creatures, drawn by the smell of blood, crawled toward him, targeting the legs he held. Seeing the creatures getting closer, the man threw the legs aside. Blood continued to seep from the wound, and his face turned pale. The horrific scene outside the vehicle made the survivors inside tremble. 2 soldiers pushed away the man blocking the door, trying to open it to help. Though he was pushed aside, he was not the only survivor in the vehicle. Everyone else joined in to pull the soldiers away from the door. If they opened the door, it seemed no one would survive today, and fear spread in everyone's hearts. The soldiers looked at the psychic, who sighed and stood up, observing the situation. The psychic simply stood in front of the door. The survivors who had been resisting strongly now turned and mechanically opened the door. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked at them in confusion. Hadn't they just refused to open the door? At that moment, those few felt a struggle within but couldn't express it. Their eyes showed even more terror as they felt their bodies were no longer under their control. After the car door opened, 2 soldiers hurriedly got out with their rifles, followed by the person with special abilities. Along with him, several survivors he controlled also exited the vehicle. The survivors followed him mechanically, ignoring the calls of their family members behind them. "Where you going, dear?" a woman asked, picking up 2 backpacks from the seat, one belonging to her husband and the other to herself. "Dad, wait for me." A boy, about the same age as Shin-sun, grabbed a backpack from the seat and followed out of the car. Something is coming in. A window in the back compartment was left open, and several multi-legged creatures crawled in through the gap. Chaos erupted inside the vehicle as survivors rushed toward the open door, pushing past each other. In the commotion, a man was knocked to the ground. The panicked crowd paid no attention to the man on the floor and stepped over him in their haste. Soon, he was trampled to death, losing his breath. Shun-sun sat in his seat, watching the chaos unfold inside the car, where many people were crowded at the door, all eager to be the first to escape. From the open window, more multi-legged creatures continued to crawl in, with several getting close to Shin-sun. "Don't push. Get out quickly." Seeing the creatures approaching, a man raised his backpack and swung it down. It didn't hurt the creatures at all, not even leaving a dent, and instead, it seemed to anger them. As the man swung again, one of the creatures opened its mouth wide and bit onto the man's backpack, its sharp teeth making a crunching sound. The man tried to pull his backpack back, but couldn't budge it, and almost got pulled in by the creature. "Why are you still pushing? Hurry up and get out." Despair washed over the man as he saw the creatures getting closer. He abandoned his backpack and desperately pushed past 2 people toward the door. Seeing the approaching creature, Shun-sun opened the window and threw his backpack outside, then stood on his seat. Shun-sun leaned halfway out of the window, and soon many others followed his lead, opening windows to escape. However, the windows were not very large, and those who were a bit too big couldn't get through. Instead, opening the windows allowed more multi-legged creatures to crawl inside. With his feet firmly on the ground, Shun-sun picked up the backpack from the floor as gunfire rang in his ears. 2 soldiers at the door were trying to clear the crowd of survivors, and screams echoed from inside the vehicle. A few minutes later, chaos continued. The survivors in the carriage finally came out, and 2 of them were carried out, their bodies badly injured with hardly any intact skin left. "Hey, come here quickly," a woman shouted to Shun-sun. Shun-sun brushed off the dust from his backpack and walked towards her. The woman held a gun and was shooting at a nearby multi-legged creature. She didn't seem to be military, but rather a member of a combat team. Her aim was good. She held her ground at one spot. When she saw Shun-sun approaching, she kicked a long knife towards him. "Pick it up. If that thing gets close, just stab it," she ordered, turning back to continue shooting. Shun-sun looked down at the long knife, squatted, and picked it up. The black blade was clearly made of solid material. "What are you waiting for? Come help me," the woman said, a bit annoyed that Shun-sun hadn't rushed to assist her. At that moment, 2 more people approached, clearly from the same combat team as the woman. One of them stepped forward and held out his hand. He wanted the long knife Shun-sun was holding. Shun-sun looked at the 2, noticing several soldiers coming this way. With a clatter, the long knife slipped from Shun-sun's hand and fell to the ground. Embarrassed, he thought he should pick it up himself. "You." The man picked up the knife from the ground and walked over to the woman. Man, these survivors can't compare to us. Those mutated beasts probably scared her earlier, and you expect her to help?" the man said mockingly. The 3 continued to fight the mutated beasts, and with the 2 newcomers, the woman found it much easier. A few soldiers arrived, and seeing the woman fighting bravely, their eyes lit up. Who wouldn't like a strong and beautiful woman? One soldier took Shun-sun away to a makeshift shelter for survivors, where almost all the living survivors were sent. Shun-sun followed the soldier, and after about 10 minutes, they reached the temporary shelter. Once inside, the soldier left, and after looking around the tent, Shun-sun noticed that the 9 special ability users were all there. The real experts hadn't even made their move yet. Many survivors in the tent had been bitten by insects and were groaning in pain. Shun-sun found a spot to sit down in the shadows, popping ice cubes into his mouth while glancing at the 9 people. The 9 superpowered individuals were resting against a metal shed, completely unconcerned about the chaos outside. Feeling a bit hungry, Shinsun opened his backpack and took out some toasted bread, eating 4 small pieces, but still not satisfied. He then pulled out rice balls filled with various meats, enjoying them one by one in the darkness, the faint aroma filling the air. After he was full, Shinsun changed his position. As dawn broke, the gunfire finally stopped. Shinsun opened his eyes and looked outside the shed. Survivors began to cheer and left their shelter, feeling relieved that the terrible creatures had finally gone. Shinsun glanced at the other superpowered individuals, who stood up and walked outside at the same time. He followed behind them. After a night of chaos, the survivors and various teams had suffered heavy losses, with the lightly injured being mostly military personnel. Medical stretchers were brought in to carry the injured back to the shelter, where survivors were asked to step outside. The space was cleared for the wounded. Shinsun stepped out of the shed and looked around. Many team members and military personnel were on alert. The ground was littered with team members and the remains of mutated beasts, their bodies unrecognizable, as a loudspeaker announced, "Survivors in the shelter, please grab tools and clean up the mutated beast bodies immediately, or they will return soon." A truck arrived, filled with cleaning tools, and survivors lined up to collect them. Many injured individuals would not be able to move quickly. While the survivors cleaned the battlefield, accompanying medical staff tended to the wounded, bandaging and stopping the bleeding. Some survivors vomited while cleaning up the bodies, as some of the mutated creatures still contained partially digested human remains. During the cleanup, limbs, arms, and some internal organs occasionally slipped out. Shinsun was assigned to work with a woman who was one of the superpowered individuals. While most survivors were still retching, she and Shinsun managed to move several bodies together. The woman looked at Shinsun with surprise. Despite his young age, he remained calm in the face of such gruesome sights. Wearing gloves, Shinsun picked up a severed limb from the ground. The uninjured members of various teams were already digging several pits by the roadside with shovels, mixing many body parts together. They could not tell which were their own team members, so they decided to bury them all together. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up, and several soldiers carried large containers to spray disinfectant in the cleared area. The smell of blood soon faded, and Shinsun sat in a corner eating. Several people looked at Shinsun with admiration. Despite the many corpses around, he was still able to eat. After finishing his meal, Shinsun leaned against a rock and closed his eyes to rest. The team set off again around 3 in the afternoon. They didn't stop at night and hurried on until they finally reached City F. The team rested for half an hour, and Shinsun took out his binoculars to look towards City F. A patch of green came into view. City F was surrounded by a green forest, with mutated plants typical of the post-apocalyptic world. They had finally arrived. Many survivors on the ground began to cheer, excited to be nearing City F, promising not to participate in such missions again in the future. Originally, they were supposed to rest for half an hour, but the military called an emergency meeting, extending the break. Halfway through the meeting, the leaders of each team were invited into the meeting tent and found a secluded corner. Shinsun used his binoculars to observe the tent. The team leaders went in for a short time and came out about half an hour later. After the team leaders left, about 10 minutes later, 9 special ability users were invited into the tent. Shinsun watched the last person enter the tent and then put away his binoculars. Observing his surroundings, Shinsun turned and entered the forest, moving quickly away from the rescue team. Reaching the top of the mountain, Shinsun took out his binoculars to look at the forest below, where survivors were still cheering. He wondered what their expressions would be when they saw this oasis. Every blade of grass and every tree there had been nourished by blood. A small mutated bird flew past the edge of the forest, and large green vines shot out from the leaves. They quickly wrapped around the bird, pulling it into the forest with a swift motion. Only a few colorful feathers remained, slowly drifting down. A gust of wind blew, and the forest returned to silence, as if it had reverted to the time before the apocalypse. To enter City F, They had to pass through this oasis of the post-apocalyptic world. In her previous life, even after taking gene serums and awakening her abilities, she had failed to cross this forest despite long training. But this time was different. Hearing a noise behind her, Shinsun put away her binoculars and turned to look. Laifu ran up with a head full of dry grass, letting out a low sound. He lowered his head, and Shinsun reached out to stroke the flesh on Laifu's cheek. Recently, Laifu had been running around with her, and it seemed he had gained quite a bit of weight, with strong muscles on his legs. She took out some water from her space and fed it to Laifu, adding some fruit as well. She removed the snack bag from around his neck, which was empty. The blood on Laifu's lips turned the clear water in the bowl red, but he continued to drink eagerly. At the survivor gathering site below the mountain, excited shouts could be heard. Even standing at the top of the mountain, Shinsun could hear their cheers. "You've been doing great lately," Shinsun praised Laifu. They had reached their destination, and it was time to put Laifu back in the space. Once inside, Laifu ran straight to the fortress, pushed open the big door, and rolled around on the cool mat. He made comfortable sounds. The space was not as hot as outside. Picking up her backpack from the ground, she quickly headed down the mountain. Before she got close to the gathering site, she could hear the laughter of the survivors. There was a faint smell of meat in the air. Several electric stoves were plugged into solar panels, and large iron pots were steaming. The food in the pots was bubbling, but without enough water, it quickly stuck to the bottom, releasing a burnt smell. Yet this smell made everyone crave it. It had been too long since they had eaten something warm and flavorful. Finding a rock to sit on, Shinsun listened to the scene around her and realized they were almost at their destination. A temporary meeting decided to give everyone an extra meal, a nice treat. The military brought out canned meat they had prepared earlier to reward everyone. There wasn't much, but each person would get a bowl of meat paste. Everyone was, of course, happy, having forgotten how long it had been since they had eaten meat, almost forgetting what it tasted like. Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, Shinsun thought this might be their last meal, but looking at it differently, they were being quite thoughtful, weren't they? At least before these people passed away, they would get to enjoy a good meal. Half an hour later, the smell of meat filled the air above the gathering site, and the meat paste was ready. Those with utensils took their own, while those without would receive disposable utensils from the military. All the survivors stood up and lined up one by one. Shinsun, still sitting, felt out of place, so she stood up and joined the line behind the survivors. Before long, it was her turn. She handed over her disposable utensils, and a spoonful of warm meat paste was scooped into her bowl. Holding a steaming bowl of meat paste, Shinsun casually found a spot and sat down. Looking at the layer of dark crust floating on top of the meat paste, Shinsun didn't frown and took a couple of bites. It was edible. The taste was a bit strange, but it filled his stomach. He took out some flatbread from his backpack and alternated between bites of meat paste and flatbread. The beef-filled flatbread was delicious. It had been a long time since he had eaten meat, and the survivors sipped slowly, enjoying it with sweet potatoes and potatoes, feeling full. After eating, all the survivors were energized, eager to head to City F, but the military announced that they would not travel tonight. They wanted everyone to rest well and gather their strength to set off again in the morning. Yay! After traveling for so long, everyone was looking forward to a good rest, and they didn't expect to eat and drink so well today. At the last moment, they could actually get a good night's sleep. Inside the makeshift shelter, about 100 survivors were sleeping. Shinsun sat on a stone outside, listening to the sounds of snoring from within. His tank top was already soaked with sweat, and he popped a piece of ice into his mouth. Two people walked past him, wearing satisfied smiles, hurrying away. After a night, the large pots were set up again in the morning, cooking sweet potatoes and potatoes mixed into the meat paste. Shinsun filled a bowl with meat paste, sat on the stone, set the bowl aside, and slowly ate his flatbread. "Sunjie, you're here?" Zhou Nan exclaimed with surprise, looking at Shinsun. Since parting ways with Shinsun at the base, he hadn't seen her again. Zhou Nan held a bowl, followed by 4 men behind him. Seeing Zhou Nan talking to a woman, the four men curiously approached. Zhou Nan, why don't you introduce us? The men teased, their eyes fixed on Shin Sun's face. Shin Sun looked at Zhou Nan with a puzzled expression, and Zhou Nan, sweating, quickly made an excuse to leave with the others. After breakfast, the group rested for 15 minutes before all the survivors got on the vehicle. Finally getting close. My back has been hurting so much lately, said the uncle sitting next to him, rubbing his lower back. After days of eating, drinking, and sleeping on the vehicle, he was feeling worn out, but thankfully, they were nearing their destination. After crossing 2 hills, a hint of green gradually came into view. What is that? The survivors in the vehicle leaned out of the windows, looking at the forest, which seemed out of place with the surrounding environment. It was like 2 different worlds, clearly separated. Rubbing their eyes, everyone looked in disbelief at the scene ahead. No plants could survive in such high temperatures, except for mutated ones. Everyone knew about the green forest in front of them, but since the Beast City base took on this rescue mission, they must have known about these mutated plants and had a way to handle them. The vehicle continued to move steadily forward. The horn sounded at the right moment, soothing the survivors in the vehicle, and people began to feel more at ease. With a creak, all the modified vehicles came to a stop. Not far ahead was the mutated forest. With a backpack on, Shin Sun got out of the car and followed the others. Looking towards the nearby forest, Shin Sun spotted a vine slithering through the green grass, moving as smoothly as a snake. Medical staff began distributing powder to everyone. Shin Sun took the powder and smelled it at her nose. It had a familiar scent. In her past life, she had also used this powder when entering the forest, so it seemed the Beast City base was well prepared. They might have even entered the forest before to test it. This powder was indeed useful, but only effective near the forest's edge. If they got closer to the center, it would hardly work at all. At that point, she would just follow behind the few with special abilities and let them clear the way. Once the team was organized, they headed into the forest. Along the way, Shin Sun thought about the monsters she had encountered in her past life, sprinkling the powder on herself. She had the ability to stimulate plant growth, but even that wouldn't be enough against so many threats, especially near the forest center where terrifying beings lurked. Little Black was one of them. Storing them away was indeed an option, but the mutated plants had a far greater sense of danger than animals. If they teamed up against her, it would be a losing battle. While she was deep in thought, the team reached the forest's edge. The combat team led the way, and it had to be said that they were quite capable when it came to dealing with mutated plants and animals. The military personnel brought up the rear, and even the 9 special ability users were placed at the back of the group. This way, if any danger awaited them ahead, it wouldn't be them who faced it first. Knowing what lay ahead, Shin Sun pretended to stumble over a stone, limping slightly as she followed the group, getting a bit closer to the 9 special ability users. The people from the fire base walked on one side, while those from the Beast City base walked on the other. The 2 bases, which had been traveling together, began to drift apart once they entered the forest. Shin Sun, what's wrong? Sun Jiahong walked along the edge of the group, noticing Shin Sun limping. Unexpectedly encountering her in this state, Shin Sun pointed to her ankle and said, "I twisted it. Do you need help?" Sun Jiahong whispered in Shin Sun's ear. She admired Shin Sun's strength and independent spirit, really wanting to invite her to join their team. "No, I can manage by myself." Shin Sun declined Sun Jiahong's offered hand, as she was just pretending. "Jiahong, what are you doing? Hurry back here." The team leader called Sun Jiahong back, noticing her talking to the woman they had met before. Sun Jiahong said goodbye to Shin Sun and rejoined her team. Lin Xiangrui's eyes were fixed on Shin Sun's injured foot, his expression strange. "What are you looking at?" Chun Qing stared at Lin Xiangrui, feeling that he had been acting oddly lately, but couldn't pinpoint why. Lin Xiangrui gave him a reassuring smile. "I'm not looking at anything. It's dangerous here, so stay close to me. I can protect you now." "What were you 2 whispering about?" Sun Jiahong approached the 2. Once they got closer to the group of ability users, Shun Sun resumed her normal walking posture, confidently staying beside them.
Ah.
A member of the team in front stepped back, holding his foot. Two companions helped him, looking at his foot, where blood was dripping from the back of his shoe. Two medical personnel rushed over, took off his shoe, and began to bandage and stop the bleeding.
Ugh.
The medic gasped when seeing the man's injury. Something had pierced through the man's foot, cutting the flesh neatly on both sides, splitting his foot in half, with blood continuously dripping. Seeing the blood on the ground, Shin Sun frowned. Many nearby plants were reacting to the scent of blood, starting to stir. One ability user whispered something to a soldier, who hurriedly stepped forward, using a shovel to scoop up the blood-stained soil and sealing it in a bag. Quick, bandage him. The two companions realized the danger and urged the medics to work faster. In less than 10 minutes of walking, someone was already injured, and during the bandaging, they found the culprit behind the man's injury. A small grass swayed in the wind, with wide, thin leaves, only about the length of a palm. It looked harmless when untouched. But once something touches it, it instantly becomes extremely sharp, and that's how the man's foot was injured. With experience, they moved forward cautiously, using sticks to test the path. Two survivors helped the injured man continue on.
Ah.
There were many such grasses on the ground, and many people had fallen victim. Noticing where the person ahead stepped, Shin Sun carefully placed her foot down. The powder on their bodies masked their scent, and the weaker mutated plants at the forest's edge mistook them for their own kind. However, there were too many injured people, and there was no time to bandage and stop the bleeding. Even with the powder, the bleeding wounds attracted countless mutated plants.
Help! Ah.
The man cried out in pain, but many mutated plant roots had already burrowed into the wound on his foot. The tiny roots traveled through the man's blood vessels, causing him to collapse on the ground, his body twitching from the pain. In his convulsions, his head hit a nearby mutated grass, and its leaves instantly became razor-sharp.
No.
A woman nearby, with tears in her eyes, watched helplessly as the man's head was injured by the mutated grass, and a mix of white and red brain matter spilled out.
Ugh.
The woman gagged at the sight before her.
Run.
A soldier helped the crying, gagging woman to her feet, and they started to move forward. Just as they stood up, countless tiny roots emerged from the ground, tightly wrapping around the man's body. Suddenly, many survivors who hadn't had time to bandage their wounds were dragged into the depths of the forest by the roots. As they were pulled, their bodies collided with the mutated grass, leaving behind severed limbs, and their screams abruptly stopped. The group became even more cautious on the next part of their journey. Shun Sun observed where one of the ability users stepped and carefully placed her foot down. This mutated grass had been difficult to deal with even when her abilities were weaker in her past life, as they were everywhere. Even deep in the forest, their presence could still be felt. The team slowly advanced, with the timid ones being extra careful. When they explored the path, they were more meticulous than the combat team members. The stick in their hands struck the green grass, leaving none untouched. When the stick hit the mutated grass, the end that made contact was broken into several pieces. There's no way here. It's all this cursed stuff ahead. The combat team members stopped and chose not to move forward, realizing that the path ahead was filled with this grass. The road is blocked. Let's take another one, a voice from the front said, causing many survivors to complain. They had come this far, and now they were being told it wouldn't work. On this mission, over 200 people from the fire base and more than 300 from Base B had set out, but that night, they lost at least 100 people to mutated beasts. Adding to that, several had just been killed by mutated plants, leaving only about 300 survivors in total. So many had died, and now, halfway through, they were changing routes without knowing what dangers lay ahead. Everyone was talking at once. Shin Sun crouched down, holding a stick, and touched the mutated grass on the ground. The grass quickly changed its leaves, cutting the stick into several pieces. Shin Sun silently listened to the arguments. When they entered this forest, the military had already decided on this route. It represented the safest path they had explored compared to others. Although there was a lot of mutated grass, At least it allowed them to survive deeper in the forest. After all, this forest had more than just mutated grass that could be deadly. Even on the outskirts, many unknown dangers lurked. In the end, the leaders from Base B and the Fire Base discussed and agreed to stick with this route. However, they could no longer use ordinary sticks to clear the path. They needed long knives made from crystal stones. The special material of the long knives was sharper than the mutated grass. But crafting the long knives wasn't easy. Over 20 were distributed, and the team members at the front held them tightly. When they encountered mutated grass, they directly plunged the knife into the roots and twisted it, killing the grass, but the roots below remained active. Given some time, it would surely sprout and grow back. Since you have this, why didn't you use it sooner? If you had, my husband wouldn't have died, a woman shouted desperately, recalling the horrific scene of her husband's last moments. If they had brought this out earlier, he wouldn't have died like this, without even a body. 2 medical staff approached, comforting the woman and supporting her as they moved forward. The team members clearing the path were also running low on energy. After half an hour, they had only moved a few hundred meters into the forest. The military personnel and team members took turns clearing the way, everyone on edge and feeling a bit exhausted. "Let's rest here," a man ordered, noticing the tiredness in everyone's faces. All stopped, some standing and others leaning to rest. Looking at the large tree in the distance, Shin-sun frowned and moved away from that area. It was a tree so big that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. Upon closer inspection, one could notice its peculiarity. Its trunk was made up of countless vines, and even the branches were extended vines. It stood there quietly, but Shin-sun knew its power. This route was indeed chosen carefully, keeping a safe distance from those things. "What is this?" a woman said as she lifted her foot, noticing the slime and white eggshells beneath her. A team member approached her, looking at the broken eggshells where she had stepped, revealing a puddle of black slime inside. This must be an animal's egg, and it seemed to have formed. As he pulled out a knife to remove the eggshell from the slime, a dark object slid out, half of it crushed by the woman's foot. It was hard to tell what it was. "You all come here," the man called out, and 2 soldiers crouched down to examine the ground. They couldn't identify it either, but soon many others had stepped on it and sensed something was wrong. This place was likely used as a nest by some mutated animal, so the team decided not to rest and immediately set off again. Shin-sun walked at the back and, upon seeing the white eggs on the ground, stepped over them. The survivors stepped directly on them, squishing many eggs and spreading the slime everywhere. A few ability users pulled out plastic bags and put them over their shoes. Shin-sun also took out 2 plastic bags from her backpack and covered her shoes, knowing they had their reasons. After all, she had never encountered such things in her past life and wanted to be cautious. Soon, the team exited the grassy area, but everyone had some slime on their shoe soles and pant legs. The ability users removed the plastic bags from their feet and tossed them into the forest. Shin-sun used her knife to cut open the bags and threw them away as well. The surrounding survivors thought they were just being overly clean, and the team continued forward. At this point, the team had entered the forest for a third of the way. As it began to get dark and they moved far from the nesting area, they finally dared to stop and rest. The temperature in the forest was noticeably different from outside. Although it was still warm, it was at least 10 degrees cooler than outside. Team members wielded long knives to clear a safe area around them, knowing they would likely spend the night here. After night fell, not even moonlight could enter the forest. Shin-sun put on night vision goggles and noticed that the 9 special ability users were gradually moving closer to each other in the darkness. The forest at night was not safe. One survivor chopped a stick into several pieces and lit them on the ground, illuminating the area with a firelight. With tents set up, everyone was busy taking food from their backpacks. Shin-sun sat behind a tree, eating. After encountering those creatures in the afternoon, the team had not stopped and continued on their way. They had snacked a bit on the way, but were still hungry. The sweet red bean paste melted in her mouth as Shin-sun took a sip from her water cup. Put out the fire. A team member approached and used a shovel to cover the fire pit with dirt, extinguishing the flames immediately. What are you doing? Seeing the fire go out, a man stood up and glared at him. This place is dangerous. We can't have a fire, he warned. If something in the dark was attracted by the light, it would be a problem. Moreover, many animals had mutated and no longer feared fire. Some even became excited by it. No matter what kind of creature it was not safe. Listen to him. We can't have a fire, the special ability user whispered to a soldier, looking appreciatively at the team member. This person is good. They have a lot of experience. The 9 of them gathered to discuss, while Shin-sun sat not far away, listening closely to their conversation. They were the leaders of this mission, making all the key decisions for the team. In the pitch-black night, everyone sat quietly on the ground, occasionally hearing the sound of someone chewing food. Shin-sun took out some chilled cherries from her backpack, eating one after another. She didn't dare to sleep in this forest. In the later part of the night, she heard rustling sounds from the bushes and opened her eyes to look. Before she could see what it was, a survivor's scream echoed through the team. There's a monster, a monster. Those sleeping in the tents were safe, but the others were not so lucky. A black claw emerged from the bushes, followed by a body with a neck over a meter long and a snake-like head. It had 4 limbs and looked extremely strange, covered in black scales that occasionally oozed a dark, sticky substance. It seemed to ignore Shin-sun completely as it crawled toward the survivor, passing right by the 9 special ability users, as if they weren't there. The mutated beast sniffed the air and crawled purposefully toward a survivor. One of the ability users stood up, and Shin-sun watched his hands closely. The ability user placed his palm on the ground, causing the soil to shift. Just as the mutated beast was about to reach the survivor, a pair of muddy hands suddenly emerged from the ground, pulling the beast down into the soil. The beast let out a cry, desperately clawing at the dirt to escape. However, the surrounding soil quickly buried it, leaving no trace behind. Is it an Earth-type ability? Shin-sun murmured. One person seemed to sense something and looked toward the tree where Shin-sun was hiding. She quickly stepped back behind the tree and moved in the direction of the survivor. They had been discovered and were quite alert.
What are you looking at?
A woman asked as she approached the man and followed his gaze. I feel like we are being watched lately. Do you feel that way? The man continued to watch the direction Shin-sun had gone. No, maybe you're just too tense lately, the woman replied, confident in her own abilities and those of her teammates. With just the few of them, it seemed unlikely that anyone could follow them without being noticed. You might be right. I have been feeling quite anxious, he admitted, but he still sensed that they were being watched. His ability made him unusually sensitive to his surroundings. The group went to help, and the man moved behind the tree, turning on his flashlight to scan the ground. There were clear signs that someone had been there recently. Based on the traces, it seemed the person had stayed for a long time, meaning everything they had said was likely overheard. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead. If he was correct, this person had followed them all the way without them noticing. He wondered if the person was hiding within their team or among the survivors. Shin-sun retreated into the survivor group when a mutated beast stretched its neck to bite her. She drew a black dagger and slashed at the beast's head. With a slicing sound, the beast was cut in half. The lifeless body fell to the ground, and Shin-sun looked at the sole of her shoe, realizing she must have stepped in some goo while running earlier. These mutated beasts attacked using this substance, which was invisible to them. The black goo looked strangely familiar, resembling the slime from the eggshells earlier in the day. Shin-sun recalled that many people had stepped in that stuff during the day. Hoping they wouldn't die in a terrible way, Shin-sun quickly moved through the crowd and found a spot where no one was around to change his shoes. With the help of the superhumans, the mutated beasts were soon cleared away. Shin-sun stood among the crowd, his eyes fixed on a few people. Earth, wind, water. 2 powers for enhancement, 1 for speed, and 1 for mental control, he noted, while 2 others remained hidden, their abilities unclear. That night, many people died, leaving no bodies behind. The mutated plants underground emerged, drawn by the scent of blood, taking away the remains of the beast's unfinished meals. Though it was still dark, the terrified crowd dared not sleep, huddling closely together. In the darkness, a black vine reached out from deep within the forest, grabbing half a body wrapped in green vines and dragging it deeper into the woods. 3 hours later, as dawn broke, Shin-sun leaned against a tree, eating. After last night, the group had lost half of its members. Including those from the fire base, fewer than 80 survivors remained, with each team suffering heavy losses, especially the powerful Silver Moon team, which had lost nearly half its members. "Captain, we've been tricked. The ones who attacked last night have been identified as people from Base B. They hid among the survivors, leading us to our doom," said a man with white hair, raising an eyebrow. "Gather our scattered team members. I have something to say, but remember, don't let the people from Base B find out." He had felt something was off since entering the forest. The information was uneven, but now that they were here, and with the promise of rewards from the base after completing the mission, he was determined to continue. He had long desired the same abilities as GMO, but now the team members were either dead or injured. He hadn't expected the base to have sent skilled individuals along, who had remained hidden. Considering everything, this mission was likely more complicated than it seemed. The team quickly gathered, and the white-haired man looked at the remaining 8 members. "Thank you for your hard work. Now listen to me. Although many survivors had perished, the food they brought was still available. The military organized the collected supplies and distributed them to everyone. Even though they held the food they had longed for, the survivors felt no joy. You don't want it? Let me have it," a man said, taking food from a woman's hands and stuffing it into his mouth. For 2 years, he had never had a full meal. But since he started eating meat porridge a couple of days ago, he has felt full almost every day. Even if he were to die the next moment, he would think it was worth it. The woman watched as her food was taken away, feeling anxious and scared inside. "If you're not going to eat it, can I have it?" The man looked at the food in Shin-sun's hands. Although he was already full, he felt he could eat a little more. Before Shin-sun could respond, the man reached for the food. "Get away," Shin-sun quickly reacted, pulling her hand back and kicking the man. With just a little force, she sent him flying 2 or 3 meters away. He fell to the ground, clutching the spot where he was kicked and moaning in pain. "You! How can you hit someone?" The man glared at Shin-sun, holding the spot that was kicked. Despite his moans, the crowd showed no sympathy, instead pointing and whispering about him. The man shot Shin-sun a glare, got up from the ground, and slipped into the group of survivors. Holding the food in her hands, even though it was hard to swallow, Shin-sun finished eating. No one could take her food away. The breakfast group ate a little, and then continued on their way. Although the number of survivors in the group had greatly decreased, the remaining 70 or 80 people were enough to help the 9 of them cross the forest. With these survivors and team members testing the waters, they could avoid many dangers and keep their strength at its peak. Throughout the journey, except for last night, they had hardly had to fight. Medical staff moved through the crowd, distributing medicine. Shin-sun sprinkled the powder on herself. Everyone walked silently forward. Yesterday, there had been laughter in the group, but today, everyone was unusually quiet. The members of the Silver Moon team, who had been at the front yesterday, were now at the back of the group. Shin-sun glanced at the white-haired man beside her and the 8 team members following him. She remembered how spirited the Silver Moon team had been when they first left the base. There had been more than 20 of them. But after the recent attacks, only 8 remained. The white-haired man turned to meet Shin-sun's gaze. As their eyes met, she looked away. "Captain, what are you looking at?" A woman walked up beside the white-haired man and looked at the nearby group of survivors. "Nothing. Tell the brothers to act a little more normal later." The white-haired man advised the woman that his plan was to pretend to be seriously injured, no matter what danger they faced, and not to rush to the front. This way, the people from Base B wouldn't be able to do anything to them since they would all appear injured. The woman agreed and reminded a few teammates not to forget the captain's instructions from that morning. After she left, the white-haired man looked to the side, but the figure he had seen earlier had already disappeared. On the edge of the crowd, Shun Sun looked ahead at the dense forest. At their current pace, they should reach the center of the forest in about 2 hours. Around them, many mutated plants began to stir, and the powder on their bodies was losing its effectiveness. The mutated grass at their feet brushed against Shun Sun's shoes, but when it touched the powder, it recoiled. "What is this thing?" Someone screamed, wildly shaking their left foot, which was tangled in vines. Countless vines sprang from the grass, curling up like snakes, and once they wrapped around someone, they dragged them into the forest. "Quick, cut the vines off your feet," a soldier shouted, stepping forward to cut the vines around a survivor's ankle with a knife, causing the vines to retreat. Everyone quickly followed suit. "Run!" After cutting the vines, the teams led the way, helping everyone escape the encirclement. A group of survivors lagging behind got caught by the pursuing vines. "Help me!" A man cried out in despair as he watched the others run away, his body being dragged along the ground. The distraction caused by those 10 people gave the others a chance to escape, but now there were fewer than 60 people left in the group.
Sun.
Sister Sun, Zhounan caught up with Shun Sun, surprised that she was still alive. Shun Sun couldn't help but look at him twice, astonished that he had made it this far. Soon, they reached the center area, and the pursuing vines stopped following them, allowing everyone to catch their breath.
"We're
safe," a man said, leaning on his knees and breathing heavily, feeling grateful. Shun Sun cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Once they entered the center area, the 9 ability users had gathered closely together without any pretense. The remaining soldiers approached them with a respectful attitude, which infuriated the other teams. Members of the Silver Moon team huddled together, groaning while pretending to be injured, but in reality, they were fine. "What is that on your neck?" The woman looked at her companion's neck in horror. A fist-sized lump was bulging at the back of her neck, and it seemed something was wriggling inside. "It's so itchy, so itchy." The woman raised her hand and scratched at the lump with force. The bulging lump was instantly broken open by her sharp nails, and she felt a wave of relief as she continued to scratch.
Ugh. Ugh.
The woman watched as countless tiny, long worms crawled out from the spot where the lump had burst. As she scratched the lump, the worms kept crawling out, covering her body and burrowing into her skin through her pores. Her companion seemed unaware and kept scratching her skin. Once the tiny worms burrowed into her pores, a lump quickly formed on that area of skin, and the woman scratched at it again. On her neck and arms, her veins were visible as she scratched, seemingly feeling no pain as she continued. Blood flowed from her wounds, staining her body, and the worms, excited by the blood, burrowed into her injuries. As soon as the woman broke her skin, Shun Sun had retreated to a safe distance, wondering how someone had already gotten infested so soon after entering the forest center. These worms were mutated mountain leeches, small in size, not only feeding on blood but also causing intense itching. But this woman wasn't just slightly affected, she had become a nest for them. "Stay away from her, quickly. Everyone stay away." The long worms on the woman began crawling toward the others, and her skin was now scratched raw. Countless worms had made nests inside her body and started to hatch.
"Help me."
The closest survivors were also affected, as the worms crawled onto a few of them and burrowed in through their pores. Soon, they were scratching at their bodies just like the woman had. After retreating to a safe distance, everyone felt a sense of survival, but many worms were still crawling toward them. One person from the group of abilities stepped forward. They hadn't acted before, and Shun Sun focused on their hands. Suddenly, a red flame ignited in their palm, creating a circle of fire on the ground that trapped the worms inside. The worms that touched the flames crackled and sizzled as they burned. A foul smell filled the air as the flames spread to the group, and many people could hardly bear to watch the scene unfold. Turning his head away, he cried softly as dozens of people screamed, feeling the burning pain on their bodies. There were also long worms crawling on them, causing an itchy sensation. The man's eyes filled with tears as he looked desperately at the crowd. He wanted to live. He wanted to return to the base. He opened his mouth to say something, but countless worms crawled out instead. The flames burned for over 10 minutes until everyone inside was dead. At this point, fewer than 10 survivors remained. Including a few teams and 9 special ability users, there were only about 30 people. Among the crowd, Shin Sun recognized a few familiar faces, including Sun Jiahong and Zhou Nan, although several members of the Silver Moon team had perished. The sky was slowly darkening, and the smell of burnt bodies lingered in the air. Feeling a bit hungry, Shin Sun found a spot to sit and opened his backpack to eat. The remaining survivors no longer trusted each other. The team members, led by a gray-haired man, formed a small circle, refusing to interact with the people from Base B. The dozen survivors were still immersed in the memory of the man who had unleashed flames with his bare hands, forming their own small group. The few remaining members of the fire base looked up to the leader, Ma, among Sun Jiahong's trio, and formed their own group as well. At this moment, the different groups were clearly separated, ignoring each other and keeping their distance from the special ability users from Base B. Shin Sun sat alone, eating and watching them. Someone from the survivor group called out to him a couple of times. Having followed them to this point, they found Shin Sun quite agreeable. Most importantly, the surviving members knew they needed to unite. They began to sense that this mission was likely a trap set by the base to send them to their deaths. Shin Sun shook his head, refusing to join their group. A soldier stepped forward, urging everyone to move quickly, but silence fell over the crowd. They were unsure of the dangers ahead, and everyone seemed to ignore his words, sitting on the ground without getting up. The special ability user who had not yet acted wore a cruel smile and said to the mind-controlling ability user, "You go, and make them leave now." Time was not on their side, and with night falling, they had only explored half of the route. They had not ventured further, and the mind-controlling ability user stood up and walked toward the group of survivors. A group of survivors watched the approaching man with unease.
What? What do you want?
One of them asked. The man looked at them and said, "You can only blame yourselves for not cooperating." With a wave of his power, the survivors who had been sitting on the ground stood up, dazed. As he walked toward the forest, he turned to smile at the team members, a grin that made them feel uneasy. "You all should come along," he said, his smile not reaching his eyes. The white-haired man gritted his teeth in anger, but felt helpless. "We're leaving," the group said, grabbing their backpacks and following him. The man glanced at Shin Sun, who was eating nearby. Without waiting for him to speak, Shin Sun put on his backpack and followed the team. With the survivors and team members leading the way, several ability users remained alert. One survivor stepped on mutated grass, causing pain that made him tremble. However, under control, he couldn't stop and continued moving forward. "Someone is hurt, stop," the team called out. They halted, and an ability user examined the man's injured foot, where blood was flowing from a clean cut. The medicine had lost its effect, and the smell of blood attracted nearby mutated plants, which began to attack. The man controlled the affected survivor to block the incoming attacks from the mutated plants, forcing a path through. However, controlling so many people for that long was taking a toll on him, and his face grew pale. "Quick, go!" 2 ability users stepped in to fend off the pursuing mutated plants, helping the exhausted man retreat. Using the last of his strength, he commanded the survivors to use their bodies to shield against the attacks, buying time for the others to escape. As the mutated plants closed in, Zhou Nan remembered the elderly person who often waited for him in front of the stone house. In a critical moment, Zhou Nan regained control of his body, along with 5 other survivors who also broke free. Once aware, Zhou Nan saw the others disappearing into the distance and desperately chased after them. One survivor had regained control but was entangled in too many vines. Watching the others flee, he began to scream in panic, "Help me! Help me!" The 4 who narrowly escaped followed the group cautiously, not daring to get too close. Though their bodies had been controlled, they still remembered what had happened while under that control. Recalling the strange tactics of those people, the 4 exchanged glances. In the darkness, Shin Sun turned to look behind the group of special ability users. A strange sound came from the top of a large tree, a familiar noise that quickly brought Shin-sun back to reality. One of the monsters, a white-haired man, had been watching Shin-sun closely. When he saw Shin-sun run forward, he immediately reacted. "Quick, follow me." Although the others were momentarily confused, they quickly followed closely behind the white-haired man. The special ability users also heard the noise above them. The fire user activated their power, igniting the tree that was making the strange sound. Flames shot up, illuminating the area for hundreds of meters. Shin-sun stopped and turned to look back. On the burning mutated tree, a giant python was coiled up. Its body was not covered in scales, but in rough tree bark. A pair of green eyes slowly looked down at the group below, hissing softly. The flames posed no threat to it. In fact, they seemed to anger it. The giant python slowly slid down from the burning tree, confronting the group. Despite having seen many mutated animals and plants, the special ability users could not identify what this creature was. Retreating to a safe distance, Shin-sun watched the scene unfold as if it were a show. Soon, the white-haired man caught up with Shin-sun, and the group crouched down, panting heavily. These people treated the survivors as scouts, unaware that they were also targets. Before long, the group engaged with the mutated beast. The Earth user activated their power, burying half of the giant python in the ground. The strength-enhanced user assisted from the side, landing solid punches on the python, creating a wound. The fire user quickly followed up, applying flames to the python's injury, causing it to sizzle and emit white smoke. The group worked together seamlessly, continuously unleashing their powers. The man, however, did not join the fight but directed the others.
"Captain, what are they?"
The team members asked, watching the chaotic battle ahead, their earlier doubts resurfacing. "They are special abilities," the white-haired man replied calmly, and Lin Xiangrui's eyes sparkled with interest. Special abilities. The group began to discuss excitedly, their eyes filled with longing, imagining what it would be like to have such powers. A scream suddenly pierced through the battlefield, drawing their attention.
Ah!
The water-controlling girl was struck by the python's tail and slammed into a nearby mutated tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After successfully striking, the giant python did not intend to let her go. It swung its tail down hard towards the girl who was still bleeding. The speedster moved so quickly that only a blur was left behind. He picked up the girl from the ground and created a safe distance from the giant python. "Thank you," she said. The woman wiped the blood from her mouth and rejoined the fight. "Find a chance to control it," the man ordered the psychic. "Yes, Captain," the man replied, pushing through his remaining mental strength with the help of his speed ability to approach the giant python. The control ability activated, but the python's powerful mental force overwhelmed him for a moment. "Captain, I can only control it for 2 seconds. 2 seconds is enough."
"Now."
The man locked eyes with the giant python, activating his ability. The python was dazed for 2 seconds, but the man was clearly affected by the python's strong mental backlash. The man spat out blood and collapsed. Taking advantage of the python's daze, the group worked together, using their crystal knives to slash at the giant python. They managed to sever the python's body into several pieces, but the severed parts still writhed with life on the ground. After defeating the python, the group seemed exhausted and sat down to rest. A few minutes later, sounds echoed through the forest, and everyone looked towards the source, startled. They hoped it wasn't another creature like the last one, or they would be in serious trouble. The green plants shook, and the group stood up, alert. "Who's there?" They called out, their eyes filled with caution. The bushes, about the height of a person, continued to sway. Soon, a team of about 20 people emerged from the foliage. Shin-sun focused on the man leading the group. He looked familiar, as if he had encountered him before. The man smiled at Shin-sun and the others, observing them closely, before finally settling his gaze on the white-haired man. "You must be the captain," he said, trying to strike up a conversation. The white-haired man awkwardly pointed behind him, indicating he had mistaken the person. Quickly, 9 psychics noticed the situation and asked, "Who are you?" As the leaders of both groups exchanged glances, The man smiled and began chatting with the psychic team leader, as if the earlier awkward moment was just an illusion. They were from the neighboring J City base and had come in response to a distress signal from F City. During the conversation, the man accidentally revealed that various bases nearby had organized teams to enter this mutated forest. Shin Sun listened nearby, a smile on her lips. The rescue of the survivors from City F was a lie, but stealing was real. After all, City F was backed by a vast area of mutated forest, making it a leader in genetic drug research among many bases. Even her ability to stimulate growth was developed through research on these mutated plants. With so many bases getting involved, things became more interesting. She initially thought only the B City base would come, but now it seemed there was a tough battle ahead. The man's team took a different route and encountered a black vine in the center of the forest. Out of a team of over 100, only about 20 survived. Shin Sun's expression changed. They had encountered the little black vine. Given its vengeful nature, it was likely already pursuing them, unwilling to give up until it had killed them. Shin Sun hesitated. She wanted to go to City F first, but before she could decide, a rustling sound filled the air.
Captain,
Said the girl with water control, trembling as she clung to the man, her eyes wide with fear. The fire ability lit up the area, but when he saw what was around them, he couldn't help but shiver. The black vine wrapped around them, its body covered in 2-meter-long spikes that slowly moved toward the group. He threw the fire in his hand, but it extinguished immediately upon hitting the black vine. Captain. They had encountered a monster even more troublesome than the last one. If they were at their peak strength, they would need the captain's help. The others looked at the captain with hopeful eyes. Darn it, they brought this thing here. The man glared at the people from City J. According to the original plan, he wanted to conserve strength and only act when they reached the City F base, especially since someone in their group was always watching them. He whispered something to the Earth ability user. The people from City J, seeing the approaching spikes, recalled the moment when their companion had died before their eyes, their bodies trembling. The group huddled together as the spikes closed in, with no way to retreat. Shin Sun unzipped a corner of her backpack and pulled out a hook. Just as the spikes were about to pierce their bodies, she raised the hook and struck. The members of each team wielded long knives made of crystal and slashed at the spikes. "Hold on," the man said as he activated his ability, causing the ground beneath them to become soft. The earth pushed aside, revealing a hole, and he jumped in first. "Quick, go." The speedster helped the exhausted psychic jump into the hole after the man. "Captain, you go first," the water controller urged, giving the man a push to go ahead. Before anyone could react, the people from Base J had already jumped in. Shin Sun ignored the reckless actions of the others, swinging his hook against the spikes. No matter how much he struck, the spikes seemed to grow endlessly, getting closer each time. The members of various teams were now at their limit, but their survival instincts compelled them to swing their long knives mechanically. Their bodies reacted instinctively. A minute later, screams echoed from the mud hole. "Ah! Hurry!" The speedster, using his advantage, was the first to escape the mud hole, followed closely by the earth manipulator. The two trembled as they looked back at the hole, where the screams continued. "Help!" The desperate cries filled them with despair. What happened in there? "Where's Fancy? Why are only the two of you out?" The strength user grabbed one of them by the collar. The man was still in shock from the terrifying scene. Coming to his senses, he brushed off the hand gripping his collar and replied defiantly, "Ask him." He was the one helping Fancy. Hearing this, everyone turned to the speedster, who had been the first to escape. "Fancy. Fancy is dead," the man said, fear in his eyes. No one knew what had happened in the mud hole. Except for the two who escaped, everyone else from Base J who had gone into the hole had not come out, and soon the screams ceased. After cutting down a nearby spike, Shin Sun looked back to see several black vines emerging from the mud hole, quickly wrapping around the nearest person. Once they had a grip, the black vines began to pull the person back into the hole.
Ugh.
The man realized what was happening and flailed his arms in the air, trying to grab onto something to avoid being dragged in. He managed to grab hold of something. The man whose pants were caught was dragged along the ground for a distance, realizing he was about to be pulled into the mud hole. The man was extremely frightened and kicked hard at the person's arm, shouting, "Let go of me, let go." With each kick, even though the other person's fingers were bent from the kicks, they still held on tightly. Darn it, the man thought, as part of his body was already in the muddy hole. Seeing that no matter how he kicked, the person wouldn't let go, the man's expression suddenly turned fierce. He pulled out a knife and quickly cut the part of his pants that the person was gripping. Having narrowly escaped, he gasped for breath. The man reached up to climb out of the hole, but as soon as his hands supported his body, something wrapped around his feet. Recalling the earlier scene, the man's face turned pale, and he couldn't even call for help as he was dragged into the muddy hole. The change happened too quickly. After being pulled into the hole, several vines emerged, and as they broke through the mud, they surrounded the group. A black vine wrapped around his waist, and Shin-sun quickly picked up the backpack from the ground, holding it without resisting. Shin-sun allowed the vine to pull him into the forest, and seeing this, the other team members also reluctantly put down their weapons. Lin Xiangrui cut the vine around his waist and also freed Qin-chung and Sun Jiahong from their vines.
Run!
Lin Xiangrui shouted to the others, unleashing his powers as a blinding flash of electricity burst from his palm. This interrupted the approaching black vines, giving them a moment to breathe. Sun Jiahong looked at Lin Xiangrui in disbelief. Supporting their leader, the group ran into the forest. Shin-sun naturally saw Lin Xiangrui using his powers. As they ran, Lin Xiangrui looked back at Shin-sun, and through his lip movements, Shin-sun understood what he wanted to say. "I'm sorry. Stop looking and hurry." Sun Jiahong pulled Lin Xiangrui along. The group continued to run forward. "Captain, help me." The water-type girl cried as she looked at the black vine wrapped around her waist, unleashing several water blades. The water blades grazed the vine, leaving only shallow marks, as the woman was dragged into the forest.
"Captain!"
The man shouted to the leader, but after exhausting his powers, he had no strength left to resist. Seeing his teammates being pulled away one by one, the man unleashed a burst of black smoke from his hands, controlling it to wrap around the nearby teammates. One saved is one saved. The black smoke pulled 4 team members closer to him. "Hurry up," the man said as he led the 4 team members to catch up with Lin Xiangrui and the others. Black vines wrapped around everyone, dragging them along the ground. Shin-sun maintained her form and ran quickly. When she encountered the mutated grass, she pushed off the ground with her toes, leaping 1 meter into the air to avoid being cut by the grass. Seeing Shin-sun's movement, the white-haired man shouted to his companions who were also being dragged, "Get up." He swiftly rose from the ground. There were several screams as some people failed to react in time and were directly cut by the mutated grass. The standing group became more alert. Shin-sun looked at the black vines wrapped around her waist, a cold glint in her eyes. "Very good, this means she can go all out when she fights later, without holding back." She quickened her pace. As the vines dragged them, they ran for more than 10 minutes, and 5 other ability users were also being dragged along. At this moment, the 5 looked at Shin-sun with fear in their eyes. They had taken gene-enhancing drugs and had long-term training, but they were struggling to keep up with the speed of the dragging vines, while this woman seemed unaffected. From the very beginning, her speed had not decreased. In fact, it seemed to increase, especially when she encountered the mutated grass. What a monster she was! How could they not have noticed her abnormality earlier? Soon, the vine stopped. Everyone felt like their lungs were about to burst and took a moment to breathe fresh air, lying on the ground. Shin-sun stood up and looked at the towering tree vines ahead. This was the true form of Little Black. Memories of fighting alongside Little Black flashed in her mind, and excitement filled her eyes as she ran toward the tree vines. "Little Black! Little Black!" The others watched Shin-sun suddenly lose control. The white-haired man propped himself up. "Don't go over there." But Shin-sun could not hear them anymore. Countless black vines fell from above, separating her from the others. Behind her, the vines tightened, forming a sharp spike aimed at Shin-sun. With a rush of wind, she dodged to the side, almost forgetting the main issue. Standing up, Shin-sun warily watched as Little Black attacked again. Her ability activated at her fingertips, and green light merged into the vines. The black vine that approached her slowed down and came to a stop. With a wild smile on her face, Shin-sun held a long knife forged from crystal and charged at Little Black. As she swung the knife, she used her special ability to slow Little Black's movements and struck down with the blade. The black vines on the ground tried to regenerate, but Shin-sun activated her power, causing the vines to wither instantly, losing all vitality. Without pausing, she met Little Black's next attack, weaving through the vines and striking one blow after another. After an unknown number of strikes, Shin-sun reached Little Black's main body, lightly tapping her toes on the ground to leap onto the vines. She chopped away the vines blocking her path with her long knife and, using their momentum, jumped onto Little Black's main body. Activating her power, Shin-sun directly prevented Little Black from regenerating. With her knife, she quickly dealt significant damage to Little Black's main body. Unable to regenerate due to being controlled, Little Black felt despair, watching helplessly as its limbs were severed. The others, now rested, stared blankly at the frenzied Shin-sun, confused about the situation. After delivering the final blow, Shin-sun looked at her handiwork. The once towering black vines were now reduced to a bare stump. Taking a couple of steps forward, the stump trembled as Shin-sun approached. The long knife clattered to the ground as she ran to Little Black, opening her arms to embrace it. Little Black shook even more violently, struggling fiercely. Shin-sun released her grip, placing her left hand on the stump and tightening her right fist. With a punch, she exclaimed, "Little Black, I missed you so much." Another punch followed. "Little Black, why are you shaking?" "Little Black, this is crazy, and I don't even go by Little Black." Struggling even more, the roots beneath the ground pulled free, wrapping around Shin-sun's feet. She glanced down but didn't worry. Activating her power, the roots gradually loosened. "Little Black, why did you eat so many people?" Shin-sun punched again. The area was filled with eerie white bones. Who else could have done it? Little Black, stupid woman. Seeing the situation, the others found a relatively safe spot to crouch down. With her hands covered in black liquid and her arms feeling sore, Shin-sun continued to strike, while the nearly defeated Little Black seethed with resentment. "Are you coming with me or not?" Shin-sun said, but her hands didn't stop moving. "This woman just wants to attack it, doesn't she?" It had already agreed to follow her, and yet she still hits it. It even accepted the ugly name Little Black, and she still hits it, sob, sob, sob. Shaking off the black liquid on her hands, Shin-sun sat on the ground, leaning against the battered tree stump, breathing heavily. As she released her control over Little Black, the black vines began to recover, but they remained cautious around Shin-sun. Just then, 5 ability users from Base B rushed in. "Quick, while it's still recovering, kill it and bring it back. Get revenge for Fancy." Such a powerful mutated plant would surely lead to the development of a strong genetic serum like the captain's if they brought it back. They had planned to wait for Shin-sun to defeat the black vines before making their move, but they didn't expect her to be so ineffective. After resting for a moment, the group had regained their abilities. As they approached, a cold look flashed in Shin-sun's eyes. Was she tired? She was just pretending. The 5 ability users launched their attacks at Little Black. At such a close distance, their indiscriminate assault clearly threatened her life as well. With her palm on Little Black, Shin-sun wore a cruel smile, watching the group as green light points seeped from her fingertips into the vines. "Looking for death," she said, standing up and continuously channeling energy into Little Black, causing the black vines to swell. A warm energy surged into its body, and Little Black felt stronger than before, just as the ability users charged in. A long knife swung toward Little Black. "Get away!" Shin-sun moved faster, appearing in front of the attacker. She bent down to dodge the man's knife and kicked him in the chin. The man clutched his dislocated jaw, unable to scream. The strength user approached, throwing a punch at Little Black, but Shunsun swiftly moved in front of him. Their fists collided in a hard clash. Shunsun remained unharmed while the man knelt on the ground, groaning with a shattered arm. With 2 of their own down, the remaining 3 stopped in shock, staring at Shunsun. "Why are you helping it? This is the perfect time to kill it. Didn't you see how many of us it just took down?" The water ability user accused Shunsun, realizing that the mutated plant was about to recover and had thought she was on their side. Shunsun's eyes scanned the 5 people with a mocking look. When it comes to killing, who could compare to them? Those ordinary people they controlled to block the mutated plants who died without reason.
You.
Seeing Shunsun's mocking smile, the water user became furious. "Stop wasting time with her. Since she wants to help those creatures, let's work together and take her out first," the man said to the others. "Okay." The vine had just been hit hard by this woman and seemed to need some time to recover. The 3 exchanged glances, planning to deal with Shunsun first. She was asking for trouble. The water user drew a circle with her hands, and a round water portal appeared in front of her. Dozens of water blades slowly emerged from the surface of the portal. Once the blades fully formed, the water user expressionlessly directed them toward Shunsun. The wind user followed up with an attack, sending a gust of wind carrying the water blades toward Shunsun. The ground beneath her feet became soft and quickly trapped her feet, as if trying to bury her halfway in the dirt. "Haha, now you won't even need to dig your own grave," the man laughed, his power continuing to surge. The ground where Shunsun stood suddenly collapsed, creating a pit that seemed tailor-made for her. If she got buried, she would suffocate. The white-haired man and several team members looked at Shunsun with pity, even though she had been strong earlier. No matter how skilled she was, facing 3 power users at once, she surely wouldn't survive. The wind carrying the water blades approached, but Shunsun wore a disdainful smile and activated her powers. The roots of the mutated plant below her feet held her up, preventing her from sinking into the pit. "Little Black," Shunsun called, and a black vine descended, followed by countless others. They surrounded her, and with a series of sounds, Little Black blocked the water blades. The 3 looked at Shunsun in surprise, not expecting the mutated plant to help her, and deflect their attack. The strength user, now out of combat, sat down on the ground, dragging his injured arm. Looking at the situation, he still trusted his teammates' abilities. Moreover, they had trained countless times and were already perfectly in sync. The speed user forcefully adjusted his dislocated jaw and joined the fight with the other 3. At this moment, Little Black had also recovered quite a bit. Shunsun took 2 steps forward, and the black vines beneath her feet automatically spread out. "Let's go together," the speed user shouted as he charged toward Shunsun. The earth user raised his hands slightly, and immediately, 2 giant mud hands, about 3 meters tall, appeared on either side of Shunsun.
Hey.
The man slowly brought his hands together, and the 2 mud hands moved closer to Shunsun, as if trying to crush her. A wind claw appeared out of nowhere, looking like an eagle's claw, reaching for Shunsun, while over 20 water blades shot towards her. Shunsun stood still, watching as their attacks closed in from 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter away.
Boom.
The black vines behind Shunsun surged forward, spreading wildly. The vines moved like snakes, thrashing around behind her, causing the attackers to pause for 2 seconds. From the beginning, Shunsun had not taken them seriously. She was waiting to see if Little Black would step in to help her. If Little Black did not intervene, she would take care of them herself and then leave. She would not force Little Black to come with her. After all, it had been so difficult in the past. So many hardships had been faced together, and since many things had not happened in this life, she was willing to let it be free. But Little Black's actions at this moment clearly showed its intentions. With a smile on her face, Shunsun looked at Little Black affectionately and continuously infused energy into it. At this point, she didn't even glance at the others. "Take care of them," Shunsun said calmly, as the black vines struck the giant mud hands. With a loud crack, the mud hands instantly shattered. Dozens of black vines tightly bound the speed user who had approached, pulling him in front of Shinsun, as if she wanted to deal with him herself. The slender man was lifted by the vines and dangled in front of Shinsun, swaying slightly. Shinsun looked at the way he was bound and face-bombed, her mind filled with confusion. Who taught it to tie people up like this? It was a typical binding method. In her past life, it had been like this, and she thought she had come back early this time, but it seemed Little Black had still learned this trick. Who taught it? If she found out, she would really give that person a piece of her mind. The speed user realized his situation, but his wrists were tightly bound, leaving him unable to move. The members of the surrounding teams, watching the man being restrained, looked on with a mix of amusement and restraint, their faces turning red. "Just kill me," the speed user said, looking at Shinsun with humiliation. He felt so ashamed that he would rather be put out of his misery. In his current state, he felt no different than being exposed in front of everyone. Shinsun couldn't bear to watch and took out a dagger to end the man's suffering. "I'll kill you," the water controller said as she witnessed another teammate die before her eyes. She drew 2 circles with her hands, but that was her limit. She spat out blood as over 60 water blades surged toward Shinsun. As the first wave of water blades reached Shinsun, the second wave was already on its way. Without calling on Xiaohei, Shinsun simply absorbed the incoming water blades into a space, where they turned into a puddle. The second wave of water blades approached, but Shinsun raised his hand and made over 60 blades disappear into thin air.
What?
"What did you just do?" the woman asked, looking at Shinsun in disbelief. At the same time, the earth element user was killed by Xiaohei. The man's body was pulled from the ground by Xiaohei. Just moments ago, the man had tried to escape, thinking they had no chance of winning while Shinsun was occupied with the speed user. He forgot that Xiaohei had been watching him, especially since he was in its territory. As he burrowed into the ground, the roots below instantly killed him. His body fell limply to the ground, covered in dirt, clearly lifeless.
Ah!
The woman, bound by Xiaohei, had countless spikes piercing her body, her form suspended in midair. Blood flowed down like a river from above. Seeing her teammates fall one by one, the man clutched his shattered arm and fled into the forest. He had to get away from there. "Xiaohei, go after him and kill him," Shinsun said while searching the bodies for anything useful. Several black vines followed the direction of the man's escape, and soon, his screams echoed from a distance. Meanwhile, Xiaohei also dragged the body back. Searching through the few people, he found 7 handguns, which used special crystal bullets that could kill mutated animals with one shot. He put the handguns into his backpack and then stored them away. Shinsun looked up at the few people not far away. When they met his gaze, they quickly turned their heads. He placed his hand on Xiaohei, controlling its form to shrink it gradually until it became a thin black vine. Crouching down, Shinsun touched the vine, and Xiaohei automatically climbed up his wrist, wrapping around it tightly. It looked just like an ordinary black bracelet. Gently stroking the cool black bracelet, Shinsun smiled, picked up his backpack from the ground, and took out a water bottle. He drank several gulps of water while sitting on the ground to rest, eating rice balls filled with meat, consuming over 20 before feeling better. The body on the ground was quickly dragged away by other mutated plants in the forest. "Captain, should we go?" one team member asked the white-haired man. "Wait a bit longer." The white-haired man glanced at Shinsun before looking away. Half an hour later, feeling full and refreshed, Shinsun picked up his backpack and headed toward City F, following the direction in his memory. He had never been to City F in this life, and it was currently in chaos, likely worse than in his previous life. "Let's go." The white-haired man picked up his backpack and followed Shinsun. "Captain, are you risking your life?" Although the others said this, they still kept pace with him. The group followed Shinsun closely, maintaining a safe distance. Shinsun had no particular thoughts about the people behind him. As long as they didn't disturb him, he was fine. Several mutated ladybugs flew toward Shinsun, each about half a meter in size. He pulled out the handgun he had just collected. He shot at the mutated bugs. The mutated ladybugs emitted a strong foul smell as they flapped their wings. That smell was mixed with white powder, and if it accidentally got on you, congratulations. You would have to endure that stench for 3 months. Not far away, several more ladybugs flew toward Shinsun, and the white powder was falling all around on the ground and leaves. He could smell it from a distance, so Shinsun took out another handgun, operating both hands simultaneously. Bang bang. The flying speed was slow, and their target was large. Shinsun used up 6 handguns, firing all the bullets. She looked at the shape of the bullets. Since she still had plenty of crystals left, she decided to use them to make a batch of bullets. Avoiding the area with white powder, Shinsun walked in the opposite direction of her memory. It would take a few more hours, and she estimated she would not be able to leave until late at night. The white-haired man, along with the remaining team members and others from different squads, silently followed Shinsun. They noticed the white powder on the leaves and were more cautious than Shinsun, keeping their distance as they passed by it. "Captain, where is she going? Should we keep following her?" One team member asked the white-haired man. They had been wandering in the forest with this woman for most of the night, and dawn was approaching. "Don't speak. Just follow her," the white-haired man warned with a glance, and the team member fell silent. Turning to look back, Shinsun took out some chilled fruit from her space and ate as she walked. The heat on her body decreased significantly. The large cherries were half frozen. Checking the time, it was 3 in the morning. If all went well, they should reach F City in about half an hour. She put away her watch and stored the fruit basket in her space, quickening her pace. Seeing Shinsun speed up ahead, the others behind her began to jog, as they had no map or direction in the forest. It was better to stay close to her. If she really knew the way out, they could escape too. Half an hour later, Shinsun stepped out of the forest and looked at the ruined village ahead. She had returned. Glancing back, she took out a bicycle from her space, hopped on, and rode away quickly. "Captain, we're out." "This is F City," the team members said excitedly, looking at the white-haired man. They had finally escaped the forest. "Look, Captain," one team member shouted, pointing in the direction Shinsun had gone. They followed his finger and saw Shinsun pedaling fast on her bicycle, as if afraid they would catch up. "Stop looking, let's go," the white-haired man said. They had to be grateful to that woman. Without her, they wouldn't have made it out. But the question remained, how did she know this route was safe? Pushing down his thoughts, the white-haired man led the team down toward the village. Shaking the bicycle until she was far from a few people, Shinsun put the bike away and took out the old off-road vehicle. She climbed inside the car. Adding ice to her cup, Shinsun took a few sips and drove towards the F City base. Without her in this life, she wondered if her uncle's family had managed to survive. Driving on the bumpy little road, the car shook a lot. After more than an hour, Shinsun finally saw a few people on the road, with several baskets in front of him. A long cloth covered the baskets, hiding their original colors, and they looked full underneath. As she got closer, Shinsun noticed a black toe peeking out from the edge of a basket. The people didn't pay her any attention as she drove by. Instead, they looked at her approaching vehicle with caution, and a man bent down to cover the basket again, hiding the exposed toe. Shinsun pretended not to see it, pressing the gas pedal to the floor and speeding past them, kicking up dust. After driving a bit further, she saw several people on the roadside carrying burdens, coming out of an alley with empty baskets. The baskets weren't covered, and they were completely empty, except for the bottom, which had turned dark brown. Turning her gaze away, Shinsun recalled what she had heard about the contents of the man's basket in her past life. Even though she was driving fast, she was still in a rural area of F City. After the disaster began, many towns didn't receive help, and the self-built houses there were only about 10 meters high, easily flooded by the heavy rain. If the city was suffering so badly, how could these towns without any rescue fare? In her past life, she lived in the F City base, but she still heard some news about the towns outside the city. The heavy rain had flooded the fields, ruining the crops, leaving nothing to eat. The food stored in the cellar was soaked by the rain, but at that time, having something to eat was already a blessing, even if it was spoiled. Everyone was wondering when the rescue team would arrive, unaware that these towns had already been abandoned. From hope to despair, eventually, a special dish appeared outside the city, called dried lamb. Later, when the base was established, a rescue team was sent to help these towns, but no one was willing to go with them. The villagers even chased the rescue team out of the village. The name dried lamb was something she heard from those who returned from the rescue missions. 2 people carrying burdens walked out from the alley. Shun-sun slammed on the brakes as they passed in front of the car. One of them turned and looked at Shin-sun, smiling to reveal a set of blackened teeth, his face twitching uncontrollably. Just as Shin-sun was about to start the car, 2 more people emerged from the alley, also carrying burdens. Shin-sun decided to turn the car around and go in a different direction. One person, noticing Shin-sun, hurried over to the car and knocked on the only good window. Knock, knock. Shin-sun looked at the man's hand knocking on the window, which had only 3 fingers. "Hello, are you here to trade?" the man asked, his eyes fixed on Shin-sun's face, without looking away. Shin-sun glanced at the basket on the ground, noticing a small, thin leg, completely dried out. The man, still staring into the car, unconsciously reached his hand inside, trying to touch Shin-sun. In that instant, Shin-sun had a gun in hand and fired twice at the man. One bullet hit his arm, and the other struck his neck. The man collapsed and stopped breathing. The few people who had already crossed the intersection saw the man fall but showed no fear. 2 of them approached and divided the items from the man's basket, then dragged his body to the roadside. Shin-sun watched the scene unfold, casually tossing the gun onto the passenger seat and accelerating away. Although he had exited the forest, it would still take several hours to reach the F-City base. He recalled the few ability users from B-City who had left early. They were probably already at the F-City base by now. With that thought, Shin-sun maintained his speed, heading toward the F-City base. "Captain, it looks like there's a village down there. Should we check it out?" A group of people, unable to keep up with Shin-sun, looked at the village ahead. "It seems like there are people inside." One person handed binoculars to the white-haired man. The white-haired man looked up at the person who handed him the binoculars. "You're from the Grassbrave squad," he recognized him. The man's skills were decent, and he reacted quickly in dangerous situations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long. "Yes, I'm the only one left in the squad." "Let's not mention the others," he said, the memory of his teammates tragic and still fresh in his mind. Grassbrave. Grassbrave. They were just a group of rural farmers who formed the squad together when the apocalypse struck, simply trying to ensure their families had enough to eat. Now everyone is gone, and he is the only one left. He doesn't know how to face their families when he goes back. The old man placed his hand on his shoulder. He doesn't know how to comfort others. Even before this mission, his team was well known at the base. But now, he has lost everything and couldn't even bring back his teammates' bodies. He understands how this person feels right now. Soon, the person sent to check the nearby village returned. "Captain, it seems there are quite a few people living down there. I saw mostly old people and women. There weren't many men." "Are you sure? Only old people and women?" The others seemed skeptical. "Let's go down and take a look." The old man ordered the 3 remaining team members and led them into the village. There were 2 rows of mud houses with a 2-meter-wide path in between. As they walked along the path, they looked at the mud houses on either side. The houses seemed to have been built after a very hot period, with each mud wall facing the path having a window. "Captain," a man quietly called out as he approached the captain. What was going on with the people in this village? It was strange that they didn't come out during the day. They could see people inside through the old windows, standing by the windows and staring at them. The looks made them all uncomfortable, but fortunately, they were seasoned veterans. As they passed one of the mud houses, the people inside would open the door slightly and peek at them through the gap. Noticing the gaze from behind, they turned around, and with a creak, those people quickly closed the door. They heard soft cries coming from one of the mud houses, and one team member walked over, wanting to look inside through the window.
Ah!
As the man leaned closer to the window, a disheveled woman appeared in front of him, locking eyes with him. The sudden appearance startled him. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Another person stepped forward to join him, looking into the mud house. The woman stared at them, no longer crying but still making soft whimpering sounds.
You
"Need to leave." The woman trembled as she spoke to them. I think she said something, but I couldn't hear clearly. The two exchanged glances and leaned in closer. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Stay away from my wife." The man threw down the pole he was carrying, and 2 baskets fell to the side. Holding the pole, he ran to the window and swung it down at the 2 people. Seeing the man return, the woman with disheveled hair looked terrified and crouched down, trembling. Having faced many life-and-death situations, the 2 caught the pole together. "What are you doing?" "We were just passing by." Ignoring the scene in front of him, the man with white hair observed the village, finding it increasingly strange, especially with the villagers staring at them. Glancing at the 2 empty baskets on the ground, he said, "Let's leave. This feels off." Dropping the long pole, the 2 followed him. "Captain, that woman seemed like she wanted to say something to us." One team member jogged up to the man with white hair, sharing what he had seen. "Forget about her. We need to find someone to ask for directions to the F City base." The white-haired man led the group around a corner. To their surprise, they ended up back on the same small path, with the same mud houses on either side. "Captain, what's going on?" "There's something wrong with these houses. Everyone be careful." The man instructed one team member to climb onto a roof to look for a way out. At that moment, everyone began to feel uneasy. No wonder the woman who had left the forest with them didn't come to this village. Did she already know there was something wrong? "Captain, there is indeed something off with these houses. Walking inside feels like being in a maze. I just looked from above, and if we go this way, we should be able to get out quickly." The group headed toward the exit. As they approached the village's exit after 2 more turns, they encountered a group of men carrying baskets. They looked similar to the ones they had seen before. They were villagers too. The group passed by without looking at them, but they couldn't miss the intense looks in their eyes. "Attack, folks. Otherwise, we'll be out of the village soon." One man threw down his basket and swung his pole at a nearby team member. Almost as soon as he spoke, 2 or 3 people from each mud house rushed out, attacking the group. Outnumbered, the group was quickly captured by the villagers. "Take them to the drawing room." The villagers led them through a maze of paths, finally opening a door and pushing them inside. With a loud bang, the door closed behind them. The man looked through the window at them, wanting to smile, but his facial features seemed beyond his control, and he couldn't manage a smile. After a long time of eating human flesh, his nerves were already in disarray. However, the few people locked in the room had no time to pay attention to the person outside. The scene inside the room, even after experiencing so many life-and-death situations, still filled them with fear.
"Captain."
The man tried to regain his voice, but something under his feet made him shiver. The mud house looked to be over 40 square meters, with a row of hooks hanging from the ceiling. Dried corpses hung from the hooks, their bodies cut open, with sharp hooks piercing through the back of their heads or soft necks. They dangled openly above, and on the ground were 2 large barrels, one of which was already half full. In the corner stood a long table used for slaughtering pigs, marked with many cuts from knives or axes, the blood covering the table's original color. Can these people still be considered human? The man, the tallest in the group, stood inside the room. He had a dried foot resting on each shoulder. The white-haired man also looked terrified, bending down to press his body against the wall, backing up with 3 teammates as he untied the knots behind him. Just as everyone was busy untying the knots, the door was pushed open from the outside. The door slammed against the mud wall with a loud bang, causing everyone to stop and look at the person entering the room. The newcomer seemed unaware of their small movements and waved his hand, signaling 4 men to enter. "Go, feed them," the newcomer said, holding white powder. They pried open the jaw of the nearest person and scooped a bit of powder from their nails into his mouth. After watching the team member swallow it, they let him go. The powder took effect quickly. The team member collapsed to the ground, but his eyes remained unusually clear, feeling only weakness in his limbs. They had experienced many life and death situations, but compared to these killers, they were still lacking. Each attack from these people was aimed at taking lives. At that moment, one person stood guard by the door while the four fed the others the drug. Soon, it was the turn of the white-haired man's teammate. The four exchanged glances and acted together, targeting the lower parts of their bodies without weapons. One finger jabbed into a cannibal's eye, but the cannibal was not defenseless, clearly accustomed to dealing with struggling prey. The cannibal endured the pain and struck heavily at the hand that was digging into his eye, firmly gripping it. With both hands, he forcefully broke the fingers of that person. Unable to resist temptation, the cannibal bit down on the severed finger of the team member, crunching it down. "Captain,
Help me."
the white-haired man punched the cannibal hard in the neck, causing him to tilt his head and stop breathing. These were the last 3 team members. If he couldn't protect them, what was the point of being a captain? After dealing with a few, he searched them for weapons. Staying in this village even a moment longer was dangerous. But 6 people had just been drugged, and now they lay weakly on the ground, looking at the dried corpses hanging from hooks above them. It felt as if they would be the next to hang there, and they looked at each other with pleading eyes, hoping to be taken along when the others escaped. The white-haired man glanced outside, then at the 6 on the ground. Finally, he bent down to help one of them up, firmly supporting them under his arm. "Quick, they will be after us soon." "Captain, this way," one team member jumped down from the roof, having noted the layout earlier. "Come on, help me get him on my back." Hurry, with the help of his teammates, they took turns supporting the 6 who could no longer fight. They quickly reached the small path they had come from, pausing at the sight of villagers standing by the window. The group, carrying their comrades, hesitated for a moment. But after waiting, there were no shouts from inside the house. The white-haired man rushed past the window and noticed that most of the people inside were women. These women silently watched, their fingers digging into the mud by the window. "Help me. Please save me," called out a woman with disheveled hair. She seemed more alive compared to the others who were in a daze. Saving one was still saving, and saving 2 was also saving. The white-haired man steeled himself and kicked the wooden door hard. The door splintered under his blows. He burst through, simply saying "let's go" before turning to catch up with his teammates. The woman, unable to cry any longer, looked at the outside world, suddenly finding the strength to run out of the house. As the white-haired man ran, he glanced back at her, his expression complicated. The woman was bare from the waist down, having been in that position for so long that her legs had changed shape. The woman's short sleeves barely covered her backside as she hurriedly followed the white-haired man. "Go this way," she shouted to the group ahead. Not caring whether they believed her, she turned and dashed into an alley. Long ago, she had tried to escape and discovered this was the route with the fewest people. This village of cannibals had built these mud houses to prepare for outsiders. As the woman ran into the alley, soon the others could no longer see her figure. Even though they had released her from the room, after everything they had experienced in this village, the white-haired man would not easily trust a stranger. What if this woman was in cahoots with the villagers? As she ran quickly, the wounds she had bandaged days earlier began to reopen. Blood seeped through the bandages. The condition of several team members was not much better. One team member climbed onto a mud roof and looked into the distance. Ahead, several villagers were waiting for them. "Captain, let's go that way." The team member jumped down from the roof and ran into the alley the woman had entered. "Quickly," the white-haired man urged, as the team, with both new and old injuries, was at their limit. Once they entered the alley, a hand reached out from around the corner and pulled one person inside. "Who?" the man asked cautiously, and upon realizing it was the woman, he sheathed his short blade. The woman was familiar with some paths in this village, and the group followed her lead, avoiding the villagers ahead. After half an hour, they stealthily exited the village. Once outside, they ran toward the edge of the nearby forest. If any villagers pursued them, they could quickly enter the woods. The group sat down to rest, watching the village in the distance, and the woman could no longer hold back her tears.
"Woo. Wah."
She sobbed, crouching on the ground and pulling her shirt down to cover herself. Hearing her cries, the others paused their injury checks and exchanged worried glances. One team member took off his thermal suit, removed his inner clothing, and handed it to her. "Here, put this on quickly. There are only men here." The woman looked up at him, quickly took the clothing, and put it on in front of everyone. Her action startled the team member standing in front of her. Before the apocalypse, he had never even touched a woman's hand. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, the man's face turned red as he turned away to shield her. "Thank you," the woman said after changing her clothes and sitting on the ground. She looked much better than when they first met. The old man called out, and a simple-minded team member left her side. He sat down next to her and asked, "You're not from this village, are you?" The woman looked up at him, her eyes filled with memories and emotions he couldn't understand. "No, I'm from the J City base. When this forest was newly formed, our base sent an exploration team. I was part of that team. After entering the forest, we quickly encountered danger," she said, her eyes filled with sadness. Everyone listened quietly, not interrupting her. Later, we exited the forest and saw the village below. It was getting dark, so we entered the village, but we were shocked by the villagers. They were not human. They were monsters, worse than ghosts. She trembled as she spoke. The members of their exploration team had just come out of the forest, all injured, and were ambushed by the villagers, ending up in a drying room. Watching her teammates die in front of her, she could still hear their screams and see the bloody bodies from that day. The men in the team were dealt with by the villagers, while the women were left behind, but it was worse than death. They were passed around among the villagers, became pregnant, and their children were taken away like goods. The women locked in the mud houses were treated like animals. A few listeners put down their bandaging supplies, unable to believe such a place existed. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, they had no choice but to believe. After she finished speaking, her eyes were blank as she leaned against a dead tree, gripping her clothing tightly, not looking at the wounded around her. During her time in the village, there was no food, and after being starved for 7 or 8 days, she was force-fed a piece of human flesh. Since then, she could not control her craving for it, often eating while despising herself. Many times, she couldn't tell which version of herself was real anymore. Not noticing her distress, the others thought she was simply mourning her fallen teammates as she lowered her head. Soon, the wounds were treated. Without medicine, they could only do simple bandaging. The sky darkened, and they arranged for 2 people to take turns keeping watch while the others rested in place. The woman looked through her hair, which had become disheveled, at the man lying nearby, sound asleep. She swallowed hard, glancing at the wound on his arm where blood slowly seeped out, and she really wanted to. Listening to the alternating sounds of snoring, the woman closed her eyes and bit her lip tightly. Looking at the time, it was 4:30 p.m. Shun Sun put away his watch, picked up the cup of water beside him, and added half a cup of ice. He took several sips, knowing that the F City base was close. He picked up the handgun from the passenger seat and stored it away. Shun Sun took out a small table and unpacked the meal from the family restaurant, placing it on the table. After eating and drinking enough, he got back on the road. The F City base was indeed much worse than the B City base. Shun Sun opened the car door and looked at the entrance of the F City base. The buildings on either side of the entrance looked like they had been violently smashed open, and the 2 large doors were nowhere to be seen. For people leaned against the entrance, breathing heavily, and many others lay on the ground, uncertain if they were alive or dead. From the state of the damaged entrance, it seemed those people had already entered F City before him. He needed to hurry inside to see if anything had been taken. After all, several bases nearby had come as well. Stepping over the people on the ground, Shun Sun quickened his pace and entered the F City base. Inside the base, the destruction was even more severe than outside, with signs of supernatural attacks visible on the walls. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the wall he had just passed collapsed. After walking for about 10 minutes, Shun Sun had not seen any signs of survivors. From the traces left by the supernatural attacks, he estimated that at least 20 supernatural beings had been here 2 hours ago. There must have been a chaotic battle, and it seemed all the supernatural beings from nearby bases had come. He ran like a shadow towards the familiar laboratory in his memory.
Ah!
A scream echoed as a figure shot toward Shin-sun like a cannonball, crashing into the stone wall with a loud bang. The figure embedded itself into the wall, which shattered upon impact, debris falling on them. The person seemed unaffected by the pain, bending slightly at the knees before springing back up, picking up a stone from the ground, and throwing it toward the laboratory. Shin-sun observed the person for a moment. It didn't seem like a power enhancement, but rather a physical enhancement. A group of about 10 people stood in front of the laboratory, and Shin-sun naturally recognized a few familiar faces, including Lin Xiangrui. At that moment, the group was in a standoff, and they only glanced at Shin-sun, the woman who had suddenly appeared at the lab, before looking away. To them, even though Shin-sun was also an ability user like them, it was impossible for her to compete with them alone for anything. Lin Xiangrui noticed Shin-sun too. Sun Jiahong looked at Shin-sun, hesitating to speak. She had previously given Shin-sun something and wanted to bring her into their team. But after abandoning Shin-sun to escape last night, she could no longer invite her to join. The group stood guard at the entrance, wary of each other entering the lab. Looking at the familiar lab, Shin-sun recalled some painful memories. Touching the black ring on her wrist, she took it off and held it in her hand as she walked toward the lab. As Shin-sun approached, everyone furrowed their brows, ready to use their abilities. Lin Xiangrui looked at Shin-sun with mixed feelings, then stepped past a few people to stand beside her. Shin-sun, this isn't a place for you. Take my advice and go back. I don't know if you've heard something, but what's inside isn't something you can handle. Although you're skilled, none of us here are easy opponents. As he spoke, Lin Xiangrui demonstrated his ability, electricity sparking in his palm. Shin-sun glanced at it. It was blinding, but it didn't concern her. Anyone who tried to stop her from cleansing the lab today would face her wrath. Step aside, Shin-sun finally faced Lin Xiangrui, her expression indifferent. Lin Xiangrui wanted to say more, but Chun-Ching pulled him back, and they ignored Shin-sun. As Shin-sun took a few more steps toward the lab, all eyes were on her. Looking for trouble, one ability user unleashed their power, sending a fire snake toward Shin-sun, causing Sun Jiahong to close her eyes. Suddenly, Xiaohe grew in size and stood in front of Shin-sun, blocking the attack. Among those present were ability users from the J City base, and seeing the familiar black vine in Shin-sun's hand filled them with deep fear. What kind of ability is this? They were astonished to see her controlling mutated plants, watching Shin-sun with curiosity. The fire snake was surprisingly stopped, and the black vine showed no signs of damage. This made the ability user doubt his powers. No, it couldn't be his fault. It was the vine that seemed unafraid of fire. Realizing this, he looked at Shin-sun in front of him and refrained from attacking recklessly, knowing there were other ability users around. If he and this woman fought to a standstill, their base would miss out on whatever was in the laboratory. The man took a couple of steps back, signaling that he wouldn't obstruct Shin-sun. He believed that even if he didn't act, the others would. Then he could join in and deal with this woman. Shin-sun seemed unaware of the man's retreat. She controlled the little black creature to form a long whip with sharp spikes. Holding the whip, she continued to move forward. Just as she was about to reach the laboratory entrance, the group of 10 people attacked simultaneously. Abilities exploded in the air like fireworks. Shin-sun lightly jumped onto the laboratory, which was made of crystal stones. There were no windows outside. As she stood on the entrance, the spot where she had been was now a large pit. Seeing Shin-sun evade their attack, the man cursed angrily. Shin-sun swung her whip with force, but the man dodged, and a loud crack echoed from the ground. Soon, the little black creature sensed the energy from Shin-sun. Go, she commanded, throwing the little black creature in front of the door. The sudden growth of the little black creature stunned everyone. Little Black, play with them while I go in, Shin-sun said before leaping down from the door. She had no intention of wasting time with the ability users from Base B. Standing at the door, Shinsun ignored the sounds of explosions behind her, gathering her strength to punch the door. The laboratory door was locked from the inside, and given the researchers' cautious nature, it was likely not them who had locked it. With one punch, Shinsun shattered the outer layer of bulletproof glass. The inner layer was a crystal door, and she placed her hands in the gap of the half-open door. She began to forcefully pry it open. With cracking sounds, the doors were pried apart by her strength. While the group continued to attack the little black creature, they panicked even more upon seeing Shinsun open the door, unleashing their abilities recklessly. Attempting to stop Shinsun, among the group of over 10 people, Lin Xiangrui felt the most conflicted. He thought he could now keep up with Shinsun's pace. He even believed that after gaining special abilities, he would be stronger than her, but he was mistaken. Watching her figure disappear through the door, the others became even more frantic in their attacks, but the vine's regenerative ability was truly strong. Powers like fire, earth, water, and wind did not cause much damage to it. After much effort, they managed to cut off a section of the vine, but it surprisingly regenerated like the original, which was quite unsettling. Holding a hook, Shinsun walked inside. The laboratory was exceptionally clean and tidy, with signs of disturbance. However, it was clear that these people did not intend to harm the researchers. Since their arrival, there had been no blood on the ground. Indeed, these researchers were worth much more than the genetic drugs in this apocalyptic world. Humming a tune, Shinsun tapped the hook against the transparent window, then looked inside to see a chair and a machine she had worked on in her previous life. Bang, bang, bang. After smashing the items inside, Shinsun exited the room and headed to the next one. Pushing open the door, Shinsun saw the chaotic scene inside. Items were scattered everywhere. Printed pages were strewn across the floor, and even the equipment had been knocked down. Bending down to pick up a printed page, Shinsun examined the handwriting. These were the physical data of the test subjects. All the data had a check mark in the death column, indicating that the test subjects were deceased. This was a database room for storing deceased test subjects. Given the level of destruction, it seemed several groups had entered this laboratory. The scattered papers on the floor looked light, but each one represented a life lost. Leaving the storage room, Shinsun did not linger this time but headed straight to the deepest part of the laboratory. The layout of the lab was still similar to her previous life, with some changes, but the general direction remained the same. The hook scraped against the floor as Shinsun turned a corner, revealing a long corridor. Seeing the corridor brought a smile to her face as she stepped inside. At the end of the corridor was a pair of tightly closed double doors. As she got closer, she could hear intermittent voices coming from inside. "Where is it? Hurry and bring it out," followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Shinsun could hear several sounds of things being smashed from that distance. Standing in front of the door, Shinsun raised her hand and knocked on the right door. After knocking 3 times, the people inside stopped making noise and all looked towards the door. The knocking started again. "Go check," the man ordered one of the team members without stopping his search. The team member walked to a computer, opened a small surveillance window, and saw that it was Shinsun standing at the door. At that moment, Shinsun lost her patience and knocked harder on the door, knowing the people inside could hear her. "Captain, the person knocking outside is a woman, and she's alone." The team member zoomed in and pointed at the screen showing Shinsun. "Ignore her. Keep searching." The man remained calm upon realizing it was just Shinsun outside. She punched the door, and it only shook slightly. The 2 large doors were locked from the inside, confirming that the people inside wouldn't let her in. Shinsun took a plant seed from her space. She felt around the gap between the 2 doors and found a spot to insert the seed. She had collected many seeds earlier at the mall, and they were all mixed together, so she filled the gap completely and activated the seed. Seedlings began to grow through the door gap, pushing it wider. Once the gap was large enough, Shinsun stopped. Through the widened gap, she could see the room clearly. There were many people inside, around 30. all searching for something. With both hands on the right door, Shinsun pushed hard, and a metallic folding sound echoed from inside. Everyone still searching turned to look at the door as it slowly opened from the outside. Once she could pass through, Shinsun stepped inside and looked at the 30 people. There were several ability users and familiar faces among the researchers. A group of researchers was tied up and thrown aside. Bending down, Shinsun picked up a hook from the ground and entered the lab, ignoring the others. She walked straight to one of the researchers. "Don't come closer." The researcher stepped back as Shinsun approached. Squatting down, Shinsun clenched her fist and delivered a solid punch, rendering him motionless. She searched his body and quickly found what she wanted, an access card. Actually, there was another lab in this room, and she was excited to open it. Seeing Shinsun pull out the access card, several researchers began to panic, asking, "Which base are you from?" A man wearing glasses looked down at Shinsun with an arrogant tone. Although many superhumans had barged into the lab, everyone still showed them as much respect as possible, let alone attacking them. This woman came in, first hitting their people, and now she had gotten her hands on the access card. Did she know something? Standing up, Shinsun met the man's gaze and swiftly swung the hook in her hand toward him. She had planned to grab something first before dealing with them. Yet they kept jumping toward her. The hook struck the man's neck, and blood sprayed in a straight line onto Shinsun. A drop of blood slid down her eyelashes as she pulled the hook back, wiping the blood off her face. The man on the ground was still clutching his neck, groaning softly. The two lab workers, seeing their companion dead, looked at Shinsun with anger, stammering, You. They struggled to find their words. "Don't worry, it's your turn next," Shinsun said, noticing the access card had blood on it. She wiped it on her clothes. Looking around, Shinsun's gaze finally landed on a shelf. She walked over and threw away all the experimental data on it. Behind the shelf, a red card slot revealed itself, and a red button inside was flashing. This indicated that the room had been breached. Frowning, Shinsun placed the access card in the slot, and with a beep, the large door slowly opened, knocking down the shelves on either side. The door and wall fit together perfectly. Without inside knowledge, one would never guess there was a hidden entrance. Everyone had turned the place upside down but failed to find the door. As the door opened, Shinsun quickly slipped inside, heading toward the spot where the potions were stored. The room was about 100 square meters, filled with over 100 petri dishes, each containing a yellow liquid that emitted a foul smell. Each dish held a person secured by machinery, but they had already lost their breath, their bodies floating lifelessly in the dishes. It appeared they hadn't died during the experiment. It looked more like they had suffocated. If they had died during the experiment, their bodies wouldn't be so intact. Suddenly, urgent footsteps approached. The people who had been searching outside came in. Shinsun hurried to the wall where the potions were supposed to be, looking at the empty space.
"The items are gone," she said.
What couldn't be taken had been smashed, leaving shards of glass test tubes all over the floor. Approaching a solitary cabinet, Shinsun quickly opened it, only to find it empty. He was too late. "You're asking for trouble. I found it first," the man said, tightly gripping the potion in his hand, using his power to strike at another person. Hearing the noise, Shinsun turned to see that person had discovered an intact potion and was trying to hide it, but was caught. Everyone searched around and, like Shinsun, realized that all the potions in the lab had been taken. Some were quicker than them. While they were still searching outside, those others had already left with the items. Suddenly, the only intact potion in the man's hand became the center of a fierce struggle.
Thud.
An ability user behind the man launched a sneak attack. While the man was coughing up blood, the attacker seized the potion from his hand. With the potion in hand, the ability user ran toward the door. But how could the others let him escape? They unleashed their powers, all targeting the man, who couldn't withstand so many attacks at once. He fainted, and the potion slipped from his grasp, about to hit the ground. Two speed users, pushing their abilities to the limit, rushed forward to catch the potion just in time. One speed user grabbed the front, while the other took the back, secretly competing and quickly struck at each other. The remaining ability users arrived just then, and Shin-sun watched as they all got caught up in the chaos. The person who took all the potions had a cunning plan, leaving one behind to watch them fight over it. Shin-sun came to the F-City base not only to find Xiaohei, but also to seek that white gene potion, which had awakened her spatial abilities. However, her spatial powers could only allow her consciousness to enter, not her body. She wanted to obtain that potion to see if it could enhance her spatial abilities, allowing her to enter the space as well. Remembering something, Shin-sun bypassed the fighting individuals and approached a few researchers outside. They must know who took the potion. Shin-sun walked up to them, holding a hook. Who took the items inside? She asked, but the researchers clearly refused to answer, turning their heads away. They wouldn't respond to Shin-sun. Their status made them respected figures in any base. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Seeing the man die, the other two quickly moved aside and didn't dare to attack. Shin-sun didn't care about that. She remembered that the two had just attacked her, so she quickly reloaded her gun and took a breath before shooting at them. Bang! One bullet hit a man's calf, and another hit his stomach. There's something wrong with the bullets. The man looked at Shin-sun in shock. Normal bullets wouldn't hurt much for those with abilities, but these bullets were extremely painful. Blood gushed out as Shin-sun raised her hook and struck at one of them. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. You wanted to kill those experimenters, right? Go ahead, I won't stop you. The man saw Shin-sun lift the hook, which was still stained with the previous man's blood. As she moved, the blood and flesh fell to the ground with a thud, weighing heavily on the man's heart. It won't hurt, it will be quick. Close your eyes. Shin-sun walked up to the man. With his injury, the power he had gathered in his palm faded away as he watched the hook come down towards him. After dealing with the three, Shin-sun looked at the others still fighting. Sure enough, two of them were staring at her. Ignoring them, Shin-sun walked straight towards a group of experimenters. With each step she took closer, they retreated several steps. But being tied up, they had no choice but to back away, realizing that Shin-sun was determined to kill them. She swung the hook at one of the experimenters. One of them shouted to the others still fighting, if you kill her, we will give you the gene serum. The group of experimenters seemed to regain their senses and all agreed, yes, if you kill her, we will give you the hidden batch of gene serum. The fighters paused, realizing they had been right. There must be more gene serum hidden in such a large lab. Seeing the bloody hook coming down, one experimenter closed his eyes. Suddenly, a burst of power shot towards Shin-sun, forcing her to dodge aside. Several more bursts of energy followed her movements, and just as she steadied herself, another attack came straight at her. Shin-sun had to lightly tap her toes and leap onto the iron rack holding the experimental files, crouching there as she looked at the few people who had just attacked her. The words of the experimenters were too tempting for them, and almost everyone took action against Shin-sun. The expected pain did not come. The experimenter opened his eyes and exclaimed, I'm not dead. I'm alive. That's great. Surprised that he had been saved in such a situation, the experimenter glared at Shin-sun with resentment and shouted, You all, kill her quickly. Several ability users stepped out of the experimental room, spreading out in a fan shape to trap Shin-sun in a corner. Shin-sun jumped down from the rack and faced them. The hook in her hand rested casually against the edge of the rack as she reached behind her waist, and two handguns appeared in her palms. She had plenty of bullets today. Confirming the presence of two speed ability users, Shin-sun fired several shots to take out the two weakest ones first, planning to deal with the others slowly. At the moment she fired, the ability users also attacked. A muscular man charged towards Shin-sun. His fist, surrounded by a gust of wind, was aimed at her. When he was 2 meters away, his ability erupted. His fist gradually became encased in metal ability. Even from 2 meters away, Shin-sun felt the force of his punch. By the time his fingertips were covered in metal, she knew that if it hit her, she would be seriously injured. She aimed her gun at the metal ability user, who seemed to sense the bullets and quickly used his metal-covered arm to block them. The bullets struck the metal user, making a series of clinking sounds as they fell to the ground. The two speed ability users were hit and lost their fighting strength, retreating to the side while holding their bleeding wounds. As the metal ability user was blocked, the other four ability users closed in. One raised a thin, bony arm to grab Shin-sun. His arm looked like the bark of a long-dead tree, and as it got closer, his fingers suddenly transformed into dry branches. Plan ability, Shin-sun thought, watching the man's arm change. She bent down to dodge his attack, supporting herself with one hand on the ground. Twisting her body, she lifted her left foot and kicked the man's arm, then quickly grabbed his now branch-like hand. A plant ability user? That would be easy to handle. A smile crept onto Shin-sun's face. At the moment she grabbed the man's arm, the other ability users all smiled and laughed. Haha. As if certain that Shin-sun was doomed, the group relaxed. Shin-sun looked down and saw the man's arm, now resembling a withered branch, completely black and toxic. With Shin-sun holding his left hand, the man raised his right hand to grab her, his fingers transforming into long vines that wrapped around her. Even his body changed at that moment, becoming fully plant-like. He turned into a vine, maintaining a human shape, but his hands and feet had become long vines. Ha. The man laughed loudly, revealing brown bark inside his mouth as he spoke. Confident that Shin-sun was finished, the three ability users stepped aside. After all, she was just one person. No matter how skilled she wasn't worth their combined effort. With her feet entangled, the rough bark slid over her calves. Shin-sun tightened her grip on the vine in her hand. Using her ability, green light flowed into the man's body, causing the once dry vines to quickly shrivel. The vine in her hand made a cracking sound, as if it would break with a squeeze, and Shin-sun did just that. "What have you done to my body?" The man cried out, watching as his body rapidly shriveled. It seemed he could no longer revert to human form. He began to lose control of his limbs, the long vines lying limply on the floor, each one transformed from his body. The changes in the vines caused him pain. Stepping on one of the vines, Shin-sun crushed it hard, eliciting a pained scream from the man as he curled up on the ground, feeling as if an energy was consuming him. Combined with Shin-sun's relentless torment, the mental and physical pain pushed him to his limit. He wished for death at that moment. Useless. The three ability users exchanged glances and moved toward Shin-sun, eager to end the confrontation. They were puzzled by how Shin-sun had managed to avoid being poisoned. The plant ability user seemed powerless against her. With the three of them attacking, the plant ability user finally had a moment to breathe.
"Kill her,"
the plant ability user whispered. The three clearly wanted to end their struggle with Shin-sun quickly, launching their strongest attacks, except for the metal ability user. After being pushed back by Shin-sun the first time, he stood back, observing, having seen the green light emerging from her palm. He still couldn't tell what kind of ability Shin-sun was using. But no matter what the ability was, he was determined to get the gene serum. He clenched his fists and shouted as his power erupted. Metal began to cover his body little by little. The three ability users clearly trained often, and they attacked with their powers, shouting, "You're asking for trouble." The vine seeds in Shin-sun's hands suddenly grew rapidly, and thick vines danced wildly at his feet. Raising his right hand, Shin-sun moved his index finger and commanded, "Go," sending a thick vine striking towards one of them. The ability user raised his hands in a fist position, crossing them in front of his chest to brace for Shin-sun's attack. The thick vine struck his arms.
Boom.
The man was knocked 2 meters into the air and landed heavily on the ground. The other two had already jumped away from Shin-sun when the vine surged. They had shown signs of mental strain when they got too close to him. Their mental strength supported their abilities, and if it felt fear, it showed how dangerous the situation was. "Pierce," Shin-sun said calmly, his expression cold. He opened and clenched his palm again, making the tips of the vines extremely sharp, aiming at everyone present. A vine obediently landed behind Shin-sun, and he sat on it as it lifted him into the air. Moving his index finger, Sun controlled the vines to attack indiscriminately, not sparing even the researchers. Since they all wanted to harm him, he wouldn't let any of them escape. The ordinary vines struggled against the ability users, who wielded crystal daggers and unleashed their powers against them. With a slicing sound, the severed vines instantly regrew. What kind of ability is this? It's so troublesome. They tirelessly continued to chop, not daring to stop, as these vines were even more terrifying than those in the forest outside. The regeneration was too strong. As soon as they were cut, they would grow back the next second. One vine wrapped around a researcher and pulled him in front of Sun. The researcher looked at Sun in fear, struggling helplessly. A vine appeared behind the researcher and pierced through his back, revealing his heart in front of Sun.
Ugh.
The researcher's eyes widened as his head drooped lifelessly. Maniac. The ability users watched the growing pile of bodies with increasing anxiety. Sun seemed not to hear the man's curses and discarded the bloody heart from his hand. A vine brought an experimenter in front of Sun, whose pants were wet with urine, clinging to his body as he trembled. Where are the gene agents hidden? Sun asked, brandishing a dagger at him. Under. There, the man said, glancing at a corner of the room. Sun followed his gaze. A stack of documents was piled up there. It's behind that stack of documents. The dagger grazed the man's neck, and Sun ended his suffering. The vine carried Sun to the stack of documents, directing the vine to push the papers aside, revealing a wall. Sliding down from the vine, Sun looked at the wall and moved the documents aside a bit more, finally uncovering a hidden slot. Behind it was another laboratory. Searching among several bodies of experimenters, he found a key card. Sun placed the card in the slot. With a beep, the wall slowly opened, revealing the full view of the laboratory inside. Unlike the previous one, this laboratory also had around 100 glass petri dishes, but the people inside were alive. When they saw Sun enter, they all looked at him. Upon seeing the tragic scene outside, they raised their hands to pound on the glass containers. However, as soon as anyone moved, mechanical arms extended out, accurately restraining their hands and feet, rendering them immobile. The glass containers were soundproof, so Sun could only see their mouths moving urgently. Walking past them, Sun went straight to where the gene agents were stored, opened a drawer, and found several gene agents quietly placed inside. No. After searching around, Sun did not see the white agent. It seemed to have been taken away. He collected the remaining agents into his space, turned, and met the gaze of a girl in a petri dish, who looked at him with pleading eyes. She was tapping on the dish, and her lips seemed to say, "Help me." Sun glanced at her, then turned and walked past the girl, moving between the containers while being watched by everyone. Suddenly, Sun stopped in her tracks, unable to take another step forward. Clenching her fist, she struck the petri dish beside her. This punch felt like a rescue for her former self. No one could save her, but she could save herself. The petri dish shattered, and yellow liquid washed away the blood on Sun. The people inside expressed their gratitude to Sun as they emerged, their faces filled with the joy of being saved. Next, without needing Sun's help, one of the released individuals activated their ability, producing strange sounds from their throat. One by one, glass containers shattered from the sound waves they emitted as they stepped out of the laboratory. Sun walked straight toward the group of ability users, casually picking up a hook that was set aside while retracting some of her vines. She didn't have time to waste. She needed to quickly catch up with the person who took the medicine. She swiftly attacked one of the ability users who was still resisting the vine attacks. Seeing Sun approach, the user unleashed their power to block. Taking advantage of the moment, several vines pierced into the user's body, and they instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. The vines then launched a full-scale attack on the remaining three. With loud crashes, the vines wrapped around the metal user shattered completely. The man had fully transformed into metal, resembling a lump of iron, rendering the ordinary vines ineffective, yet they still hindered his movements. With a flick of her finger, the vines around the man withdrew as Shun-sun prepared to take action herself. She flexed her wrists, producing cracking sounds, while the man watched her without any hint of underestimating her. He also assumed an offensive stance, waiting for her. This iron figure seemed invulnerable. Bullets and hooks likely wouldn't harm him at all, making him a perfect defense. Shin-sun moved like a shadow toward the man. "You're so fast," he exclaimed, but soon felt a sharp pain in his stomach, pushed back a meter by the force. After landing a punch, Shin-sun didn't stop. She leaped high and struck the man's throat with her elbow. Ugh. Blood sprayed from the man's throat. How could this woman be so terrifying? Her speed surpassed that of the previous ability users, and her strength was even greater than enhanced abilities. With a powerful punch coming her way, the man rolled to dodge, but Shin-sun missed with a kick. Reacting quickly, she sidekicked him, but he raised his hands to block the force of her kick. His metal form slowed him down, but it also allowed him to evade her repeated attacks.
What?
"What kinds of abilities do you have?" the man asked, looking at Shin-sun as if she were a monster. They were all selected from the base to test genetic drugs. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Put away the rifle and the vines into the space." At that moment, the people from the laboratory came out. Everyone was excited to be alive again, hugging and crying together. Some noticed the pile of bodies of the lab workers on the ground. A few stepped forward to uncover the bodies. They slapped the lifeless faces of the workers, venting their accumulated anger. How could they just die like this? "It's too easy for them," one person said angrily, wishing they could make the workers suffer. Shin-sun understood their feelings and ignored their actions, walking straight outside. Xiao-hei was still outside. She wanted to see what was happening. The battle outside was even fiercer than inside the lab. Lin Xiangrui stood at the door, not making a move. The black vines were swirling in front of them, and Lin Xiangrui led a few people to retreat to avoid being accidentally harmed. Xiao-hei was on a rampage, attacking anyone who dared to approach the lab's entrance, regardless of who they were. For vines were entangled with four bodies, swinging wildly in the air, creating a terrifying sight. Several abilities shot bright lights toward Xiao-hei, and the black vines came together to block the attack. However, the vines broke apart, and 2 seconds later, new black shoots grew back and attacked again. "What's going on?"
The group gasped.
They used their abilities to fend off the incoming vines, scattering to avoid being overwhelmed.
Why do they keep multiplying?
The broken vines grew back, no matter how much they fought. It was endless. The vines seemed to have a mind of their own, crawling toward the lab's entrance and firmly blocking the door. Standing in front of the door, Shin-sun watched the writhing black vines, with explosions of abilities echoing outside. He placed his hand on the vines and said, "Xiao-hei, you've worked hard." Realizing it was Shin-sun behind the door, Xiao-hei dispersed the vines piled at the entrance. The black vines retreated like a tide, revealing Shin-sun standing behind the door. Seeing the scattered branches around Xiao-hei, Shin-sun narrowed his eyes. "You did well. Come back," he said, placing his hand on Xiao-hei, causing the black vines to shrink. The 4 ability users collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust as they lost their support from the black vines wrapping around Shin-sun's wrist. Without the black vines, several ability users steadied themselves and looked at Shin-sun, who was standing at the entrance. When they saw her empty hands, they all sighed in relief, glad that she hadn't taken anything. A group of ragged people emerged from behind Shin-sun. They saw the rare sunlight and, despite the scorching heat outside, they excitedly stepped out, cheering under the blazing sun. As the heat stung their skin, they felt alive again. Many of the people inside were from the F-City base. After leaving the research facility, everyone went their separate ways toward the base. Remembering that her uncle and his family had taken her to the F-City base after the apocalypse, Shin-sun decided to find them now that the issues at the research facility were resolved. Following the crowd, Shin-sun moved through the F-City base. A few ability users glanced at the black ring on her wrist. They didn't dare approach her and watched as she left. Once everyone from the research facility had departed, several ability users rushed back inside. They were stunned to see the bodies scattered everywhere. Searching through 3 laboratories, one of the ability users quickly noticed a vial tightly held in the hand of a corpse. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he cautiously approached the body and knelt down to feel for the vial. The corpse was likely another ability user, and despite his efforts, he couldn't pry the vial from its grip. 2 other ability users seemed to notice something was off and stood up to walk towards him. Determined, the ability user snapped the fingers of the corpse, forcibly extracting the vial. Pretending nothing had happened, he slipped the vial into his glove and continued searching. The 2 ability users eyed him suspiciously and deliberately approached, asking, "What did you find?" "Nothing at all." "How do you think these people died?" And the researchers, "Their fate is too tragic." He tried to change the subject. The 2 users examined him closely, realizing he hadn't found anything, and then turned their attention to the bodies on the ground. Successfully changing the topic, the man sighed in relief, tightened the gloves on his wrist, and hid the vial of medicine deeper. The strong smell of sweat mixed with a hint of blood lingered in the air. Shin-sun opened a water bottle and took a sip. The F-City base was still the same as in her previous life, with no changes. Walking along the familiar path, Shin-sun looked up at the buildings ahead. On both sides of the path were 6-story buildings, with 2 units on each floor. The rooms were small, but living in these buildings required a lot of points. In her previous life at the base, before entering the lab, the points she earned each day were barely enough to fill her stomach. Not thinking too much, Shin-sun quickly passed by the buildings. Just as she was about to leave, a pair of hands blocked her path, and the person spoke with surprise. "Shin-sun. You are Shin-sun, right?" A woman with long, tangled hair and a fitted dress wrapped around her thin body stood there. The arm that blocked Shin-sun was covered in dark scars, and her muddy face had eyes filled with joy as she looked at Shin-sun. Frowning, Shin-sun met the woman's gaze. The woman raised her hand and pushed the hair away from her face, rubbing the dark spots on her skin. "It's me, Zhang Yi." "Zhang Yi, don't you remember me?" The woman brushed her hair back again.
Zhang Yi.
Shin-sun whispered the name, having a slight impression but not really remembering who she was.
"Yeah, Zhang Yi."
"Do you remember now? We were in the same class, and I sat behind you," Zhang Yi said, lowering her hands. The tangled hair fell back down. Looking at the woman in front of her, Shin-sun recalled Zhang Yi, her classmate. After being reborn and returning to school, she had taken a leave of absence that day. Having lived 2 lives, she had mostly forgotten her former classmates, but for others it had only been a year or 2. "Is there something you need?" Shin-sun asked, remembering that she and Zhang Yi didn't have much interaction in school, wondering why she was being so friendly. "Do you have any food? Please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in days," Zhang Yi said, as if they were very close. Her long black arms stretched out in front of Shin-sun, demanding food. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Shin-sun turned and walked away, not even giving her a glance. The black arm brushed against Shin-sun's insulated suit, leaving a long mark. "Hey, where are you going? Didn't you hear what I just said?" Zhang Yi looked at Shin-sun with confusion, wondering what was happening. Shin-sun used to be easy to talk to. In class, if anyone needed help, she would always agree to assist. A dirty finger reached out towards Shin-sun's protective suit.
"Ah."
Zhang Yi covered her injured arm. "What are you doing?" Just as Zhang Yi reached for Shin-sun, Shin-sun swiftly slashed at Zhang Yi's hand with a dagger. "Get away from me," Shin-sun said, putting away her dagger without even looking at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, holding her bleeding arm, glared at Shin-sun. Why was she still the same? Just because her family was wealthy, even in this harsh world, she still looked so clean. Watching Shin-sun walk away, Zhang Yi felt a deep sense of resentment. Why did someone like Shin-sun, a pampered girl, seem to be doing better? In this environment, shouldn't she be suffering more than Zhang Yi?
Why?
Recalling Shin-sun's decisive strike, Zhang Yi felt as if reality had slapped her hard. Even someone as weak as Shin-sun could pick up a knife to protect herself, while she couldn't even dare to do so. A man walked out of the hallway and kicked Zhang Yi, who was sitting on the ground. What are you still doing here? Hurry up, Wu Ge is waiting for you upstairs. Seeing Zhang Yi not move, the man frowned. Are you deaf? I told you to go up. Zhang Yi looked up, her eyes filled with resentment. You. The man, caught off guard by her glare, fell silent for a moment. After a couple of seconds, the man seemed to remember something, and his face turned angry. How dare you talk back? Do you forget who feeds and clothes you? Without me, you would have been dead long ago. He bent down, grabbed Zhang Ye's hair, and dragged her upstairs. Make sure to serve Wu Ge well. If you do, you'll be rewarded, he said, releasing her hair at the stairway. Zhang Yi stood up, adjusted her clothes, and walked upstairs, her wrist already scabbed over. The man watched as Zhang Yi climbed the stairs, thinking about the food he would soon have. He squatted down against the wall. Zhang Yi glanced back at him. Wang Tong. They were both classmates and a couple, having escaped from a dangerous school together. She couldn't remember when Wang Tong started making her trade her body for food. Once, twice, 3 times. Soon, a man's scream echoed from upstairs. Oh no, Wu Ge. Wang Tong jumped up and ran upstairs. Hearing the screams from behind, Shun turned to take a quick look and continued walking forward. She was heading towards the large greenhouse at the base. The housing area of Base F City is divided into several zones. In addition to the 6-story building she had just seen, there was a villa area ahead. Behind the villa area was the large greenhouse. Following the route in her memory, Shun walked along the path in the villa area. Many powerful teams lived in these villas. Today, several ability users had invaded F City, leading to casualties among both the teams and the base personnel. Many injured people lay on the ground in the small yards of the villas. As Shun passed by, a group of people looked at her with strange expressions. Given the current situation in F City, it seemed likely that these people would soon leave, not only because of the threats posed by the ability users. The forest outside the city would also make this area unsuitable for human habitation. If these survivors did not leave, they would face countless mutated insects and plants once the forest completely covered the base. After passing through the villa area, a mud wall appeared in front of Shin, covered with blue metal sheets. Many survivors from F City were coming in and out of the greenhouse. Each greenhouse was labeled with numbers like Greenhouse 1 and Greenhouse 2. Looking at the numbers on the mud wall, Shin walked towards the greenhouse where her uncle was located. Little girl, who are you looking for? A woman looked at Shin standing outside the door. She appeared to be a clean and tidy girl, clearly not someone who lived in the large greenhouse. Auntie, I'm looking for Xingua. He lives in bed number 35. Can you help me call him? Shin took off her cap and met the woman's gaze. Xingua. So, you're looking for him? He hasn't lived here for a long time. I heard he moved to the family compound, the woman said, looking Shin up and down with a strange expression. Compared to her earlier friendliness, the woman no longer regarded Shin with any warmth upon hearing she was looking for Xingua. Instead, she seemed reluctant to engage with her. Please step aside, she said, walking away. As she left, she glanced back at Shin, surprised to learn that Xingua had such a relative. Family compound. Shin murmured the words. She had heard of it in her previous life. It seemed to be where the families of the management at the base lived. How could Xingua have moved there? With this thought, Shin left the housing area and headed towards the family compound. The family compound may not be as nice as the villa area, but it is much better than living in a large tent with many people. Following the directions on the sign, Shin turned the corner, and the words family compound appeared before him. There were 2 rooms with a small yard, which was surrounded by a fence. The door to the yard opened from the inside, and 6 people walked out. Each person carried a bulging backpack. Hurry up, they said as they pushed past Shin. With so many ability users entering the F City base, many high-ranking officials had fled overnight after the first distress signal was sent out. When no one came to help, they had thought about escaping, but the mutated forest outside the city made it difficult for ordinary people like them to get through. Now, They could leave with the ability users, and a few survivors hurried past Shin-sun. With questions in mind, Shun-sun walked along the path in the family compound. He wondered how Shingwa ended up living here, as moving in required points and a certain status within the base. He stopped one person and, offering a pack of cookies, asked for Shingwa's address. It seemed their family did not have a good reputation. The person, seeing the food, told Shin-sun the location but couldn't hide their disgust. Just over there, go straight ahead at the intersection, turn left, and the first house is where you need to go, the person said, putting the cookies in their pocket. They glanced back at Shin-sun as they walked away. Following the directions given, Shin-sun walked forward, turned left at the intersection, and reached the first house. Standing by the fence, he faintly heard a man shouting and a woman crying from inside. "I'm so annoyed just seeing your face. Hurry up and get out of here." The man yelled as he stormed out, slamming the iron gate behind him, which made a loud noise. The people inside flinched but didn't dare to speak. When the man opened the yard gate, he immediately saw Shin-sun standing by the fence, and a glimmer of interest appeared in his eyes. "Hey, are you looking for someone? Is Shungwa living here?" Shin-sun asked, glancing into the house. Upon hearing Shungwa's name, the man began to size up Shin-sun. "Are you a relative of Shungwa?"
he guessed.
Shin-sun nodded, and seeing this, the man's expression brightened, and his gaze became more eager. "We're family, come inside and sit down. Standing out here is not right. Shungwa is inside," he said, opening the yard gate and leading Shin-sun in. His attitude was very warm, as if the argument Shin-sun had heard outside was just an illusion. The man took out a key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and invited Shin-sun to enter the house. Standing by the door, Shin-sun looked inside the small room where her aunt and Shun-yi were squatting on the floor, picking up things scattered around. Her once plump aunt had become much thinner and looked older. Shin-yi, squatting beside her, also looked unwell, with swollen cheeks and bruises on her exposed arms. When Shin-sun entered the room, the man smiled triumphantly and locked the door behind her. The sound of the lock clicking was clear to Shin-sun, but she casually stepped inside. Shun-yi and her aunt stared at Shin-sun in shock, unable to speak for a moment. "Shin-sun?" Her aunt, incredulous, exclaimed, "You little girl, where have you been? Do you know how long we've been looking for you?" Her aunt's cloudy eyes began to focus as she stood up, glaring at Shin-sun. Shun-yi seemed to forget her pain and opened another door, whispering something to Shingwa. "Sis, are you serious?" "Shin-sun is here," Shin-tong said, getting up from a stool and hurriedly walking to the next room. He indeed saw Shin-sun standing by the door, looking much the same as before the apocalypse, and noticed her clothes. Shin-tong could tell that Shin-sun had been doing well over the past 2 years, with no signs of sunburn or frostbite on her face, indicating she must have plenty of supplies. Shin-sun. Shin-tong tried to call out her name. Though he was about the same age as Shin-sun, he was still her cousin. With Aunt, Shun-yi, and Shin-tong present, only Shingwa was missing. The only one not seen was the second uncle's family. The man seemed to notice the tension between Shin-sun and the others. He raised his hand, attempting to place it on Shin-sun's shoulder. As he took a step forward, Shin-sun dodged his hand and met Shin-tong's gaze. "Where's Shingwa?" "You little girl, that's your uncle. You should be able to call Shingwa by name." "Such poor manners. Your parents." What are you doing?" Suddenly, as her aunt mentioned poor manners, Shin-sun swiftly moved beside her and slapped her twice. Holding her face in disbelief, her aunt stared at Shin-sun, shocked that she dared to hit her. Husband, Shingwa, why aren't you coming out?" Her aunt cried out, covering her face in distress. "Why did you hit my mom?" Shin-tong looked at the red mark on his mother's face, realizing how hard Shin-sun had struck her. Filled with concern, Shin-tong grabbed the ashtray from the table and threw it at Shin-sun. Shin-sun firmly caught Shin-tong's wrist and pushed him aside with force. Shin-tong, who had been hungry for a long time and was very thin, fell to the ground easily. His aunt screamed and rushed over to help Shin-tong up. Shin-sun, are you crazy? You even hit your cousin. His aunt glared at Shin-sun with anger as she helped Shin-tong. Soon, two people walked out from the next room, Shun-yi and Shin-gwa. As soon as Shun-gwa stepped out, he looked Shin-sun up and down. It was indeed Shin-sun. He didn't even glance at Shin-tong and the others, wearing a loving smile as he looked at Shin-sun. Sun-sun, where have you been these past 2 years? We never gave up looking for you, he said, raising his hands to place them on Shin-sun's shoulders. Seeing that expression on his face made Shin-sun feel sick. Where's my second uncle? Shin-sun suppressed her anger and asked why her usually close uncle and second uncle had separated. She had thought she could take care of both of them. Your second uncle's family went to G City. Sun-sun, it's been so long since we last met. Which base are you at? Shin-gwa took on a senior's demeanor, looking genuinely concerned for Shin-sun. Shun-yi walked over to the man, holding his hand and introducing him to Shin-sun. The man was Shun-yi's boyfriend, currently in a significant position at the base. They had been together for over a year, and Shun-yi looked proud. The man calmly pulled his hand away from Shun-yi's embrace. Shin-sun wore a look of disappointment as she drew the gun hidden at her waist. She hadn't expected that her second uncle's family would go to G City. Never mind, she thought, I'll take care of them first. Since everyone is here, let me send you off. Raising her gun, Shin-sun pulled the trigger in front of Shin-gwa's terrified eyes, firing 2 shots that hit Shin-gwa in the shoulder and thigh. Pain shot through Shin-gwa's body as he fell backward, calling out, Dad.
Dad.
Husband. It was so sudden that no one expected Shin-sun would want to harm them. They hadn't anticipated that it would be so easy for Shin-sun to take their lives. She dodged the man's attack from behind and fired 2 shots at his head, instantly ending his life. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The dagger slowly pierced the spot where Shin-gwa was shot and soon hit something hard. It was the bullet lodged inside. The pain made Shin-gwa tremble, sweat pouring from his forehead, and he bit his lips until they bled. Hearing Shin-gwa's cries, Shin-sun showed no emotion. This was nothing compared to the injuries she had endured in the lab. It didn't even compare to a fraction of it. The 3 of them were taken care of one by one, and soon Shin-sun had removed all the bullets from them. After pulling her fingers from Shin-tong's wound, Shin-sun shook the blood off her hands. The wounds are all treated. Next, I'll disinfect you, she said, taking out a bottle of alcohol from her supplies. What's there to see? Hurry up and go, a woman said, grabbing her child's hand tightly and clutching her backpack as they hurried away. As people passed by the small courtyard, they could hear the cries coming from inside, but they followed the principle of minding their own business. No one approached to knock on the door. They left the F-City base with their few belongings. The cries continued for 2 or 3 hours before finally stopping. Standing up, Shin-sun ignored the 3 injured people on the floor, opened the door to the next room, and took out a bathtub from her supplies to wash herself. The blood turned the water red, and after rinsing off the blood, Shin-sun put on clean clothes. The blood seeped through the door crack into the room, so Shin-sun opened the window and jumped out. Even after bathing, the strong smell of blood lingered. Having personally dealt with her uncle's family, the heaviness in her heart lifted a bit, and Shin-sun hummed a tune as she walked toward the F-City base gate. The ability is black smoke. Shin-sun murmured. She had seen black smoke once before, from the man at the B-City base who had never made a move. When she was dragged away by Xiaohei, she had witnessed that man in action. His hands turned into black smoke and took away several ability users. If he took something, he was likely heading to the B-City base now. Thankfully, she had prepared for this when she set out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found her way back. As she reached the F-City base gate, Shin-sun quickly spotted several ability users. Anyone going to the J-City base, come with me. Anyone going to the G-City base, come with me. Each group represented their respective bases, and the survivors from F-City lined up in front of them. With an ability user leading the way, it would be much easier for them to leave F-City. As she walked towards her car, Shin-sun frowned. Next to her SUV stood several armed men. The curtain covering the car window had been ripped away, and one person had already climbed inside her vehicle. From their build, they seemed to be members of the F City team. Approaching the car, Shin-sun checked the fuel tank and was relieved to see it was fine. "Hey, what are you looking at?" "Get lost," a man with a rifle approached her. "This car is mine." Shin-sun's gaze was fixed on the dark barrel of the gun. "What's yours?" "This car belongs to us now." "Get out of here," the man said, loading his gun. Just as the gun was nearly pointed at her, Shin-sun kicked the man's hand, breaking his bones with a crack. Keeping her right foot raised, she swiftly kicked him in the neck, knocking him unconscious. She pulled out her handgun and fired at the person sitting inside the car. At that moment, another armed man began shooting at her. Black vines formed a sphere around Shin-sun, blocking the hail of bullets. "She's an ability user," the man said, fear in his voice. Taking advantage of the moment, he turned and ran into the crowd. Shell casings clattered to the ground as Little Black wrapped around Shin-sun's wrist. Once she assessed the situation outside, she saw that the group of fighters had already fled. Shin-sun opened the car door, pulled the body from the driver's seat, and tossed it out. Using a handkerchief, she wiped away the splattered brain matter and blood from the seat. Several ability users and survivors standing at the gate of F City had witnessed what had just happened and were whispering among themselves. Pretending to pull a curtain from the trunk, Shin-sun covered the window again. Once everything was tidy, she checked her watch. It's past 5:40. The sun was still high in the sky. She opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, added some ice to her cup, and drank water as her stomach growled. She had exerted herself today and was already hungry. Revving the engine, Shin-sun pressed the accelerator to the floor, turned the car around, and drove away. 2 hours after leaving F City, Shin-sun parked on a nearby hill as darkness fell. She stored the old SUV in her space and took out a camper van, filling its water tank. Pressing a button next to the door, the camper's entrance extended an automatic lift. Stepping onto the lift, Shin-sun entered the camper van. After exploring the buttons inside the RV, Shin-sun climbed up the stairs to the top bar of the RV and took out the solar panels from the storage space. Shin-sun installed the solar panels one by one on the roof of the RV, adding a battery for continuous power. With this setup, the air conditioning could run inside the RV. After closing the top door, Shin-sun turned on the 2 air conditioning units inside and took out a high-power air conditioner from the storage. Once the solar panels were connected, the temperature inside the RV gradually dropped. Shin-sun took out some frozen meat he had bought earlier and started preparing to grill it inside the RV. He placed a large bowl for Laifu and put his portion of grilled meat inside, then opened the door to let Laifu out. Woof! Laifu rushed out from the storage and ran toward Shin-sun, causing Xiaohei to fly off Shin-sun's wrist. Xiaohei quickly positioned itself in front of Shin-sun and wrapped around Laifu's neck and legs. Woof! Laifu was left hanging in the air, barking. With sharp claws exposed, Laifu swiped at Xiaohei to free himself from the vines wrapped around his neck. After several attempts, he finally managed to break free. "Let go." Shin-sun pressed down on Laifu's legs with one hand while tightly holding Xiaohei with the other to prevent them from fighting. Laifu lowered his head, licked the back of Shin-sun's hand, and then buried his head in the bowl to eat heartily. With delicious food in front of him, Laifu ignored Xiaohei, while Shin-sun unconsciously tightened his grip on Xiaohei. Laifu's meaty body was too tempting for Xiaohei, so Shin-sun dragged Xiaohei back into the RV. With a loud bang, the door closed, and Laifu looked up at the door before focusing back on his grilled meat. Once inside, Shin-sun firmly placed Xiaohei on the ground, using his powers to repeatedly discipline it, as Xiaohei needed some training. Aside from it, you can't touch anything else. You can eat whatever you want, understood? Shin-sun lifted Xiaohei to his face. The soft, vine-like body seemed to understand, swaying slightly. Shin-sun knew that losing either of them would make him unhappy. He didn't care about their past, as long as they didn't harm each other. He opened the door again and tossed Xiaohei next to Laifu, allowing them to get acquainted. From the storage, He grabbed 2 chickens and placed them on the ground as food for Xiaohei. As soon as the chickens appeared, they started clucking and tried to run up the hill, but Xiaohei wrapped around them tightly, keeping them together. The little chick soon lost its breath, curled up with 2 other chickens. Little Black looked at Shinsun, then crawled in front of Laifu, with vines inserting into the chicken's body. It seemed as if it was not the chicken being pierced, but the leopard before them. After finishing the meal, Laifu picked up the food bowl and walked over to Shinsun, who stored the bowl in a space. Shinsun took out scissors to trim Laifu's fur. Soon, the chicken's body shriveled up, its blood and flesh completely consumed, leaving only some hard bones. Little Black slithered like a snake, moving towards Shinsun, watching her focus on trimming fur, and finally wrapped around Laifu's leg. Laifu shook its leg hard, trying to get rid of the vines. "Don't move," Shinsun said, looking at the uneven cut she just made. Little Black slowly wrapped around Laifu's body, starting with its legs, then its neck. After finishing the last cut, Shinsun stood up. Little Black also got off Laifu, who then jumped around, finally stepping hard on Little Black and trying to bite down. Little Black instantly grew larger, tightly wrapping around Laifu's limbs and binding it into a round ball. Sitting by the door and watching them play, Shinsun took out 2 lamps, one for inside the vehicle and one for outside. The light wasn't very bright, but it was convenient. The lights inside the RV were too bright. If turned on, they might attract unwanted trouble. Sitting in front of the door, Shinsun looked up at the deep red in the sky. It was getting close. In a few months, heavy snow would arrive. Although she wanted to set off immediately to catch up with the people from Base B, she hadn't had a proper rest for several days since leaving Base B for City F. Her mental energy was wearing thin. Little Black slowly crawled to the door, wrapping around Shinsun's wrist, while Laifu pushed its large head against the door, wanting to come in. Laifu pushed hard against the door, shaking the vehicle a bit, and Shinsun stood up to gently push Laifu's head back. Once it was completely dark, Shinsun lay on the bed and closed her eyes, sinking her consciousness into the space. After encouraging the growth of the grass on the mountain, she expanded the activity range for the chickens, ducks, and geese. For a long time, she wouldn't control their breeding speed anymore. The piglets had also grown a lot. Shinsun searched through her tablet and finally found the video she wanted. Before, when the pigs hadn't started breeding, she hadn't thought about it, but now there were already over a dozen pigs expecting piglets. Controlling the piglets, Shinsun used a small knife to perform castration on the grown piglets. Separate the castrated piglets from the others, and for a long time, there will be no worry about not having meat to eat. After exiting the space, Shinsun fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up in the morning, Shinsun checked his mental energy and found it fully restored. After a simple breakfast, Shinsun drove down the mountain, with Laifu closely following the RV. Today, he needed to prepare to leave the forest, so he stored the vehicle and Laifu in the space, looking at the forest not far away. Many survivors from City F were still standing at the edge of the forest, and the closer he got, the clearer the sounds of their arguments became. As he walked past the crowd, Shinsun was not interested in their disputes. He glanced around and headed toward the familiar entrance of the forest. The mutated forest outside City F was vast, and the only familiar route was the one he had taken before. As he navigated through the crowd, Shinsun felt like he was in an open oven. His short sleeves were already soaked with sweat. Hot air was escaping from the collar of his insulated suit as he moved. He took off his cap and wiped the sweat from his face. "Sister Sun." "Sister Sun," Zhounan called excitedly, recognizing the cap. Zhounan's call drew the attention of several people nearby, who turned to look at Shinsun.
Zhounan,
Shinsun said, noticing the small figure standing at the edge of the forest. Zhounan was quite lucky to be alive after everything. An older man with white hair approached Zhounan and whispered, "Do you know her?" Zhounan nodded vigorously. In this unfamiliar place, after everything he had been through, seeing Shinsun made him very excited. The main reason was that Shinsun still owed him some food, and he had promised to help her get a spot in the rescue team. The white-haired man, along with a few injured team members, followed Zhou Nan to the edge of the forest. Sister Sun, are you leaving the forest? Zhou Nan asked, trailing behind her. Compared to the members of the B City Base's combat team, he preferred to trust Shin Sun. Yes, Shin Sun replied, pulling a hook from her backpack to clear the grass in front of her as she stepped into the forest. Zhou Nan eagerly followed her, saying, Sister Sun, let me help. He pulled out a crystal knife he had found and began checking the ground. The white-haired man glanced at Zhou Nan's actions, exchanged looks with a few team members, and followed Shin Sun's lead. Seeing a few people enter the forest, the other survivors felt a stir of excitement. Let's go in too, one of them suggested. Wait a bit longer. Even though they wanted to go outside, it was too dangerous inside. They decided to wait for the Special Abilities team to arrive. Zhou Nan raised the crystal knife in his hand, cutting through the branches and mutated grass on both sides, closely following Shin Sun while keeping a 2-meter distance. Shin Sun didn't say much to the few people behind her. If they wanted to follow, they could. In any case, when danger came, she could only look out for herself. The mutated plants were recovering quickly, and Shin Sun noticed the faint traces on the ground. It had only been 2 days, and the signs from when they first entered the forest had completely vanished. If it weren't for the fact that she had walked this path many times in her previous life, she wouldn't have known where to go. She focused on her direction and quickened her steps. Shin Sun's sudden acceleration caught the others off guard, but no one spoke. They just jogged behind her, paying attention to the mutated grass beneath their feet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the distance, the sound of the 7-star bugs flapping their wings reached them, and white powder began to drift toward the group. Quick, let's go, the white-haired man urged as Shin Sun and Zhou Nan's figures became harder to see ahead. Zhou Nan's eyes were fixed on Shin Sun's feet, and he stepped exactly where she did the moment she lifted her foot. His speed now was reminiscent of the first time he took Shin Sun to the mine. Shin Sun naturally heard the faint footsteps behind her. Zhou Nan's unusual pace had been etched in her memory since their first encounter. Meanwhile, the injured team member stumbled and dodged the 7-star bugs, struggling to catch up with the two. They soon arrived at Little Black's headquarters. Looking around, Shin Sun frowned. The surrounding mutated plants had changed. She couldn't tell which direction to take. Little Black, how do we get out? Shin Sun asked, stroking the black ring on her wrist. Little Black extended a vine and pointed in a direction. As soon as Little Black indicated the way, Shin Sun quickly moved forward, while Zhou Nan was already starting to breathe heavily. Seeing Shin Sun enter the forest, Zhou Nan gritted his teeth and followed her. The white-haired man noticed the blood seeping from his arm wound. While running, he tore off his short sleeves and rebandaged the injury. Stay close. If anyone starts bleeding, treat it immediately, he warned the others. This place was different from the outside. Excessive bleeding could easily attract many mutated plants. Captain, I can't go on. You all go ahead, the man said, his steps becoming unsteady and his mind feeling foggy as he ran. His body was both tired and hungry. He had reached his limit. Numerous tiny red worms crawled towards him on the leaves, their thin forms resembling flower stamens.
Run.
As long as you don't die, just keep moving. When we get back, I'll treat you all to a big meal, the white-haired man shouted at him. Yes, Captain, the man replied, starting to run again, his legs trembling slightly. Seeing the team member move away from the red worms, the white-haired man sighed in relief. A few of them couldn't keep up with Shin Sun's pace and could only barely see Zhou Nan's figure. Around them, many red worms approached the group, prompting them to run for their lives. Half an hour later, a light appeared before Shin Sun. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was finally out. Turning to look back, he saw Zhou Nan stumbling behind him, his arms covered in wounds, blood staining his shirt. Seeing the exit, Zhou Nan felt a surge of excitement and found a bit of strength in his legs. Soon, Shin Sun's figure swayed twice and disappeared from his sight. Sun Jie, Zhou Nan called out as he chased after her, but Shin Sun had already vanished. Crouching down to rest, Zhou Nan gasped for breath. Soon, The white-haired man and the team emerged from the forest, collapsing onto the ground as soon as they were out. Finally out. Walking along the path, Shun-sun released Laifu and climbed on. Laifu, let's go. Laifu lifted his head, sniffing the air for the scent he left behind, and started running. Warm wind blew past Shun-sun as she unzipped her thermal suit. Her short sleeves quickly dried in the warm breeze. Taking out a flatbread from her supplies, Shun-sun tightly held onto Laifu's long fur with one hand while stuffing her mouth with the bread with the other. Laifu was running faster than before. At this pace, they could reach City B in about 2 days. Later that night, Shun-sun took out the off-road vehicle and stored Laifu inside. Driving the vehicle, Shun-sun observed the buildings along the road. Previously, while following the rescue team, they had been traveling even at night. For a long stretch, Shun-sun wasn't sure which direction to go. When she reached a fork in the road, she released Laifu. Laifu had rested enough, and together they continued on their journey. Standing on a hilltop, Shun-sun took out her binoculars and looked into the distance. The base in City B was in sight. The ability users at the City B base were quite quick. They must have received the serum and left City F overnight. For days, she had been chasing them without rest, but she still hadn't caught up, not even catching a glimpse of them. They must have been picked up by someone hiding in the shadows. Putting away her binoculars, Shun-sun rode on Laifu's back. "Let's go," she said, as Laifu ran towards the B City base. From a distance, Shun-sun saw many people standing at the entrance of the B City base, including Zhou Nan's father. As they approached the base, Shun-sun put Laifu away into her space, wanting to sneak in quietly. At the entrance of the B City base, many survivors were either standing or leaning, all looking towards a small path where the rescue team had left. Each survivor wore a worried expression, and no one in the crowd spoke. Shun-sun blended into the crowd of survivors and looked towards the main gate of the base. Several vehicles returning from missions were undergoing routine checks, with scanners passing over them. A thought that had just popped into her mind was quickly suppressed. With the vehicles being checked so thoroughly, she would need to think of another way to get in. It's been half a month. Why haven't they returned? A woman beside her spoke, her voice filled with unhidden concern. "Yeah, why haven't they come back? I went to the fire base today and asked. The survivors who participated in this rescue mission haven't returned either," a man added. "They all left together from the 2 bases. If our people haven't returned, how could they come back first?" Someone else said irritably. For some reason, his right eyelid had been twitching lately, a few times each day, making him feel uneasy. "May Buddha bless us. I hope my husband is safe, and may my son return safely," the woman said, clasping her hands together and murmuring prayers. Many in the crowd scoffed at her behavior of praying for divine help. "How many family members did you send?" the woman asked the person next to her, feeling anxious as she waited. "I sent 3 sons. They are all part of the combat team," the woman replied proudly, as if her 3 children were her greatest pride. Upon hearing that her 3 children were in the combat team, many nearby people reacted with admiration, saying, "Wow, you are so lucky." "Yes, all 3 are in the combat team. I heard from my husband that they can earn a few thousand points for participating in this rescue mission." But the team members were all invited by the base, and not only did they have higher scores, but their treatment was also very good. There was a hint of envy in everyone's eyes. As long as they could return safely, the rewards would be substantial. Shun-sun walked past a few people, and it seemed that these survivors were unaware of the news about the return of the ability users. If they knew that only a few ability users had come back to the base alive, would they go crazy? At that moment, the survivors waiting at the gate had lost their children, husbands, and relatives. Yet they were still immersed in the joy of reunion. Even as Shun-sun moved away from the crowd, she could still hear their discussions. Finding a shaded spot by the outer wall, Shun-sun checked the time on her watch. It was a little past 4:20. Putting away her watch, Shun-sun took out a folding stool from her backpack, placed it in the shade, and sat down. She pulled out a meat-filled rice ball and ate it, taking a sip of water between bites. Taking out her binoculars, Shun Sun looked towards the outer area of Base B. There seemed to be many more patrol points than before. If she wasn't mistaken, the soldiers on patrol had new guns, which were different from the previous ones. They appeared to be made of crystal material. These weapons could easily take down ordinary ability users with just a few shots. Seeing the guns in their hands, Shun Sun's remaining doubts vanished regarding the sudden increase in troops. It indicated that those ability users had indeed brought the gene serum back. At the wall's window above, guards were also patrolling, so Shun Sun didn't dare to approach recklessly. She put away her binoculars and quietly sat in the shade. Watching the time, Shun Sun closed her eyes to rest. After 2 days and nights of travel without sleep, her mental energy was quite depleted. As the sky gradually darkened, the patrolling soldiers suddenly withdrew. Shun Sun opened her eyes and stretched. Bending down, she picked up the folding stool and put it back in her backpack. It was 6:37. By now, the sun had completely set and a hint of red in the sky illuminated the ground. A small team of about 20 people walked out from the base gate, engaged in a handover. At that moment, Shun Sun stood up. She quickly moved along the outer wall, as the energy from the crystal power in Base B only supplied electricity to the inner layers up to the 3rd level. Once it got dark, aside from some light at the gate, the outer area was completely dark, which worked to her advantage. In 3 minutes, the team's handover was nearing its end. It seemed that the crystal-made guns were not many, as they even needed to hand over their firearms. "Little Black, take me up." Shun Sun stood at the corner of the wall. In the dark night, black vines climbed from Shun Sun's wrist up the outer wall, quickly reaching the top. Little Black swayed its vines, signaling to Shun Sun that they had reached the top. Holding tightly onto Little Black, Shun Sun pulled twice. With a light push from her toes, Shun Sun leaped upward, and Little Black pulled her up with its vines. The outer wall of the B City base was quite tall. Shun Sun paused and looked down. She was now 16 meters above the ground. A gust of warm wind blew, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Shun Sun pushed with her feet, gripping Little Black tightly, and soared upward, sweat dripping from her chin. Just as she was about to reach the top, Little Black trembled violently, and Shun Sun stopped, her feet poised to step onto the wall. She hid in the shadows. Footsteps echoed above her. There were quite a few people, indicating that the B City base was on high alert, even increasing defenses at the top. During the day, there hadn't been a single patrol up there, but now at night, the patrol team was just as numerous as during the day. With such security, Shun Sun was even more certain that the items must be in their possession. 2 minutes later, the footsteps finally faded, but Shun Sun did not jump up immediately. She remained quiet in her spot. After waiting about 5 minutes for the patrol team to move away, Shun Sun tugged on the vines, and Little Black swiftly pulled her up. Little Black transformed back into a regular black ring, quietly wrapping around Shun Sun's arm. Gripping the edge of the top layer with her hands, Shun Sun pushed off with her feet and jumped onto the top layer. As she landed, a searchlight swept toward her, and Shun Sun quickly reacted, crouching and rolling to the left. Pressing against the wall, she avoided the searchlight while a patrol team approached from a distance. Standing up, Shun Sun quickly looked down Little Black. Little Black extended its vines, securely wrapping around a metal pole. Shun Sun flipped over the wall. As long as she jumped down, she could enter the B City base. Holding tightly onto Little Black, Shun Sun leaped down from the 20-meter-high wall. Her feet landed steadily on the ground, and Little Black quickly returned to its original form, wrapping around Shun Sun's wrist. The patrols were truly everywhere. How many guards had the B City base stationed in the outer layer? A team of about 20 people was now approaching Shun Sun. But the outer layer was not connected to the energy source, so even though the group was only a few dozen meters away from Shun Sun, they did not see her. Quickly heading towards the survivors' residential area, Shun Sun noticed a few survivors with their backs turned to her. Following them, she arrived at the stone house where Zhou Nan had brought her before. Walking along the path of the stone house, Shun Sun saw Zhou Nan's father sitting at the entrance. The man's anxiety over the past few days had made him look quite thin, and his eyes were cloudy and unfocused. She took out a few bags of food from her space, which was the reward she promised Zhou Nan for returning. Zhou Nan was surely on his way back now. After she got the medicine, she would leave City B, and it was better to give the food in advance since they might not see each other. Carrying the food, Shin Sun approached the man. His unfocused eyes slowly turned towards her, and then widened in surprise. The man looked around, propped himself against the stone wall, and picked up a fallen cane. He had many questions but said nothing, instead opening the door and inviting Shin Sun inside. Once she entered, he glanced around again, ensuring no one was watching, and quickly closed the door. After placing the bags of food against the wall, the man looked at Shin Sun, hesitating to speak. If she was back, why hadn't Zhou Nan returned? A bad thought flashed through his mind. After setting the food down, Shin Sun placed her hand on the doorknob, ready to leave, as she had important matters to attend to.
Shin.
Miss Shun, my son, hasn't returned, has he? The man asked, his voice trembling slightly. Pausing for a moment, Shin Sun replied calmly, he's very lucky. Hearing her response, the man sighed in relief. Just 2 days ago, when the base started to go on lockdown, he had felt uneasy. Shin Sun quickly left after opening the door, her figure disappearing into the night. Having never been to the City B base before, Shin Sun found it had changed a lot after the earthquake. She cautiously made her way forward. There were fewer patrols in the inner layer than in the outer layer. Once inside, there was no need to be overly cautious. Shin Sun pretended to be a survivor from City B and walked confidently past the patrol team. At the main gate, there were also people checking IDs, but they didn't use the scanning device. Shin Sun waited by the gate, watching as a survivor was about to scan their card to enter. She quickly moved behind that person. With a swift motion, she struck the back of their neck, and they fell limply. Shin Sun caught their body and tossed it into an alley. Taking the card from his hand, Shin Sun walked to the door on the 4th floor and swiped it on the card reader. Beep, it worked. Using this method repeatedly, Shin Sun knocked out several people until he successfully entered the inner area. Looking at the card in his hand, Shin Sun smirked, I'm sorry. The inner area was completely different from the outer area. Shin Sun looked at the tall buildings and various structures in front of him. The scene before him was no different from the world before the apocalypse. Every floor was lit up, and the inner area was as bright as day. No wonder so many people were eager to get into the inner area of Base B. 2 girls in short skirts walked past Shin Sun, their faces beaming with happiness. Their fair arms and long legs showed no signs of frostbite or sunburn, indicating how well they were protected. The 2 girls looked at Shin Sun with curiosity, but soon smiled and walked away. Seeing their innocent expressions, Shin Sun realized that the people living in the inner area probably had no idea that the outside world had changed so much. For them, Base B was just a place with slightly warmer temperatures than before. As he walked further, Shin Sun even spotted a school, which was quite large, with the sound of cheerful reading echoing from it. Shin Sun felt a mix of emotions. The disasters outside were getting worse, and this was just the beginning. After wandering around the inner area, Shin Sun finally locked onto his target. He hid in an alley and took out his binoculars to look ahead. A laboratory made of crystal and ore stood before him. There were more than 40 armed soldiers guarding the entrance. The laboratory door slowly opened, and several researchers in blue lab coats came out. When he saw the man behind the researchers, Shin Sun put away the binoculars. The man walking behind the researchers was the one who used the black smoke ability. As he thought about his next move, Shin Sun watched as they got into a car. After they got in, an iron cage was brought out from the laboratory. Shin Sun looked into the cage and widened his eyes when he saw what was inside. He had seen this thing in a lab in his past life. Inside the cage, 2 green figures were quietly leaning against each other. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were 2 people. However, at this point, they could no longer be called human. Their hands and feet had mutated into green scythes. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. "Quick, bring a cloth to cover this and carry it inside," said a lab worker in a blue coat, picking up a syringe. The syringe shot into the woman's body like a nail gun, and she fell softly. The man retracted the sharp edge of the sickle, raised his hand to catch the falling woman, and held her steadily in his arms. A small hand pressed against the white membrane on her abdomen, pushing hard, while the man brought the sickle closer to that small hand. Soon, 2 people from the villa brought a black curtain, and under the lab worker's direction, they covered the cage. Together, they lifted the cage into the villa, and the front door slammed shut. Taking out a folding stool from his backpack, Shin-sun sat down and checked the time. After more than an hour, the lights in the villa went out. Not wanting to rush in, Shin-sun watched the surveillance ahead. With so many cameras outside the villa, someone must be watching. If he damaged the cameras to get in, the guards would notice immediately. Although he wasn't afraid of confronting those with special abilities, his main goal in entering the B-City base was to obtain that vial of white liquid, so he wanted to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Moreover, the B-City base was under strict security right now, and if he caused a commotion, it could lead to trouble with all the special ability users in the base. Remembering the 2 people he saw in the cage, Shin-sun smiled faintly. Just wait a little longer. It should be soon. The inner area likely housed many special ability users, so there were no patrols. Shin-sun took out a watermelon and ate it slowly. In the late night, a piercing scream echoed from the villa, filled with sorrow. Suddenly, all the lights in the villa turned on. Hearing the scream, Shin-sun stood up. Now is the time. Taking out a sniper rifle from his space, Shin-sun aimed at the villa and fired 3 shots in quick succession, destroying the cameras along that route. He ran and jumped over the outer wall of the villa, swiftly entering inside, where a man in a guard uniform hurried past him. Shin-sun quickly struck him on the back of the neck, changed into his clothes, and exited the room. "Go to the basement for support. Why are you still here?" Someone rushed past Shin-sun, scolding him as they went. With his hat pulled low, Shin-sun replied softly and followed the man closely. With someone leading the way, Shin-sun followed him through several rooms, and 5 minutes later, they arrived at a door, where the man in front took a breath. As soon as the door was pushed open, a staircase leading down to the basement appeared. The 2-meter-wide passage had dim yellow lights on both sides. A strong smell of blood wafted up from below. Following a few people, the scent grew stronger. Shin-sun slowed his pace, walking behind them.
Ah!
Hearing a scream ahead, the group quickened their steps and ran down, urging each other to hurry. 2 lab workers rushed up from below and encountered Shin-sun and his group. Shin-sun hid behind the guards and looked at the 2 lab workers. Their blue lab coats were stained with blood, and the guards stepped aside to let them pass as they hurried upward. Noticing the guards running ahead, Shin-sun turned to follow the 2 lab workers. Once outside the basement, the 2 noticed Shin-sun trailing behind. "Why aren't you coming down with us?" One of the lab workers panted as he reached for the door to the basement, clearly trying to prevent the guards from following them. Observing the 2, Shin-sun focused on one of them. Without wasting words, a handgun appeared in his hand, and he fired 2 shots at the pair, hitting them in the head. They died with their eyes wide open. Shin-sun stripped one of them of their clothing and searched their bodies, successfully finding 2 access cards, which he stored away. Shin-sun put on the blue lab coat of one of the workers. It fit him well. He crouched down and removed the hat from the other worker's head, which had a bullet hole in it, and decided to wear it anyway. He pulled out a blue mask and put it on just as footsteps echoed in the corridor. Ability user. The footsteps of the ability users were completely different from those of ordinary people, and Shin-sun immediately recognized that there were quite a few of them, over a dozen. Quickly bending down, he dragged the bodies of the 2 lab workers and opened the door to the basement, running down with the bodies. Just 2 seconds after Shin-sun left, the door to the basement was kicked open with a loud bang, and a group of ability users rushed in. Leading them was the man who used black smoke. The group looked at the open basement door and the strong smell of blood in the air, and the man frowned. "Those crazies, let's go down and take a look," he said, and the others followed him. Dragging the 2 bodies, Shin-sun did not slow his pace at all. In fact, he moved even faster. A faint light appeared in the dark hallway, accompanied by distant screams. Shin-sun quickly ran toward the light. As soon as he stepped into the room, a sense of danger surged within him. He dropped the two bodies he was carrying and hid to the side. A green figure moved incredibly fast, pouncing on the bodies of the two researchers. The green scythe sliced through their necks as easily as cutting cabbage. With its sharp mouth open, it bit down on the severed neck, making a slurping sound. The organs inside the bodies were drawn out and consumed by the green figure. The sound of eating echoed in the room as a woman clutched one of the researchers' bodies, her eyes fixed on Shin-sun. With a sudden movement, the woman looked up, her gaze locked onto Shin-sun, a piece of organ still hanging from her mouth. "Xiaohei, come back," Shin-sun called to his companion, who was ready to attack. When the green figure charged into the room, Xiaohei had slipped away from Shin-sun's wrist, its tendrils hanging like a sword behind the woman. Hearing Shin-sun's call, Xiaohei wrapped its vines around his wrist, returning to its original position. The woman discarded the shriveled body and picked up another researcher's body, continuing to feed as before. Shin-sun's gaze shifted to the woman's abdomen, which had transformed partially into that of a mantis, her belly noticeably swollen and hanging low. The thin membrane became increasingly transparent, as the organs consumed were being shared with whatever was inside her. On the ground lay the bodies of the guards from earlier, scattered about. Shin-sun looked around. The basement resembled a small laboratory, with several containers placed in the corners. These containers held the remains of various mutated animals. A cage wrapped in black cloth sat on the lab table. Beside it were two more researcher bodies. The iron door behind the cage was open, but the black curtain had not been lifted. With a loud thud, the woman threw down the bodies she was holding and shouted at Shin-sun, "Stay away." Her voice carried a threat. She did not allow Shin-sun to approach the cage. Meeting her gaze, Shin-sun raised his hand to the curtain. Get away." The woman charged at Shin-sun, her green scythe aimed at him. A crystal gun appeared in his hand, but seeing the group of superpowered individuals at the door, he put the gun away again. "Quick, protect the experimenter," the man commanded as he rushed towards Shin-sun. Shin-sun pretended to be terrified, shouting, "Help, help." In an instant, everyone used their powers to attack the green figure. The woman jumped high, easily dodging several attacks. "She's so fast," one of the powered individuals remarked. The woman's speed after transformation was indeed impressive, like a real mantis. Her scythe-like arms dug into the ceiling as she crawled above. One powered person approached respectfully to help Shin-sun, but she waved him off and stood up. As they maneuvered around, they quickly realized that the woman seemed very protective of the cage, and they exchanged glances before attacking it.
Don't touch it.
The woman leaped down from the ceiling, blocking the cage, her green scythe slicing through their attacks. "She's so strong," one powered individual exclaimed. A speedster rushed forward, quickly lifting the black curtain, and the woman screamed as she dove into the cage.
Ugh.
Seeing the horrific scene inside the cage, two people couldn't hold back and vomited. The woman tightly shielded the remains in the cage, tears streaming down her face. "Husband, husband." With a clang, the speedster quickly closed the cage. Clatter, another group emerged from the hallway, dressed in blue lab coats. "You all, lift the cage out," an experimenter ordered, and several powered individuals stepped forward. Inside the cage, the woman swung her scythes, striking the bars with loud clangs. From the sound, Shin-sun knew the cage was made of crystal. Since she was also wearing an experimenter's outfit, no one suspected Shin-sun. Following the group, Shin-sun got into the vehicle heading to the lab. Inside the car, the experimenter sitting in front of Shin-sun removed his mask, revealing an aged face. The old man looked at Shin-sun with anger in his eyes. "Why did you take those subjects without permission today?" Shin-sun connected the dots and understood the meaning behind his words, lowering her head even further, worried he might see through her disguise. She planned to take advantage of the night to infiltrate the lab. The old man grumbled throughout the ride, and Shin Sun felt drowsy. After several minutes, the vehicle arrived at the lab. They worked together to carry the cage inside, and as soon as they entered the lab, Shin Sun separated from the group. As she continued, she feared her identity would soon be discovered. There were no guards in the lab, only those with special abilities and researchers. A key card appeared in her hand, and Shin Sun swiped it to enter. A researcher approached and greeted her respectfully. In the base, aside from the higher-ups, the researchers held the highest status. So, when Shin Sun disguised herself as a researcher in the basement, no one suspected her. After all, who would have the courage to impersonate a researcher? As the researcher got closer, Shin Sun recognized him as a member of the rescue team. When he passed by, she pressed her gun against his lower back and whispered, "Shoo, don't say a word. I just need you to show me the way." The sound of the bullet being chambered made the researcher tense up. He knew what kind of bullet was in Shin Sun's gun. "Where did you put the items you brought back a couple days ago?" "Just nod if you know," Shin Sun said, nudging the gun forward. The researcher nodded vigorously and turned to lead her to another area. They swiped their cards to open a door. Soon, the researcher brought Shin Sun to a large door where the items were personally placed inside. He remembered this well. However, when he inserted his card, there was no response. Shin Sun pulled out another card, and with a beep, the door slowly opened. It seemed the first card wasn't high enough in level, but luckily, she had another. Since it was late at night, most researchers had gone to rest. Upon entering, Shin Sun saw only 4 or 5 researchers in the room. "Which team are you from?" one of them asked as he approached. Even though Shin Sun was wearing a researcher's uniform, he immediately recognized she wasn't a member of their team. Seeing the name displayed on the screen, the man frowned at Shin Sun. "You're not Wang Zhe. How do you have his access card?"
Bang!
Shin Sun struck the researcher on the back of the neck with the gun, knocking him out. She then aimed at the other researcher standing in front of her. The door slowly closed, and due to the frequent experiments, the soundproofing was quite good. After taking care of a few researchers, Shin Sun shot the unconscious member of the rescue team on the ground. She put away her gun and began searching the room. The lab in City B was much less organized than the one in City F. In City F, the potions were stored in separate compartments, while in City B, they were simply placed on a wall, which actually saved her a lot of trouble. Behind a transparent glass cover, rows of gene serums were neatly arranged. Each row had labels like Fire Base, City A Base, City F Base. It seemed that the City B base had quite an appetite. Shin Sun carefully searched through the row of serums belonging to City F base. With a quick glance, Shin Sun soon spotted what she wanted, a tube of white serum, which she took in her hand. She stored the white serum separately and then waved her hand to collect all the serums on the wall into her space. Opening the door, Shin Sun stepped outside and encountered several ability users carrying a cage as they approached her. They respectfully greeted Shin Sun just as she was about to leave. One of the ability users looked at her with a suspicious gaze, feeling that something was off about this researcher. "Can I see your ID badge?" the ability user asked, stepping forward with a neutral attitude. Shin Sun met his gaze, glanced at the other ability users standing there, and reached into her pocket. Suddenly, she pulled out a gun and fired at the group. They were completely unprepared for her sudden attack. After putting the gun away, Shin Sun heard hurried footsteps approaching from the corridor. The noise she made was too loud. The gunfire startled other ability users in the lab, and the footsteps grew closer. Shin Sun put away her gun and glanced at the body on the ground. After thinking for 2 seconds, she turned and ran back. A green scythe pierced through the black curtain, which slowly fell to the ground. A woman, one hand on her belly, looked up at the direction Shin Sun was leaving. Seeing Shin Sun about to leave, the woman eagerly shook the cage, making a clanging sound. "Can you take me with you?" she pleaded with hopeful eyes. Hearing the clanging from the cage, Shin Sun turned to look. It was the woman inside the cage. Her footsteps hesitated for a moment, but then Shin Sun ran even faster.
Ah!
The woman screamed frantically as she watched Shinsun leave, shaking the cage with more force. 2 corridors appeared before her. Acting on instinct, Shinsun chose the right one, where there was not a hint of light. She took out a flashlight from her space and shone it down the corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were over 20 rooms leading to the end. Shinsun ran to the end and stopped. There was no way out. Her instinct had indeed been unreliable. The urgent footsteps behind him grew closer. Shinsun looked at the dozens of rooms and randomly chose one, pushing the door open. Inside the room, like the hallway, there was no light. Shinsun entered, gently turned the doorknob, and closed the door. He shone his flashlight into the room, revealing various equipment arranged inside. In addition to the equipment, he could faintly see a green glow at the back of the room.
Top, top, top.
Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Shinsun turned off his flashlight and walked toward the flickering green light. Sensing danger, Little Black extended a vine to protect Shinsun.
Clang, clang.
The doors of the rooms were pushed open one by one as people searched for Shinsun. Under the wall, there were several containers connected to dozens of wires. Shinsun looked at the containers below, noticing that the flickering green light indicated unstable wiring. As the green light flickered, he could see what was inside the containers. Mutated plants soaking in yellow liquid, with several specimens present. The most striking was a 2-meter-tall red flower, with a long, slender stem and 2 unopened buds hanging below it. With a loud bang, the door to the next room was pushed open, and a group of people entered. Little Black quickly extended its vine to block the door. Come back. Shinsun tugged at Little Black's vine to bring it back, and it slowly retracted. Looking at the mutated plants in the containers, a smile appeared on Shinsun's face. The door to the next room slammed shut, and the group had now arrived at the door of Shinsun's room. Shinsun controlled Little Black to wrap around the containers, and with a crunching sound, the glass containers began to shatter. The yellow liquid seeped out through the cracks in the broken glass, and with a final crack, the containers were completely destroyed, pouring the yellow liquid out. Freed from the liquid's confinement, the mutated plants crawled out from the glass fragments. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open, and beams of flashlight light flooded into the room, revealing Shinsun standing at the back. He's here, one person called out, shining their flashlight on Shinsun's back, alerting teammates still searching in other rooms. Everyone quickly gathered around. What is this? One person asked, stepping back as they noticed the liquid underfoot. Oh no, the experimental culture dishes have been shattered, an experimenter exclaimed, looking at the liquid on the ground. What was inside was very dangerous. In the room, the mutated plants slowly straightened up, all moving towards Shinsun's direction, inching closer. Having not eaten for a long time, they sensed the life force from Shinsun and gathered around him. Among the dozen mutated plants, only one flower remained still, with 2 buds hanging down, slowly stretching along the stem. What is that smell? A psychic, drawn by the fragrance in the air, stepped into the room. Quick, cover your mouth and nose. An experimenter, recognizing the familiar scent, hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with his hands. But 4 people were still affected and walked step by step into the room. The red petals gradually opened, releasing a strong fragrance from the flower's center. The mutated plants that were originally moving towards Shinsun turned around, but 4 people were still affected and walked step by step into the room. The red petals gradually opened, releasing a strong fragrance from the flower's center. The mutated plants that were originally moving towards Shinsun turned around and headed towards the flower. Shinsun watched this strange scene and slowly took 2 steps back. Vines wrapped around the red flower, climbing towards the center, while the 2 green buds below began to open their leaves. The vine in the flower's center bit down. Creak, creak, the vine was consumed by the green bud. Shinsun initially thought the 2 green buds hanging below were unbloomed flowers, but they turned out to be 2 large mouths. Another mutated plant approached within a meter of the flower, and the right mouth opened to bite at that plant. After 4 psychics entered the room, they moved closer to the fragrant flower, smiles of satisfaction on their faces. The crowd in the corridor had already dispersed with the experimenter. What exactly is that thing inside? One psychic asked, but the experimenter did not answer, only handing over a gas mask. If you don't want to die, don't take this off later, the experimenter said, putting on a mask for himself. Once equipped, they stood in the corridor again. This is truly reckless, Shen-sun said, his smile gone. He had hoped to use the dozen mutated plants to escape the lab, but this large flower was clearly very hungry and had already consumed 6 or 7 mutated plants, which were supposed to be her free helpers. 4 ability users were almost completely consumed by 2 strange buds. With a gurgling sound, a piece of bone was spat out from the bud and rolled to Shen-sun's feet. Little Black, eat it, Shen-sun ordered. Little Black, unable to hold back any longer, instantly grew larger, and several black vines rushed toward the flower. Little Black's 8 black vines wrapped around the left bud, and with a crunch, it forcefully pulled the left bud down. Losing one of its parts, the flower shook in pain, and as Little Black prepared to wrap around it again, the red flower retreated. Little Black had no intention of letting it go, and the remaining vines charged at the flower. Just as Little Black was about to get close to the flower, Shen-sun raised his hand and tapped Little Black twice, stopping it a meter away from the flower. The black vines stood like swords aimed at it, and the red flower trembled visibly. Never mind, it still has some use, Shen-sun thought as he looked around and finally focused on the remaining mutated plants. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Shen-sun activated his ability, directly infusing energy into the mutated plants on the ground. Little Black, bring it here, Shen-sun shouted, and Little Black wrapped around the red flower, bringing it in front of Shen-sun. A dozen fully armed ability users and researchers appeared at the door, weapons in hand, and entered the room. How are you not hurt? One researcher exclaimed, looking at Shen-sun, but he quickly fell silent. Behind Shen-sun stood 7 or 8 mutated plants, their forms growing larger, with vines climbing up to the ceiling. Soon, Shen-sun's figure was gradually covered by the mutated plants, and with cracking sounds, the walls of the room were broken by the plants. Little Black was also controlled by Shen-sun to charge at the dozen ability users, who couldn't even see Shen-sun's shadow and could only awkwardly dodge the attacks from the mutated plants. Controlling the mutated plants, Shen-sun broke through to the next room, and with each step forward, the chaotic plants automatically parted to create a path. Looking up at the few people still entangled with Little Black, Shen-sun controlled one mutated plant to lift Little Black and move away. Bam! 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 Walls were shattered, and with the mutated plants clearing the way, Shen-sun moved forward without obstruction. Holding the large red flower, Shen-sun ran toward the laboratory's main entrance, knowing that the commotion he caused would attract reinforcements. He needed to leave quickly. As she passed by the corridor again, Shen-sun looked at the cage placed in the center, now with its door wide open. The woman inside was already gone. Green light spots swirled around Shen-sun, continuously providing energy to several mutated plants. As Shen-sun ran, the mutated plants closely surrounded her. After 5 minutes, she finally reached the entrance of the lab. Taking out her access card from her pocket, Shen-sun inserted it into the slot. With a beep, the door slowly opened. At that moment, she quickly ducked to the right, and Xiaohei swiftly climbed up the door. Black vines intertwined on the door until there was not a single gap left. Just as the door opened, Shen-sun saw countless dark gun barrels aimed at her. Remembering the scene she just witnessed, Shen-sun threw the red flower in her hand towards the door. The people outside the lab were not like those inside. They were not wearing gas masks. Using her powers, Shen-sun began to infuse energy into the red flower. The green light spots hurriedly entered the flower's core, and soon a fragrance 10 times stronger than before filled the air. Xiaohei, move aside, Shen-sun called to Xiaohei, who was blocking the door. Xiaohei slowly retreated to Shen-sun's side. The delightful scent wafted out from the open door, causing the people to drop their guns in a daze. Step by step, Shen-sun approached the red flower at the door. Now was the moment. She controlled the mutated plants to propel herself forward. Don't let her escape, A few ability users rushed over, chasing after Shin Sun's retreating figure. Persistent as ever, Shin Sun glanced back at them, suddenly quickening her pace as she darted through the alley. The main entrance was no longer an option. Looking at the few access cards she had taken, she tossed them aside. Climbing over the inner wall, the ability users were still closely following her. Shin Sun averted her gaze. It was better to keep moving. She feared that if she looked back, she might be tempted to turn around and confront them. A hint of red appeared on the horizon as Shin Sun stood atop a 4-story wall, gazing into the distance where many survivors in the base were waking up. She leaped down from the wall and blended into the crowd of survivors. Quick, chase her. She took all the genetic agents from the lab. If you can't catch her, I think you know the consequences. A man scolded Hyang, who appeared unfocused.
What?
All the genetic agents? Hyang exclaimed in shock, losing his earlier nonchalance. Amidst the crowd of survivors, Shin Sun took out a water bottle from her backpack and gulped down half of it, saying, "It's so hot." She glanced at the towering wall in front of her, over 20 meters high, and put away the water bottle as a patrol team approached her. Holding tightly onto Little Black, Shin Sun quickly climbed to the top of the wall. A strange energy shot towards her. It was Hyang. Goodbye, Shin Sun waved at the group, gripping Little Black as she jumped down from the wall. Once outside the B City base, Shin Sun released Laifu, saying, "Laifu, let's go." Laifu had a chicken in its mouth that had just caught. As soon as they were out, the chicken began to cluck loudly. Shin Sun jumped onto Laifu's back, and Laifu started running quickly, the chicken clucking loudly as they sped away. Instead of heading into the mountains, Laifu ran aimlessly, soon distancing themselves from the B City base. Shin Sun didn't tell Laifu to stop. She just held onto the long fur on its neck tightly. After running for over 3 hours, Shin Sun finally called for Laifu to stop. Sliding off its back, she looked at the chicken that Laifu was still holding. The chicken had died from fright. After giving Laifu some water, Shin Sun found a shaded spot to squat down. Looking around, she realized she didn't know where she was. There wasn't a single person in sight. Little Black slid down from Shin Sun's wrist and walked around the water bowl while Laifu drank. After circling the bowl twice, Little Black jumped in, splashing water everywhere. Laifu lifted its head and nudged the bowl toward Little Black, who happily rolled around in the water, quickly drinking it all. Taking out a folding stool from her space, Shin Sun sat down and pulled out 3 watermelons, one for Little Black, one for Laifu, and one for herself. The smell of sweat lingered around her, but Shin Sun didn't pay much attention. She took off her insulated suit and, with Laifu's cover, changed out of her damp clothes. After resting, Shin Sun took out a tube of white medicine from her space and held it in her palm, examining it closely. Looking at the label, she confirmed this was the same one she had used in her previous life. Should she use it now? Shin Sun scanned her surroundings. This place was definitely not safe. Even though Little Black and Laifu were there to protect her, it would be better to find a safer spot before using it. After traveling for 3 days from F City Base to B City Base, Shin Sun entered the B City Base without stopping to get the gene medicine. Her body hadn't rested properly for 4 or 5 days, and she felt her mental energy draining, along with waves of fatigue washing over her. Taking the RV out from the space, Shin Sun turned on the air conditioning inside, had a simple lunch, and lay down on the bed. He took out a potion and glanced at it. His body was still too tired, so he decided to wait until he rested and felt his best before using it. After putting the potion away, Shin Sun fell into a deep sleep, feeling relieved after handling the potion. He slept soundly until after 7 in the evening, without waking up. Laifu and Xiaohe waited outside the RV. At 9 o'clock, Shin Sun opened his eyes, his stomach growling. He picked up the alarm clock beside him and saw it was 9:23. Entering the space, Shin Sun killed a sheep, cleaned it, and cut it in half. He seasoned one half and placed it in the electric grill. The other half was chopped up for soup, and after adding various spices, Shin Sun exited the space, got out of bed, opened the RV door, and stepped outside. Laifu jumped up excitedly at the sound of the door opening, bouncing around Shinsun, while Xiaohei wrapped around his wrist. Stepping out of the RV, a wave of heat surrounded him. Shinsun popped some ice cubes into his mouth and took out 2 support frames from the space. He measured the distance on both sides of the RV, then secured the support frames to the ground. He took out a board from the space, placed it on the support frames, connecting it to the RV. After sealing both sides, he took out a waterproof curtain and draped it over the board, creating a simple temporary tent. Sweat dripped from his forehead as Shinsun entered the space again, checking on the grilling lamb chop, which was almost done. Exiting the space, he grabbed 2 clean pieces of clothing, added some ice water to the water tank, and took a shower. Feeling refreshed, the grilled lamb chop and lamb stew were ready. He opened the RV door and placed food in Laifu's bowl. Shinsun took out a lamp from the space and set it in the corner of the tent. The lamp's light was not too bright but was enough to see inside the tent. He also set up 2 air conditioners, plugged them in, and the temperature inside the tent gradually dropped. After taking out the grilled lamb chop and lamb stew, Shinsun began to eat heartily. Outside, it was completely dark, and he could hardly see anything. After eating and drinking his fill, Shinsun took out his tea-making tools. He had a nap, and his mental energy was almost restored, but he still felt a bit tired physically. After all, he hadn't had a proper rest for several days and nights, eating in front of others every day, mostly just bread or rice with meat. It had been a long time since he enjoyed a good meal of meat. Today was truly satisfying. Sipping tea, Shinsun leaned back in the lounge chair, enjoying the rare peace, with only the hum of the air conditioner breaking the silence in the tent. Laifu, with his large head, rested by the door, watching Shinsun inside the tent. Creak, suddenly, a few sounds of brakes were heard outside the tent. Shinsun stood up from the lounge chair, put down the teacup, and his eyes filled with caution. Could it be the people from base be coming after him? Shinsun walked to the tent door and lifted the curtain. Laifu stood in front of the tent, also on high alert. Creak, 2 more off-road vehicles approached, their headlights shining directly at Shinsun. At first glance, Shinsun confirmed they were not from Base B. 6 modified off-road vehicles arrived, and a group of over 20 people got out. Shinsun raised his hand and placed it on Laifu, who lowered himself. The headlights turned off, and the group looked at Shinsun, but their gaze was brief. They quickly turned their attention to Laifu, whose fluffy tail brushed against the ground. A few people unloaded several tents from the vehicles and set them up around Shinsun, building 7 tents in total. Gently stroking Laifu's fur, Shinsun entered the tent and sat back down in the lounge chair, not particularly interested in the newcomers. As long as they didn't disturb him, that was enough. The 7 tents gradually took shape, and a few people took out alcohol lamps to light them, placing a large pot on top and pouring in water. They quietly sat on the ground waiting, and soon the water in the pot boiled. One person brought a box from the vehicle, counting over 20 packets of instant noodles. The group tore open the packaging and added the noodles to the pot. They dumped the seasoning packets into the pot, and soon the aroma of the noodles filled the air. Each person took their own bowl, and one person scooped out a bowl of noodles. "Captain, can I have a bit of the broth?" a man asked, looking at the soup at the bottom of the pot. "Just hold on, we'll share it later," the woman replied, taking another teammate's bowl, filling it with noodles for him. The group quietly watched the woman as she worked, waiting for the last bowl to be filled, leaving only a few strands of noodles in the pot. With over 20 people, everyone had a full bowl of noodles except for the woman, whose bowl was empty. One person took the woman's bowl and said, "Captain, why are you like this again?" He then picked up a bunch of noodles from his bowl and placed them into hers. Seeing this, everyone quietly took a chopstick of noodles and placed it in the woman's bowl, quickly filling it up. The woman did not stop them. Instead, she lifted the basin in her hands and served everyone a spoonful of noodle soup. By the end, there was only a little left over in the pot, which the woman poured into her own bowl.
Captain.
"Eat quickly, or the noodles will clump together," the woman said as she picked up her bowl and started eating heartily. While eating, she occasionally glanced at the leopard lying not far away. After finishing her tea, Shun-sun stood up, put away the 2 air conditioners from the tent into her space, and then pressed the car door switch. The lift at the main entrance slowly descended, and Shun-sun entered the RV, turning on the air conditioning inside. She had initially planned to take the white jeans serum tonight, but given the current situation, she decided against it. Through the window, Shun-sun looked at the few people nearby who were focused on eating. She pulled out a folding sofa, took out some snacks from her space, and sat down to eat slowly. Her body had nearly recovered. With one more good night's rest, she would be back to her peak state by tomorrow morning.
Roar.
A low growl came from outside the vehicle. Shun-sun tossed aside her snacks, stood up, and opened the car door to step outside. Laifu was facing away from Shun-sun in an alert stance, growling threateningly at the newcomer. The woman took 2 steps back, indicating she meant no harm. Laifu. Shun-sun raised her hand to calm him, and Laifu sensed her presence. Not detecting any hostility from Shun-sun, Laifu turned back and lay down in his previous spot, sweeping his tail across the ground a couple of times. Shun-sun looked at the woman and asked, "Is there something you need?" Although the woman was slim, it was clear she must have been very beautiful before the apocalypse. Her long hair was tied up in a bun, and she had long, straight legs, resembling a model. The woman smiled brightly, noticing Shun-sun's caution, and did not step closer. "Hello, I'm Huiling," she introduced herself, looking into Shun-sun's eyes. Shun-sun glanced behind the woman, where about 20 people were watching her. After waiting for a response from Shun-sun that did not come, the woman's smile gradually turned awkward. She realized her actions might seem suspicious, but she couldn't help but be drawn to the leopard. Shun-sun also noticed what Huiling meant. Although Huiling was talking to herself, her gaze was always directed at Laifu, filled with affection and no malice. "Captain, let's go." "Stop staring," one team member pulled the woman back. The captain's unusual behavior today left them puzzled. Their usually aloof captain was acting differently. In this post-apocalyptic world, who would dare to talk to a stranger approaching them, especially with so many people around? Huiling was pulled away by the team member but turned back to look at Laifu after a few steps. Unfortunately, Laifu didn't even glance her way. Turning to Laifu, who was lying on the ground, Shun-sun faced away from everyone and took out the lamb chops he had just cooked from his space, feeding them to Laifu. Laifu chewed on the lamb bones, making crunching sounds. Back in the vehicle, Shun-sun checked the time, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes to sleep. "Captain, do you like that leopard?" A team member approached the woman, glancing at Laifu on the ground. Huiling nodded. "I had a black leopard when I was in M country." "Captain, if you really like it, how about we help you take it?" "After all, it's just one person," another team member whispered to Huiling. After observing for a while, they realized that Shun-sun was alone. Huiling considered the suggestion but shook her head in the end. Shun-sun gave her a strange feeling. After being a mercenary for so many years, she had developed an instinctive response to danger. Since the other person dared to appear alone in this insect-infested mountain area, they must have exceptional skills, so it was better not to provoke them. She called everyone to sleep, urging them to rest well as there were things to do the next day. The woman looked at the alcohol lamp, cleaning her gun. She and another team member would keep watch for the first half of the night and sleep in the latter half. At 7:30 a.m., the alarm rang, and Shun-sun got out of bed. After washing up, he opened the car door and took out Laifu's large food bowl from his space. Shun-sun carried the bowl out of the tent, which contained Laifu's breakfast. After placing the bowl down, Shun-sun noticed 2 open sausages lying on the ground not far from Laifu. He looked at Huiling, who quickly averted her gaze when their eyes met. While eating instant noodles in the morning, she couldn't even bring herself to add those 2 sausages. She had originally hoped to use those sausages to get closer to the leopard, but it didn't even look at her. Food is so scarce now that even 2 sausages didn't tempt it. Seeing Shun-sun turn around, Huiling tiptoed to look into Laifu's bowl, but unfortunately, Laifu was too big. The bowl was completely covered, and Hualing couldn't see anything. Next door, the sound of dismantling tents was heard. Shinsun entered her tent and took out 2 air conditioners. There were still some lamb chops left from last night, so she warmed them up and took out fried rice, along with the stewed lamb and some home-cooked dishes. Noticing that the leopard was focused on eating, Hualing slowly moved to where she had dropped the sausages and picked them up from the ground. She wiped them on her sleeve and stuffed them into her mouth, saying, "If no one else will eat them, I will." "Captain, let's go," a team member called out to Hualing, as all 7 tents had been packed up. Hualing glanced at Shinsun's tent and climbed into the vehicle. Several off-road vehicles started up at the same time and headed toward the mountains. Hearing the noise outside, Shinsun took out 2 flavorful dishes, and the aroma filled the tent. After eating well, Shinsun pulled down the curtain from the partition and stored it away, then took apart the 2 support frames. Once the tent was down, Shinsun climbed onto the roof of the vehicle and used binoculars to look into the distance, wondering where Laifu had brought her. Surrounded by mountains, the area was filled with jagged rocks, and there wasn't even a dead tree in sight. Unsure of which direction to go, Shinsun scanned the surroundings with her binoculars and felt that she should go left, even though her instinct told her the right direction was the correct one. Putting away the binoculars, Shinsun jumped down from the roof and looked at the unmodified RV, then raised her hand to store it away. She climbed onto Laifu's back and pointed in a direction. When buying the vehicle, there was no time to modify it, and driving on this kind of terrain would surely damage the tires. The girl and the leopard walked through the mountains. After walking for more than half an hour, Laifu stopped and began to turn in circles. "Why aren't we moving?" Shinsun slid off Laifu's back and looked ahead. The rocks on both sides were covered with numerous small holes. After taking a few steps forward, Laifu bit the corner of Shinsun's insulated suit to stop her from going further. At that moment, Xiaohei also jumped out. Shinsun looked at the dark holes and decided not to go any further. She was always good at listening to advice. Next, Shinsun stopped giving directions to Laifu and let him lead the way, encountering several similar stones along the path. Shinsun noticed something unusual about this mountain range. It seemed more complicated than it appeared. When Laifu changed direction for the 4th time, Shinsun slid off Laifu's back and said, "Wait here for me. I want to check something." A handgun appeared in his hand as he approached the strange stone, taking out a crystal knife to strike at it. With a hiss, as Shinsun struck down, countless mutated insects fell from the cracks of the stone. The insects, seemingly afraid of the sunlight, hurried back into the cracks, with some even hiding in Shinsun's shadow. As Shinsun moved, the insects followed his shadow, hiding within it. Seeing this strange scene, Shinsun looked down at his shadow and saw it crawling with numerous mutated insects. With each step he took, the insects moved with his shadow. Realizing the situation, Shinsun quickly ran away, exposing the insects hiding in the shadows to the bright sun. Hiss! The mutated insects, upon contact with sunlight, erupted in clouds of white smoke and then became still. Shinsun crouched down to observe the motionless insects, taking out a dagger to poke at them. The black bodies of the insects were incredibly soft, and when he cut them open, green juice oozed out, sticking to the blade. Crackling sounds filled the air as the insects, under the scorching sun, began to swell to the size of fists. "Ow!" Laifu called out to Shinsun, anxiously pacing in circles. Suddenly, the swollen insects burst open, splattering green juice everywhere. Shinsun had already moved away from the pile of insects the moment Laifu called out. As the sun continued to beat down, the exposed mutated insects exploded, sending green juice flying in all directions. A foul smell filled the air, and Shinsun looked down to see that his thermal suit and shoes were covered in green slime. The terrible odor was emanating from the slime. Quickly unfastening his thermal suit, Shinsun removed it and his shoes, throwing them on the ground. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he thought he had encountered every foul smell, but the insects had proven him wrong. That thing looked small, but when it was exposed to sunlight, it expanded. The smell of the slime was much worse than that of the 7-star bug. Squatting on the ground to rest, Shinsun took out a water bottle and drank a few sips, then wiped his face with a washcloth. He changed into shoes and a heat-resistant suit from his storage and took out the dagger he used to cut the bug, which still carried that awful smell. Frowning, Shinsun looked at the dagger. It seemed a shame to throw it away, but he probably wouldn't use it again. He put the dagger back in storage and stood up to look at Laifu, who was squatting nearby. Laifu had a keen sense of smell and must still have caught that scent, which is why he was keeping his distance. Laifu, Shinsun called, and Laifu slowly walked over. Do you remember the way back from yesterday? Shinsun looked around. There were various bug holes in the Rocky Mountains. Remembering what he saw when he split the stone, Shinsun felt a chill. This mountain range was likely a bug nest. Laifu circled around Shinsun twice, shaking his head and lying down at Shinsun's feet. The smell in this area was too mixed up for him to track his own scent. Seeing Laifu looking so listless, Shinsun fed him some fruit while thinking about their next plan. An hour later, Shinsun and Laifu wandered aimlessly through the mountains. "Awah!" Laifu called out urgently, his limbs sinking into the mud and sand, gradually going deeper. Laifu struggled violently, but the more he fought, the faster he sank. When Shinsun turned around, he saw Laifu with half his head above the surface. "Xiaohei, hurry!" Shinsun shouted, grabbing one end of Xiaohei, who extended its vines to wrap around Laifu in the sand pit. Xiaohei's vines dug into the sand, finding Laifu's limbs and holding on tightly. "Awah!" Laifu cried out, struggling even harder. Hearing Laifu's cries, Shinsun thought, "This is bad. There's something in the sand pit." Not thinking too much about it, Shinsun felt the mud and sand beneath his feet start to collapse slightly. With a strong pull, he managed to yank Laifu out of the sand pit. He raised his hand to store Laifu away and directed Xiaohei to wrap around a nearby large rock, jumping out of the sand pit and landing firmly on the stone. Just as they jumped out, the ground completely collapsed, and countless tiny yellow bugs crawled out of the pit. Shinsun guided Xiaohei to wrap around another large rock and pulled Xiaohei toward it to leap away. Jumping quickly out of the sandy area, Shinsun immediately released Laifu as soon as he stepped on the ground. When Laifu saw Shinsun, he barked excitedly, but his white fur was stained with blood, and many small yellow bugs were stuck to his wounds. "Laifu," Shinsun said, feeling a tightness in her chest as she looked at the blood on him and checked his injuries. The tiny yellow bugs were firmly attached to Laifu's legs, continuously feeding on his flesh. Taking out gloves from her storage, Shinsun began to treat Laifu's leg wounds, removing the yellow bugs and putting them into her storage to eliminate them. After over an hour of cleaning, disinfecting, and bandaging, she finally finished treating Laifu's injuries. Laifu lay on the ground, wrapped in bandages, not moving, as the white fabric slowly soaked with blood. Shinsun sat beside him, taking out several yellow bugs stored in a container to observe their every move. These bugs had harmed Laifu, and she wouldn't let it go easily. She took out a lighter and some alcohol, starting to experiment on the bugs. Surprisingly, they aren't afraid of fire. Shinsun watched as the yellow bugs burned in the container, still able to crawl despite being in flames. After various tests, she tried adding a pinch of salt, and to her surprise, the bugs twisted and their yellow shells began to dissolve, making a hissing sound. Finding what they feared, Shinsun began to prepare. She took out a bucket of snow water from her storage, mixed in several packets of salt, and then brought Laifu and the salt water into her storage as she headed toward the sandy area. Taking out a hose and attaching a spray nozzle, Shinsun placed the hose into the salt water bucket, drew out the water, and sprayed it onto the sandy ground. Countless sand bugs emerged from the ground after coming into contact with the salt water. After removing the hose, she took out several packets of salt and had Xiaohei sprinkle them around the sandy pit to prevent the bugs from escaping. The sand bugs that had crawled out retreated back into the pit upon touching the salty edge. Shinsun lifted the spray nozzle and drenched the bugs in the pit with salt water. The bugs began to dissolve upon contact, eventually turning into a yellow goo. After taking care of all the nearby sandy pits, Shin-sun felt a sense of relief.
There was still half a bucket of brine left.
Shin-sun stored the remaining brine in his space and called for Little Black to leave the sand pit. He found a relatively safe area and released Laifu, applying medicine to its wounds. The wounds were healing well and had started to scab over. The danger level in this mountain range seemed to be as high as that of the mutated forest in City F, so he needed to be more cautious. A few small red bugs crawled by, heading towards Laifu. Shin-sun stood up and stepped on them, crushing several on the spot. After standing up, Shin-sun put Laifu back in his space. Laifu was too large and could easily become a target for these mutated bugs. Additionally, its fur could easily hide the small bugs, so Shin-sun was no longer comfortable letting Laifu walk around in this bug nest. He took out some food from his space and had a simple lunch. Using his powers, he had Little Black ascend, and Shin-sun stood at the top, using binoculars to look around. The mountain range was vast and endless. After watching for a while, he couldn't determine which direction was the exit. Adjusting the binoculars for a better view, he spotted a plume of red smoke rising at the 12 o'clock position, likely a signal. The smoke quickly dissipated, and Shin-sun firmly planted his feet on the ground, heading towards the 12 o'clock direction. Remembering the people he encountered last night, they should know about this mountain range and how to get out. He occasionally spotted bug pits on the ground and, without taking a detour, used vines to transport himself forward. When Shin-sun's feet touched the ground again, the vines were covered in various small bugs, which were gnawing at the green vines. Creaking sounds echoed as the green vines were quickly consumed. Shin-sun continued forward. After more than an hour, he noticed a smoke bomb at his feet, with some red powder still visible at the burning end. It seemed that the earlier red smoke came from this item, and there were many traces left by people around. Against the stone wall lay two lifeless bodies, covered in various mutated bugs. Their exposed arms and legs had been gnawed down to bare bones. Following the footprints and traces on the ground, Shin-sun pursued them. At every intersection, he found a unique mark carved into the stones. The marks were made with a knife, indicating that they likely had companions in this mountain range. Following the marks left along the way, Shin-sun found a red smoke bomb on the ground, indicating that those people must have encountered a difficult situation. Eager to meet up with another team before dark, Shin-sun later saw 3 bodies being eaten under a stone wall. One body had a fatal wound on the neck, another on the chest, and the last one was reduced to bones, suggesting they were all killed by someone. As night fell completely, with no light at all, Shin-sun took out a strong flashlight from his bag. The mutated insects seemed unusually active in the dark, crawling around his feet. He sprinkled some powdered medicine made from various herbs on himself. After applying the powder, the mutated insects that had been circling around his feet retreated 2 meters away. The flashlight illuminated the marks on the stone wall, and Shin-sun searched for a spot with fewer mutated insects nearby. Within a 5-meter radius, he scattered the powder to clear the area, leaving Little Black to keep watch while he crawled into his sleeping bag. Entering his mind space, Shin-sun first checked Laifu's injuries, unwrapped the bandages, and applied new medicine. Exiting the space, he glanced at the surrounding mutated insects and reinforced the powder before lying back down. Listening to the rustling sounds around him, Shin-sun felt drowsy but didn't dare to sleep just yet. He simply closed his eyes to rest. In the early hours of the night, he faintly heard voices and opened his eyes immediately. Seeing Shin-sun awake, Little Black shrank its vine-like body and wrapped around his wrist. The voices grew closer, so Shin-sun packed up his sleeping bag, sprinkled more powder on himself, and cleared away the powder on the ground. He directed Little Black to jump onto a large rock, and as Shin-sun stepped onto the stone, the mutated insects scattered away. 2 minutes later, a group of about 20 people approached. "Captain, we found the marks left by Team C." One team member shone his flashlight on the stone wall, and 2 others gathered closer. "Let's go." The woman confirmed the marks were from Team C and gave the order. Once the group left, Shun Sun quietly jumped down from the rock and followed a few steps behind them. Until dawn, he kept a distance, following them as they tirelessly continued along the trail marked by the signs. Taking out a flatbread from the space, Shin Sun walked and ate until almost noon when they finally stopped. They found a shaded spot, and Shin Sun let Laifu out. The scabs on Laifu's legs had fallen off. The wounds looked much better now, but the fur would take some time to grow back. Shin Sun sprinkled medicine powder on Laifu, and the insects that gathered around quickly scattered. Laifu licked his wounds with his tongue, and Shin Sun took out some meat to feed him, also giving 2 chickens to Xiaohei. Laifu stood up and buried his head in the food bowl, and the 3 of them ate quietly without bothering each other.
Ah!
Captain, help me. A scream came from ahead before they finished lunch. Shin Sun looked toward the sound, unsure of what was happening, as the group set off again. He had no choice but to put Laifu back into the space, holding fried rice in his hand while following behind, eating as he walked. They didn't have any medicine powder to prevent mutated insects, so they had to keep moving forward, even if they were tired. If they stopped to rest, they would be targeted by countless mutated insects. Passing by the spot where they had just rested, Shin Sun caught a faint smell of blood in the air and looked at the body lying against the stone wall. The corpse was still bleeding from the neck, clearly having died not long ago, with insects crawling into the wound. The man's face was purple, and his lips were dark. Seeing his condition, Shin Sun took a couple of bites of food, realizing he must have been bitten by a poisonous mutated insect. The captain had acted quickly to end his suffering. "Captain, Team C is just ahead," the man reported as he walked over to the woman. Following the markers left along the way, they had traveled nonstop for a week and finally caught up. "Captain, it seems Team C has been attacked." At that moment, another team member scouting ahead hurried over to the woman, looking anxious.
"Attacked.
"You all hurry up," the woman called out to the few team members still lagging behind. Team C had entered this insect nest mountain range before them, equipped with top-notch gear. So, how could they have been attacked? Thinking of the bodies they had seen along the way, the woman's expression changed slightly. It seemed the situation was not what she had imagined. The group jogged ahead, and after finishing his meal, Shin Sun put away the bowl in the space and followed them at a steady pace. Half an hour later, the group ahead stopped. Shin Sun jumped onto a nearby large rock, hiding behind it to listen to the sounds coming from the front. "Yonglan, what are you doing here?" The man, holding his injured stomach, tried to stand up with his right hand. "You haven't been out for a long time and the base is worried, so they sent me to help you," the woman said, placing her hand on the man's shoulder and gently pushing him back down. "You should rest a bit more. Also, tell me what happened," Yonglan said, looking at the other team members resting against the rock. There were about a dozen of them, all with varying injuries. A quick check revealed that their wounds were serious. "You guys, hurry up and get the medicine to rebandage them," Yonglan instructed a few team members. Under Yonglan's orders, everyone worked efficiently. Carrying a medical kit, Yonglan approached the man. "Let me take care of your wound," she said, pulling out scissors.
"No."
The man didn't finish a sentence before Yonglan started. Snip, snip, the scissors cut the bandages around his abdomen. Seeing the wound, Yonglan frowned. "Who did this to you?" she asked angrily, looking at the man's injury. In addition to a long knife wound, there was another deep cut that went through his abdomen, showing just how dangerous the situation had been. As each team member's wounds were uncovered, everyone gasped at the sight. 2 members were already on the brink of death. The man looked at his teammates' dire condition. "4 days ago, we encountered a group of people, and among them were those with special abilities." Yonglan paused as she sprinkled powder on the man's wound when she heard the words special abilities. Special abilities. Nowadays, bases were familiar with them and even admired them. Each base took pride in having individuals with special abilities. Just surviving is enough. Yonglan thought about how fierce the battle must have been, especially involving those with special abilities. It was impressive that they had made it out alive. Hearing Yonglan's comforting words, the man leaned slowly against the rock wall. "Just surviving?" Had they really survived? He felt like there was no difference between him and the dead. He had led Team C, which had over 30 members, but now less than half were still alive. In the past few days, images of the team members' tragic last moments have filled my mind. I think of that special ability user as the man slowly closes his fingers, tightly gripping the dirt and sand on the ground. "We got the sticky rice bug," the man says, looking at Yonglan's delicate profile, and points to a team member. Yonglan follows the man's finger and sees a lightly injured team member carrying a large, bulging backpack. Originally, after seeing the dire situation of Team C, she had prepared for the worst, but she didn't expect Team C to actually bring something back. "Su Yicheng, come here," the man calls to the team member. "Yes, Captain." Su Yicheng tightens the straps of his backpack, stands up, and walks over to the two. "Captain, what's up?" Su Yicheng asks as he reaches the man's side. "Open the backpack. This item will be kept by Captain Yang," the man orders. "Yes, Captain." Su Yicheng doesn't dare to look too much at Yonglan. After all, she is the captain of Team A, and despite being a woman, she is not gentle in her methods. There are many legends about Yonglan circulating in the base. Su Yicheng opens the backpack to reveal 4 jars inside, each containing a white bug. Yonglan reaches for one jar, holds it up to her eyes, and examines it closely. This is the sticky rice bug. The white bug inside the jar opens its eyes and meets Yonglan's gaze, its 6 legs clinging to the glass as it sniffs toward the opening. Taking out binoculars from his bag, Shin-sun looks at the jar in Yonglan's hand. The white bug looks like an oversized cockroach, about the size of 2 palms. From the bug's tail, a small white sphere slowly squeezes out. Yonglan watches the white sphere, her expression turning excited. The insect nest mountain range is not entirely dangerous. For example, the sticky rice bug in front of them produces this white sphere, which tastes just like sticky rice. This time, Team C is fully equipped. The mission in the insect nest mountain range is to find this sticky rice bug and bring it back. As the white sphere drops from the bug's tail, Su Yicheng presses the button at the bottom of the jar and takes out the white object. The white sphere is about the size of an egg, easily held in one hand. Su Yicheng inhales the aroma of sticky rice in the air, swallowing hard. "Go get ready. We need to hit the road," the man says, noticing Su Yicheng's swallowing motion and worried he might annoy Yonglan, so he sends him away. "Yes, Captain," Su Yicheng replies and turns to leave. "What is this?" Shin-sun carefully looked at the white round ball in Yonglan's hand, and she could smell a faint aroma of glutinous rice in the air. At that moment, a white worm from the jar dropped another round ball. "Is this thing really so productive?" Shin-sun remarked. Yonglan felt the texture of the round ball. It was soft when she first touched it, but within 30 seconds, it became extremely hard. The bottom of her backpack was filled with many white round balls, all collected along the way. Yonglan stuffed the jar into her backpack and zipped it up. "Everyone get ready to go," Yonglan called to the team members who were still applying medicine. Now that they had found Team C, it was time to head back to the base, as there were still many dangers lurking in the Worm Nest Mountains. Hearing Yonglan say it was time to leave, Shin-sun breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally get out of this eerie place. Watching the sky, Shin-sun followed a few people at a moderate distance until it was completely dark, and then they all stopped.
Clear the area.
Those who can move, start boiling water. "You 3, take out the food from your backpacks," Yonglan instructed everyone. Those with serious injuries rested nearby. Soon, the aroma of seasonings filled the air. Shin-sun took out a folding stool and a folding table and set them on the ground. From her space, she brought out home-cooked meals, braised pork, garlic cabbage, and soup, and Shin-sun began to eat her dinner. With the various seasonings covering the smell, Shin-sun's meal didn't seem too remarkable. "What did you cook today?" "It smells so good," one team member said, running over to the pot, lifting the lid to see the food inside. "Yeah, what did you make today?" "I think I smell braised pork," another team member joined, both looking at the boiling noodles in the pot. "I smell it too." I think you two haven't eaten in a long time and are imagining things, a man said, stirring the noodles in the pot with his spatula. Today we added braising sauce, so it might smell a bit like braised pork, a woman said as she approached the pot with 2 bowls in her hands. The noodles are ready, quick, bring the bowls, the man shouted, and everyone lined up with their bowls. Serve me first. These 2 bowls are for Captain Yang and Captain Wu. The woman handed over the bowls, knowing they were for the 2 captains. The man quickly served the woman 2 portions of noodles. Under the stone wall, Yang Lan sat with the leader of Team C, asking him how they encountered the special abilities users after entering the mountains. Soon, a woman came over with 2 bowls of noodles. Yang Lan reached out to take one and said, "Thank you." The man slurped the noodles, thinking that if no one came to rescue them today, he might have to eat the sticky rice worms. When we entered the mountains, everything went smoothly at first. We successfully lured in a dozen sticky rice worms using the items provided by the doctor. After bringing the worms back, we planned to return to the base, but we encountered a nest of strange insects. They didn't attack us, but chased us for the sticky rice worms. We managed to escape from those insects, but because of them, we were hunted by the special abilities users. The leader of Team C rambled on, but Yang Lan quickly interrupted him. How many of them were there? Yang Lan felt something was off. It seemed too coincidental that they had just gotten the sticky rice worms and then ran into a nest of insects that specifically fed on them. The leader recalled, there were 16 of them, but only one had special abilities. However, that one abilities user was responsible for the deaths of many in their team. Continue. They followed the insects to us and demanded that I hand over the sticky rice worms. We had originally caught 12 worms. I thought if I gave them the worms, they would let us go, but once they got the worms, they tried to kill us on the spot. Half of the team had died, and they barely managed to bring back 4 worms. You did well. Just leave the rest to me, Yang Lan reassured the man. They both understood the importance of the sticky rice worms to the base. They had to bring them back. Taking out a mat from her space, Shun Sun sprinkled powder around a 2-meter area, clearing a clean space. Shun Sun laid the mat on the ground and lay down on it. In the darkness, countless mutated insects crawled around 2 meters away, making rustling sounds. Shun Sun closed her eyes to rest, while Xiaohei extended its vines, occasionally striking the insects on the ground. Xiaohei stretched out a vine, and when it was covered with insects, it opened numerous small holes and quickly swallowed the insects. Listening to the sounds of Xiaohei eating, Shin Sun turned over. After tasting success, the little black creature quietly extended several vines that slithered across the ground like snakes, attracting countless insects along the way. Clear the area around us. Yes, just like that, Yang Lan said, using a simple broom made from dry branches to sweep away the nearby insects. As more insects continued to approach, one team member suggested, "Captain, let's use the item from the doctor. There are too many insects." Since entering the mountains, they hadn't had much rest, and everyone was exhausted, especially with some team members injured. The captain would likely use that item. Yang Lan pondered, noticing the tired faces of her team, and finally agreed. All right, let's clean this area first.
Yay!
Everyone smiled, feeling a bit more energized as they used their brooms to push the insects away. They dug a small pit with a knife around the area, and after finishing, a few team members looked at Yang Lan with hopeful eyes. Yang Lan unzipped her backpack and rummaged through it. Under the light of a flashlight, she pulled out a black lump of clay about the size of her fist. "Get me some sand," she said, and a team member quickly brought over a bucket of sand. "Captain." Holding the knife in one hand and the black clay in the other, Yang Lan cut half of the black clay into the bucket of sand. After putting on gloves and mixing the clay with the sand, she sprinkled the mixture into the small pit they had dug. The mutated insects retreated from the black circle of the pit, but some still dared to enter. For the Night Watch team, dealing with these insects was straightforward and not a major concern. Seeing the remaining half of the black clay in her hand, Yang Lan carefully stored it away. Even though she needed to conserve it, she knew it could only be used once more. Tonight, They would get a good night's sleep to regain their strength, as the journey ahead might be long and they wouldn't have the chance to rest easily again. Before long, the camp was filled with the sounds of snoring. Hearing the snores from the next tent, Shin-sun opened his eyes. "Little Black, what are you doing?" Shin-sun asked, noticing a strange smell in the air that seemed to be coming from Little Black. Upon hearing Shin-sun's voice, Little Black slowly turned back, retracting the more than 20 vines it had spread out on the ground. Shin-sun looked at Little Black, which was covered in a mass of insects. "Stay away from me," Shin-sun said irritably. One was a little creature, and the other was a small black one. They seemed to eat everything. Countless small holes opened up on the vines, and the small black creature swallowed the mutated bugs, making a gurgling sound as they burst inside it. The strange smell became even stronger, and the small black creature crawled toward Shin-sun, its many vines slowly shrinking. As the small black creature got closer, Shin-sun slowly backed away. The smell coming from it was much worse than that of the star bugs. "Stop! Don't come any closer. Just stay there." Shin-sun raised her hand to signal the small black creature to stop, green light seeping from her fingertips. If it came any closer, she feared she might not be able to resist giving it a good shake. The small black creature lifted its vines, paused for 3 seconds, then moved toward Shin-sun's right wrist. It had cleaned up so many bugs, and not only did its owner not praise it, but she also wouldn't allow it to come near.
Ugh.
Shin-sun turned her head and vomited to the side. She put on gloves and quickly grabbed the small black creature, tossing it into her space. If she had been even a second slower, it would have stuck to her. After putting the small black creature away, Shin-sun scooped a bucket of water and tossed the creature into it. "Wash yourself well." A circle of powder on the ground was significantly disturbed by the small black creature, so Shin-sun took out another bag of powder from her space and sprinkled it around a 2-meter radius. There were many bug corpses at the end of the mat. Shin-sun picked up the mat, shook it a few times, and discarded the bug remains. She then took out a new mat and laid it on the ground, lying down on it. After about 10 minutes, the foul smell in the area slowly dissipated. Her short sleeves were soaked with sweat. Shin-sun lifted her shirt and shook it a couple of times. The hot wind dried it quickly. She marked an X on the calendar, counting the days. In 2 months, a heavy snowstorm would arrive. It was likely because of the approaching storm that the weather had been unusually hot lately. The thermometer, like before, could no longer measure the temperature accurately. The full moon was no longer its usual white, but had turned a deep red. The red clouds lingered in the sky, casting a crimson hue over the land. The heat from the ground seeped through the mat, making it impossible to sleep even with her eyes closed. Shin-sun propped herself up and rolled up the mat. She took a rack from her space, laid the mat on it, and lay down on the makeshift bed. Shin-sun then took out a tube of white medicine. In the glass container, the white liquid swayed up and down as Shin-sun shook it with her finger. Following that group, she estimated they would be able to leave the mountains in a couple of days. At that time, she would find a place to inject the gene serum. It was crucial to do this before the snowstorm hit. If the spatial ability upgraded and she could enter it too, it would provide another way to ensure her survival. Sometimes, in the apocalypse, the real danger isn't the people but the sudden natural disasters. She stored the serum back in her space and focused on checking the injuries on Laifu. The wounds from before had all scabbed over, and some scabs on his limbs had already fallen off. She applied medicine to him again. After exiting her space, Shin-sun released Xiaohei. Although the foul smell had faded, it still lingered a bit if one sniffed closely. She warned Xiaohei not to eat any more mutated insects, then closed her eyes while Xiaohei curled up on the cot. At 6 in the morning, the sun rose earlier than usual. The smell of food wafted from the neighboring camp. Shin-sun opened her eyes, packed up the cot, and quickly washed up. She took out a folding chair and table, set them on the ground, and had a quick breakfast. Leaning against the stone wall, she cleaned her sniper rifle and made a batch of crystal bullets specifically for it. Unfortunately, without the blueprints for the sniper rifle, She could only imagine how powerful it would be to craft 2 rifles from crystals. One shot could take down an ability user. Loading the sniper rifle with bullets, Shun-sun looked at the surrounding rocky mountains. The terrain here was indeed perfect for sniping. "Finish eating and pack up. We're leaving," Yonglan shouted. She picked up her bulging backpack from the ground, tied it securely, and fastened it around her waist. Hearing the sounds of departure from next door, Shun-sun stopped her wandering thoughts, put away her sniper rifle, and joined the group ahead. As they walked, Shun-sun was certain they had a map of these mountains or were familiar with the area. She glanced at the patch of yellow sand. Their level of familiarity with the mountains allowed them to avoid dangers in advance. The yellow sand area seemed harmless, but she had learned a few days ago that there could be hidden dangers beneath it. The team ahead didn't take a break, and Shun-sun kept pace with them without resting. Taking out a compass from her space, she noticed the needles spinning erratically. The magnetic field in these mountains was indeed strange. Aside from easily losing their way, none of the objects that could help with direction were of any use here. It felt like something was interfering with these instruments. The team had been walking tirelessly for 2 days, and everyone was at their limit. Yonglan watched as a few members at the back struggled to keep up, their steps unsteady, and she noticed one of them licking their cracked lips. Yonglan took the water bottle hanging from her waist, tilted her head back, and poured it into her mouth, closing her eyes. After a moment, when no water came out, she opened her eyes. Shaking the bottle in her hand, she realized it was completely empty. It had been half a month since they entered the mountains without food or water. Could they still make it out? "Captain, do you have any water?" one team member asked, looking at Yonglan's bottle with hopeful eyes. "Water? Where would there be water?" Another person replied weakly, then glanced at Yonglan's hand. Besides the captain, who received extra water, the rest could only drink a bit of the noodle soup broth. As a few team members approached, Yonglan raised her hand and smashed the water bottle on the ground. The bottle hit the rocky surface, making a clinking sound, and then shattered, revealing the broken pieces on the ground. "Stay alert," Yonglan scolded the group. "Captain, let's take a break." "I can barely go on," one team member pleaded as he walked over to her. Since entering the mountains, they had hardly rested, and now it had been 2 days without food. A woman lifted her foot and took off her shoe. Yonglan looked down and saw that the sole of the woman's shoe had come off. Her foot was covered in blisters, and when they burst, it was a bloody mess, making Yonglan frown. "When did this happen? Why didn't you say anything?" Yonglan asked, her eyes filled with anger. The woman wanted to speak up and apply some medicine, but she feared it would delay the team's return to the base. Seeing the sky darkening, Yonglan unbuckled her backpack, which she had carried for 2 days, and took out the remaining half-piece of black mud. "Everyone, rest in place. If you can still move, follow me, and let's clear the area," she said, drawing her dagger and starting to dig into the ground. Upon hearing they could rest, everyone's bodies relaxed completely, and they collapsed on the ground, closing their eyes. Yonglan looked back and noticed that only 7 team members were left to dig alongside her. If the team encounters danger now, only 7 people can fight. Yonglan and a few others dug a pit and then sprinkled black mud into it. After the black mud was spread, the surrounding insects retreated. "You all should rest now," Yonglan called out to the 7 people. "Captain, you should rest too." Yonglan waved her hand at them, her gaze scanning each team member as if she had made a decision. She opened her backpack and took out a bottle of ice water in one hand and a rice ball with meat in the other. Shun-sun followed behind the others. "I must say, those in front are quite impressive. They've been walking for 2 days without sleep or food, and their speed hasn't slowed down." The rice balls stored in the space were all gone, but there were still some flatbreads left, enough for a few more days. Hearing the sounds of rest ahead, Shun-sun stopped, took out a folding bed from the space, and lay down. Taking advantage of the rare rest, Shun-sun drank some ice water and closed his eyes to relax. Xiaohei listened to Shun-sun's steady breathing and quietly stretched out its vine-like body on the ground. Opening her backpack, Yonglan looked inside to see half of it filled with white round balls, smelling the faint aroma of glutinous rice in the air. Yonglun swallowed hard, but it had been many days since she had water, and her throat hurt with each swallow. Looking at the team members lying on the ground, Yonglun walked over to two of them, reached into her backpack, and took out 2 white round balls. "Here, take these and eat," she said, bending down to place the balls beside one team member before moving to the next. "Captain." One person looked at Yonglun. The base only said to bring back the glutinous rice worms, but it didn't mention bringing back these white round balls. Things can be found again, but people cannot be replaced. "Eat quickly," she urged. After distributing the glutinous rice balls to everyone, Yonglun found a stone to sit on and took out her own portion. For a moment, no one spoke. They silently munched on the white round balls. The aroma of glutinous rice filled the air. "Captain, can I eat one more?" A man stood up and looked at Yonglun. Hearing him, several team members raised their heads. They also wanted another one. Feeling the weight of her backpack, Yonglun shook her head. There were still 2 days of travel ahead, and there weren't many glutinous rice balls left. But if they eat sparingly, they should be able to get through these 2 days. She needs to plan for the team's next journey. Seeing Yonglun shake her head, everyone silently lowered their heads. "Today is gone, but there's still tomorrow," Yonglun said to the group. With the remaining sticky rice balls in the backpack, if each person eats 2 a day, they should last until they return to the base. After 2 days without food, when everyone heard Yonglun say there would be more tomorrow, they all took out the other sticky rice ball they had hidden. With something in their stomachs and no bugs bothering them, everyone leaned against the stone wall, closed their eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Hearing the sounds of their snoring, Yonglun called over the 7 who were still alert, and they took turns keeping watch. In the middle of the night, while everyone was sound asleep, a scream suddenly woke them up. Almost instantly after the scream, Shun Sun woke up. Seeing Shun Sun awake, Xiaohei quickly jumped to her side. She put away the folding bed and jumped onto a large rock to look at the group ahead. "Captain Yang, we are being ambushed." "It seems to be those people from before," a man said as he approached Yonglun, looking at a few individuals not far away. "Who among them is the ability user?" Yonglun called 2 team members to help carry the injured person to the back. The scream had awakened those who were still sleeping, and they all took out their weapons to prepare for a fight. Putting on night vision goggles, the dark night suddenly became clear, and Shin Sun jumped down from the rock. "That one at the back," the man pointed at the group and quickly recognized the ability user standing in the shadows. After all, he had killed so many members of Team C, he would recognize them even if they turned to ash. Yonglun followed the man's finger and saw a group of over 10 people, with a man standing at the back, his figure hidden in the shadows, but his eyes were fixed on them. As they got closer, Shin Sun jumped onto a nearby rock. She wasn't interested in their conflict, but she wanted to see the excitement. Hiding behind the rock, Shin Sun looked at the group ahead. "Those bugs are on you, right?" the man said with a mocking smile, pulling out his gun and firing 2 shots into the sky. Yonglun placed her right hand behind her back, signaling the A team members standing at the back. "Hand over your things," another person stepped forward, their tone full of warning. Thinking of what the captain of Team C had said before, Yonglun signaled the A team members again, knowing that the other side would not let them go no matter what. "The exchange of items doesn't matter much. Let's prepare everyone for a tough fight."
Fire.
In an instant, Yonglun commanded, and everyone raised their guns, shooting at the few people ahead. Just as they fired, a stone wall suddenly rose up, blocking the incoming bullets. A superpower user. Shin Sun paused his action of eating seeds, and with a loud bang, the stone wall exploded. The shattered stones were controlled by the superpower user and flew into the air, heading towards Yonglun and the others. "Quick, find cover," Yonglun said, her eyes filled with alarm, and she quickly ducked behind a nearby stone. Team A members, along with the injured members of Team C, quickly took cover as the stones crashed to the ground with loud thuds. "Don't refuse a toast and end up with a punishment drink," a man shouted in a sharp voice, raising his hands as giant stones rose from the ground. "Crush them," The superpower user commanded the two giant stones, which flew overhead and crashed down.
What kind of superpower is this?
Shun Sun observed the moment he used his ability. When he realized he could only control stones, Shun Sun straightened up but leaned back against the stone wall again. Controlling superpowers is much stronger than mental abilities, but I didn't expect he could only manipulate stones. Get out of the way, Yanglan shouted to the teammates hiding behind. Everyone looked up at the giant stones falling, fear evident in their eyes. Hearing Yanglan's call, they snapped back to reality and quickly moved aside. With a loud crash, the stones hit the ground, kicking up dust. Even though Yanglan had warned them in advance, a few were still struck by the falling stones.
Captain.
A woman cried out, blood spilling from her mouth. Her lower body was trapped under a massive stone, blood seeping out as her eyes looked towards Yanglan. Seeing the woman's condition, Yanglan could no longer control herself. Captain Yang, stay calm, the leader of Team C grabbed Yanglan, who was about to run out. Suddenly, all the stones on the ground flew up and crashed down again. Smash! Smash! The few team members who were still struggling were crushed into a pulp right in front of Yanglan. How terrible! Shun Sun watched the gruesome scene on the ground. The superpower user clearly didn't intend to let them go, manipulating the stones once more to strike at Yanglan and the others.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yanglan, along with the remaining team members, dodged the falling stones while firing at the few people. In the dark night, despite the chaotic gunfire, 4 of the opponents were hit. Pretty impressive, Shun Sun observed Yanglan, who acted decisively. In a life-and-death situation, taking 1 down was a win, and 2 was a fair trade. Fire at them. Seeing that 4 of the opponents were injured, Yanglan led the remaining team members in a fierce attack. Teacher Zhuang. A man exclaimed in fear, pulling out a gun from his waist and shooting at Yanglan and her team. With a swift motion, the ability user raised both hands, controlling the large rocks on either side to shield everyone. The bullets embedded themselves into the stones. Go ahead, Yanglan cut the knot at her waist with a dagger and tossed her backpack to the C team leader. Right now, only their team had the strength to fight. The C team had already been through a tough battle. Each of them was injured to some extent. Take the supplies and leave quickly. I'll hold them off. After throwing the backpack, Yanglan turned and fired at the enemies. Captain Yang. The C team leader hesitated. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Staying here will only slow me down, Yanglan shouted at the man. The A team had never lost so many members on a mission, especially not under her command. Seeing that Yanglan was ready to fight to the end, the man called out, C team, follow me, and quickly led the remaining members away. Yanglan turned to watch the C team leave, murmuring, make sure to bring it back. The people at the base were counting on that item to survive. The food in the warehouse would only last another month. If there was no food after a month. Shaking off her thoughts, Yanglan dashed out from behind the rocks, drawing some of the fire away. Watching the C team leave, Shun Sun put away the sunflower seeds in his hand. With a light step, Shun Sun silently jumped onto a rock to the right, keeping pace with the C team. Teacher Zhuang, they want to escape, the man said as the rocks moved aside, revealing the C team quickly leaving. Escaping won't be that easy. The ability user crouched down, placing both hands on the ground. An invisible force spread out from the ability user 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The small stones on the ground began to tremble, the area slowly expanding until it covered the C team. Who is it? At the moment the ability spread, the ability user sensed Shun Sun standing on top of the stone. I've been found, Shun Sun thought as he stood on the stone, looking down at the ability user. The moment the stone beneath him trembled, he realized he had been targeted. Teacher Zhuang, what's wrong? A man approached the ability user, being the closest, and hearing what he said. Following the ability user's gaze, he indeed spotted a shadow at the top of the stone. Who's there? The man shouted towards Shun Sun, but the shadow vanished instantly, as if it had been an illusion. Leaping down from the stone, Shun Sun landed firmly on the ground. He felt a slight tremor under his feet, and with each step, he was under the opponent's watch.
Bang, bang, bang.
Stone walls rose from the ground, blocking the path of Team C and hindering their progress. "Captain, this way." The man spotted a small gap beneath the stone wall and quickly crawled through. Click, click. Yonglun realized her gun was out of bullets. Reluctantly, she pulled out the dagger from her waist. She aimed at the nearest person, striking at their vital point. With one swift cut, the person clutched their bleeding neck, gasping for air. "I'll kill you." Seeing his companion fall, the man charged at Yonglun, wildly swinging his knife. Seeing their captain surrounded, the remaining members of Team A emerged from their hiding spots. The two groups quickly became entangled in a chaotic fight, each side desperately trying to overpower the other. With each step, Shin Sun felt the tremor beneath him, frowning in annoyance. He disliked the feeling of being watched, as if every action of his was under the opponent's control. Even after moving beyond 100 meters, he could still sense the tremor, indicating he was clearly being targeted. Originally, he had no intention of getting involved in the conflict, and moving out of the 100-meter range was meant to signal that he was not with those people. But the ability user was being overly clever, keeping his mental focus locked onto Shin Sun. Looking for trouble, Shin Sun thought as he quickly vanished from sight and ran toward the ability user. Little Black extended its vines, transforming into a whip. Shin Sun grasped the whip formed by Little Black, channeling energy into it, causing sharp black thorns to grow along the vines. Shin Sun moved extremely quickly, so fast that even the psychic energy used by the ability user to track him couldn't catch his figure. The ground showed no signs of movement, and the ability user completely lost control over Shin Sun's location. Just as the ability user was preparing to search for Shin Sun's exact position again, a rush of wind rushed past his ear, and a black whip lashed out toward him. Reacting quickly, the ability user manipulated two large stones to block in front of him. With a loud crack, the stones were easily swept aside by Shin Sun. The spikes on the black creature scraped against the stones, causing them to shatter. The ability user, using the broken stones, threw them at Shin Sun. Is his ability just to throw stones around? Shin Sun thought as he watched the ability user's actions, finding them rather unimpressive. A large stone flew above Shin Sun's head, about to fall. He raised his hand and stored the stone in his space. With the control over the stone cut off, the ability user looked up at Shin Sun, confused about what had just happened. So many stones seemed to have vanished into thin air. "Here you go," Shin Sun said, waving his hand toward the ability user. The large stone reappeared from his space, hovering directly above the ability user. Could this person's ability be similar to mine? The man thought as he looked at the large stone above him and activated his ability. The stone that was falling suddenly stopped in midair, suspended by the ability user's control. "Combine," the ability user shouted, and the stone slowly began to gather together, gradually forming a stone figure. As the figure took shape, the ability user spat out a mouthful of blood. Creating such a large stone figure had drained much of his psychic energy. The stone figure held a hammer in its right hand and an axe in its left, stomping on the ground with a thud. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble. "Kill him," the ability user commanded the stone figure, which charged toward Shin Sun. Despite its enormous size, it moved with surprising speed. As it approached, the warm wind around them turned slightly cool, prompting Shin Sun to step back. The stone figure swung its hammer down hard, creating a large dent where Shin Sun had just stood. Missing its target, the stone figure threw its axe at Shin Sun. With a swift movement, Shin Sun used the black creature to swipe at the incoming axe, causing it to shatter upon impact. The stone giant raised the large hammer in its hand and charged towards Shin Sun again. This time, Shin Sun did not retreat. With 10 layers of strength, Shin Sun punched the descending hammer, producing a cracking sound. Then, cracks appeared on the hammer, and Shin Sun shattered it into pieces with his punch. "Little Black, crush it," Shin Sun commanded as he lashed the whip onto the stone giant and let go. The spikes caught in the joints of the stone giant, and Little Black quickly wrapped around it, expanding like an octopus to tightly bind the giant. As Little Black tightened its grip, it soon enveloped the stone giant in vines, and with a swish, countless spikes grew from the vines. They pierced into the stone giant's body, and as Little Black continued to exert force, the giant was torn into many fragments. With a gasp, the mental energy scattered across the stone giant was completely crushed, causing the ability user to spit out blood.
Who are you?
Are you from the angel base? The ability user looked at Shin-sun with a curious expression. In this mountain range, there were only 3 bases. If this person was not from the angel base, he must be from the arc base. Shin-sun did not answer the man's question. Shin-sun took out a crystal knife from his space and swung it at the ability user. The man had just locked his mental energy onto Shin-sun, and Shin-sun had been holding his breath. Seeing Shin-sun attack him directly, the ability user suppressed the pain from the backlash of his mental energy and drew a dagger from his lower back, preparing to block Shin-sun's strike.
Clang!
The 2 blades collided, and the dagger in the man's hand was sliced in half by Shin-sun. After breaking the man's dagger, Shin-sun did not stop but aimed directly at the ability user's arm with a knife.
Ah!
The ability user cried out in pain, "My hand, my hand." Half of the man's arm was severed by Shin-sun. If he hadn't dodged in time, Shin-sun's next strike would have cut him in half. Holding his bleeding arm tightly, the man glared at Shin-sun with resentment. Meeting the man's hateful gaze, Shin-sun swung the crystal knife down again.
Mint!
The man shouted, using the last bit of his mental energy to conjure a 6-armed stone giant. Each of the giant's 6 arms held a weapon, and in a flash, all 6 arms moved to block Shin-sun's descending strike. Ding ding ding! The crystal knife struck the stone man's 6 arms, making a metallic sound and successfully blocking the blow from Shin-sun. However, 3 of the stone man's arms were still severed by Shin-sun. Little Black, Shin-sun called, and Little Black quickly wrapped around the stone man. Vines creaked as they entered the joints of the stone man.
Ah!
As Little Black constricted the stone man, the ability user seemed to feel no pain from the severed arms. The drain on his mental energy was nearly overwhelming, and his head kept hitting the ground. He felt as if his head might explode. Watching the man suffering, Shin-sun recalled the intense pain he felt when his mental energy was completely depleted in his past life. Yang-lan pulled out the dagger stuck in the corpse's eye, looking at Shin-sun with curiosity, wondering who he was and why he was helping them. "Teacher Zhuang, what's wrong?" The man shouted at the ability user, who was still banging his head, but received no response. The man's gaze gradually turned cold. Seeing his teammates fall one by one, he said, "Retreat, let's go." After saying this, he turned and ran. "Captain, we're leaving, but what about Teacher Zhuang?" One person asked, following the man's pace. The man did not answer, only giving the teammate a cold look. Seeing the captain's expression, the teammate stopped asking questions. "Don't chase them," Yang-lan called out to the few teammates who were ready to pursue, reminding them of their exhaustion after the recent battle. With Yang-lan's reminder, everyone finally felt their fatigue. They didn't even have the strength to lift their arms. With a soft thud, Shin-sun stabbed the crystal knife into the ability user's body, who was already lifeless on the ground. Yang-lan looked at the fallen ability user and felt a sense of relief. That ability user had just killed several members of her team. Holding the still bloodied dagger, Yang-lan approached Shin-sun. "Can I stab him a couple of times?" Yang-lan asked, looking at the blood-soaked Shin-sun. "Go ahead," Shin-sun replied, pulling the crystal knife from the corpse. The ability user was already dead at Shin-sun's hands, but her long-standing habit of killing made her want to stab a couple more times. Moreover, after receiving the genetic serum, ability users were not so easily killed. Their self-healing abilities were much stronger than those of ordinary people. Blood continued to drip from the crystal knife as Shin-sun took 2 steps back. Yang-lan, in a frenzy, held a dagger and crouched down, stabbing it into the bodies of the superpowered individuals, saying, "This stab is for Qin Shaohan, and this one is for Zhang Zijing." With each stab, She recited a name, all of them belonging to the fallen members of Team A. Her teammates, listening to the names being called out, wore expressions of deep sorrow. Two members of Team A approached to help Yanglan up, saying, "Captain." Finding a spot to sit, Shin-sun leaned against the stone wall and took out a cloth from his backpack, wiping the blood off his crystal knife. As the sun slowly rose in the sky, Shin-sun took a few sips from his water cup. Seeing the droplets of water falling from his lips, several people couldn't help but swallow hard. They hadn't had water for 3 days. "Everyone, gather your things and see what they have that we can take," Yanglan instructed, looking at Shin-sun and directing her teammates. "Yes, Captain," the group responded, shaking their sore arms and bending down to search through the bodies. "I found some food," one person called out. "I found something too," another chimed in. "I found water," a man said, opening a discovered water bottle that surprisingly still had half a bottle left. He tilted his head back and took a sip, not rushing to swallow. Holding the water in his mouth, he slowly moistened his dry throat. As he took the first sip, he could smell the metallic scent of blood, and his mouth felt parched. Hearing there was water, the teammates still searching stood up excitedly and approached the man, asking, "Where's the water? Let me have a sip." They gathered around him, taking turns drinking from the bottle. "Take it easy, leave some for the captain," one reminded. After everyone had their fill, only a little remained in the bottle. One teammate walked over to Yanglan with the water bottle. "Captain, this was found by Wang Wenji. Have a sip. We've all had some." Upon hearing they had all drunk from it, Yanglan reached out to take the bottle, swallowing back her words. "You go tell them to finish up and take a break," Yanglan said, taking a deep breath. "Later, we will gather Chen Xiaohan and the others' bodies to bring back." She recalled how the parents of these teammates had personally sent them off from the base before their departure. Now, as they were about to return, she could already picture the despair on their faces upon hearing the news of their children's deaths. "Understood," the teammate replied, quickly departing at Yanglan's command. Crash. The stone lost the control of the ability user and instantly crumbled. A member of Team C, who was trying to squeeze through the cracks, was pulled back by someone behind him, narrowly escaping being crushed by the falling stones. "Thank you," he said, still shaken as he looked at the collapsed stone wall. If he had gone in just a moment earlier, he would have been turned into a pile of mush. As they stepped out of the rubble, Team C saw members of Team A cleaning up the mess. As expected of Team A, they're really impressive, the captain of Team C remarked, noticing the bodies of those who had attacked them scattered on the ground. The captain approached Yanglan and handed her a bag, believing that it would be safest in her hands before they returned to the base. "Let's gather your people and take whatever they can carry," Yanglan said slowly. Many mutated insects were drawn to the scent of blood on the ground, and they needed to leave this place quickly. "Captain Yang, that person, was killed by you," the captain of Team C said, looking at the ability user nearby, covered in various mutated insects. Yanglan had become so strong that she could even kill an ability user. Yanglan glanced at Shin-sun, who was leaning against the stone wall. "She killed him." The captain of Team C followed Yanglan's gaze. Shin-sun was taking a bite of a meat pie from her backpack. "She did that?" the captain questioned, his tone skeptical. Shin-sun looked too young, like a first-year college student. Could she really be so ruthless? "Who is she, and why is she helping us?" the captain of Team C asked Yanglan quietly. "I don't know either, but luckily she showed up in time. Otherwise, none of them would have made it back to the base today."
"Captain,
"I found this," a team member shouted, running over to the two leaders with a piece of wood he had found on one of the bodies. The captain took the wooden piece from him and, upon recognizing what it was, a murderous intent erupted within him. He then handed the wooden piece to Yanglan. After taking the wooden piece, Yanglan's expression mirrored that of the captain, even more twisted. The wood creaked in her grip. "Peach blossom base. Just wait for me," she vowed. If she survived, she would avenge her fallen teammates. The leader of Team C watched as members of Team A cleaned up the bodies and thought about the Team C members who had been killed, unable to take their teammates' bodies with them. Everyone was searching through the rubble for dry branches, separating the body parts to burn them. Soon, the ashes were produced. They took a waterproof cloth from their backpacks and placed the ashes and bones inside, then packed it away. "Captain, why do I feel like the weather is getting hotter lately?" A few people agreed. They had recently felt that their thermal suits were no longer effective, but wearing them was better than not. After removing the thermal suits, the intense burning sensation quickly caused the exposed arms to blister, and even worse, to crack. Yonglun stood in the shadows. The thermometer had stopped working 3 days ago. "The temperature has been rising quickly. It's a bit unusual. Make sure to stay cool and walk in the shade." She thought about the recent abnormal heat, feeling a bit anxious. "Captain, I found this," a team member said, excitedly approaching Yonglun with a black backpack. He opened it to reveal 12 glass jars containing 12 white rice worms. It seemed people from Taoyuan had left in such a hurry that they forgot this. Yonglun's eyes lit up with joy as she quickly took the 12 jars from the backpack and put them into her own. After all the twists and turns, the items had finally returned to her hands. "Captain, everything is organized," Yonglun said, following the team member as they looked at the food collected on the ground. There were 4 water bottles and 2 unopened bags of noodles. Many team members swallowed hard at the sight of the food. "Let's eat something, and after we're full, we'll set off," Yonglun said, feeling very hungry after a night of intense fighting. She squatted down and picked a few well-packaged items from the food, then walked over to Shinsun. The crystal knife was not sheathed but leaned against Shinsun. As Yonglun approached, Shinsun turned to look at her. She noticed the hostility in his eyes and stopped, shaking the food in her hand.
"I'm Yonglun.
Thank you for last night. This is the food we found on those people. You should take a share." After all, Shinsun had taken out the strongest ability user from the Taoyuan team, and they had survived due to that. Seeing Shinsun turn away, Yonglun stepped closer and bent down to place the food within a meter of him.
"Wait."
Shinsun called out to her. Yonglun turned around, looking at Shinsun with a puzzled expression. "Where is this place?" Shinsun finally asked, unsure of what she had been through lately and where Laifu had brought her. After leaving Base B, she had run aimlessly and ended up in this insect-infested mountain range. Hearing Shinsun's question, Yonglun carefully examined her, suppressing the thought of asking if she wasn't from City J. "This is City J. This mountain range used to be a famous tourist spot. After heavy rain and extreme cold, it seemed normal. But when the heat came, various mutated insects started appearing in the mountains, beginning with just a few types. Slowly, this area turned into an insect-infested mountain range," she explained. At first, only a few insects appeared, and nearby bases had hired mercenaries and teams to clear them out. However, as the temperature kept rising, the mutated insects began to reproduce rapidly, growing stronger in the heat. Eventually, they encountered some particularly dangerous insects. The teams and mercenaries saw these powerful insects and decided to avoid them, halting their clearing plans. "There are several bases near City J," Shinsun said, picking up some food from the ground. A handful of noodles and a few dark, yellowish cakes. It was hard to tell what they were made of, but they had a familiar, unpleasant smell. "This black cake is made from a type of mutated insect found in the mountains. It smells bad, but it's easy to digest and can fill your stomach," Yonglun explained, observing Shinsun's reaction. After hearing this, Shinsun remembered the smell from the cake. It was similar to what she had noticed on Xiaohei 2 nights ago. It seemed that food was scarce in City J, and they had started eating mutated insects. She took a bite of the cake and chewed. Despite the bad smell and taste, it was still chewable. It was much easier to chew and digest than the cakes made from mutated plants she had eaten in her previous life. In her past life, when food was scarce at Base F, she had found many edible mutated vines in the forest outside the city. After grinding the vines into powder and drying them, the juice from the vines made the cakes dry and bitter, and each one required 5 points to exchange. But even though those cakes were hard to eat, many still chose to exchange for them, simply because they provided some fullness. The alien vine is dry and bitter. Eating just one can keep you from needing anything else for the whole day, as it fills your stomach. After a long day's work, you can only digest it well by evening. Seeing Shin-sun expressionlessly eat the black cake in her hand, Yanglan no longer felt suspicious. There are 3 bases near these mountains: Angel Base, Arc Base, and Peach Blossom Base. The group we encountered last night belongs to Peach Blossom Base. When Yanglan mentioned the people from Peach Blossom, hatred filled her eyes, and her fingers tightened into a fist. Which base are you from? Shun-sun turned to look at Yanglan's teammates, most of whom were women and quite attractive. During her time in B City, she rarely saw women, even when she searched for ores in the mines after the fortress was built. Typically, there was only one woman for every 30 men. While there were women in the rescue missions at B City, there were not as many as she saw now. This was the first time in the apocalypse that Shin-sun had seen so many women in one team. We are from Angel Base, Yanglan said, and her face finally lost the intense hatred she had shown earlier. Angel. Shin-sun pulled her gaze away from the team. She wondered if this Angel Base was what she thought it was. I want to invite you to join our Angel Base. With your skills, you would be highly valued there, she said, her main reason being that she had seen Shin-sun use her abilities while fighting the Peach Blossom ability user. There were very few ability users in their base. If she could convince the girl in front of her to join Angel Base, it would provide more security for them. I'm not going, Shin-sun replied directly, placing her right hand on the handle of her crystal knife and sliding it back into its sheath. Hearing Shin-sun's immediate refusal, Yanglan wanted to persuade her further.
Please consider it again.
Our Angel Base only accepts girls, and here, girls can learn professional combat skills and various firearms. The status of girls in Angel Base is very high, and in the current situation, safety is guaranteed. Yanglan spoke plainly. Her words would be hard for any girl to refuse. In this harsh world, Angel Base respected women, providing them a safe place and the opportunity to learn life-saving skills. For an ordinary girl, it might be exciting, but Shin-sun had lost all her initial feelings for any base. I won't go. Shin-sun firmly refused Yanglan again. Hearing Shin-sun's rejection once more, Yanglan's expression faltered for a moment. Awe. Remembering Shin-sun's skills when she defeated the special abilities user from Taoyuan, Yanglan stopped trying to persuade her to join the Angel Base. After all, with such skills, she could survive anywhere. Looking at Shin-sun's youthful face, Yanglan couldn't help but wonder what she had been through. After declining Yanglan's invitation, the two no longer chatted like before. Captain, it's time to eat, a team member called out to Yanglan, who then asked Shin-sun if she wanted to join. Seeing Shin-sun shake her head again, Yanglan didn't press further and followed the team member back to the gathering place. On a burning alcohol stove, a large pot was cooking noodles, but due to a lack of water, the noodles were only half-cooked. Still, everyone ate eagerly, treating it like a delicious meal, and they each took a couple of sips of the broth at the end. The air was filled with the smell of noodles, and Shin-sun popped a piece of ice into her mouth. With her back to everyone, Shin-sun took out some fruit from her space and ate slowly. In less than 10 minutes, Yanglan and the others finished their meal. Pack up and let's head back to the base, Yanglan shouted, and everyone began to busy themselves with the alcohol stove and pot. Let's go, Yanglan said, looking at Shin-sun, who had her back to them, her head occasionally bowing. Hearing the words let's go, Shin-sun put away the remaining fruit and wiped her hands of the juice. After they had walked a short distance, Shin-sun stood up from the ground and followed a few steps behind the group. Captain, what are you looking at? A team member asked, following Yanglan's gaze, but saw nothing behind them. Nothing, let's hurry, Yanglan replied, shifting her focus and quickening her pace, urging everyone to move faster. They needed to get out of the rocky area before dark. Even as those in front sped up, Shin-sun kept a steady pace behind them. The black mud given by the doctor was already used up, and this time, the group didn't take breaks, even eating on the go. In the dark night, Shin-sun took out her homemade milk tea and braised chicken leg from her space, eating as she walked. Recently, the temperature has definitely risen again. Shinsun looked at the ice cubes at the bottom of his cup that had melted and added some more. The compass was still spinning wildly, making it hard to tell the direction, so Shinsun put it away. As the sun gradually rose, Shinsun took out some sunscreen from his supplies and applied a thick layer on his exposed skin. Finally out, one team member said, looking at the distant exit, overwhelmed with joy. He decided he would never take on another mission in the mountains again. He didn't even want to step foot in this place anymore. Yes, finally out. Let's rest for a bit. We'll set off in half an hour, Yonglan said, her eyes fixed on the mountain exit ahead, her expression unreadable. The people from the Taoyuan base also wanted the sticky rice worms, and they surely wouldn't give up easily, so it was better to be cautious. This area was close to the mountain's edge, and mutated insects were rarely active here. When the group heard they could rest for half an hour, they immediately lay down on the ground and closed their eyes. Hiding behind a rock, Shinsun watched the others resting on the ground, noticing that the mutated insects seemed to have decreased. Yonglan selected 2 team members who still had some energy and went to scout the mountain exit to avoid an ambush from the Taoyuan people. Taking out the compass again, the needle spun erratically for a minute before gradually stabilizing. 3 o'clock. Shinsun noted the direction the needle pointed, realizing that something in the mountains was interfering with its normal function. Following the direction indicated by the compass, Shinsun didn't follow Yonglan and the others. Instead, he quickly vanished from sight and reappeared on a large rock. Using binoculars, Shinsun looked towards the 3 o'clock direction and saw that the large stones were gradually decreasing, and he could faintly see some dry branches. Jumping down from the rock, Shinsun quickly moved towards the dry branches. Ever since discovering the mountains were filled with mutated insects, he hadn't had a proper rest. Even when he slept, it was only lightly, and he would wake up at the slightest noise. His recently recovered mental energy had been mostly drained in the mountains. His body could hold up, but his mind was starting to struggle. With a thud, his feet landed firmly on the ground. Looking at the dry branches in front of him, Shinsun smiled. He was finally out. He released Laifu from his supplies. Woof! Laifu immediately jumped onto Shinsun, seeming to complain that he hadn't been let out for so many days. Laifu stuck out its tongue to lick Shinsun, getting ready to charge at her. Oh no! Shinsun quickly dodged to the side, as Laifu, despite growing up, still hadn't changed this habit. She wasn't prepared if it hit her like that. Shinsun moved just in time, and Laifu bumped into the spot where she had just been lying, leaving a small dent in the muddy ground. Looking at the dent, Shinsun stood up and brushed off the dust from her protective suit. Her joints cracked as she moved her arms and legs.
Come on.
After stretching her wrists, Shinsun called out to Laifu, now ready. Laifu charged at her with a loud bark, but just as it got close, it was quickly restrained by Xiaohei. Laifu scratched the ground with its front legs, and Shinsun sighed in relief, taking the chance to check Laifu's wounds. The scars on its legs had completely healed, and the scabs had fallen off, revealing soft pink skin with tiny white fur starting to grow. Xiaohei, Shinsun called, and Xiaohei let go of Laifu. Standing on the ground, Laifu seemed to realize the size difference between itself and its owner. It kept sticking out its tongue to lick Shinsun, but Xiaohei extended its vines to block Laifu.
Laifu licked Xiaohei instead.
The taste was off, and Laifu looked at the black vines, licking its paw in an attempt to get rid of the strange flavor. Laifu had a keen sense of smell. Even though Shinsun told Xiaohei not to eat the mutated insects in the mountains, Xiaohei would sneak a few bites while Shinsun rested. She couldn't smell anything unusual on Xiaohei, but Laifu could. While they were playing, Shinsun took a look around the outskirts of the mountains. This place was dangerous, but the most dangerous areas were also the safest. No one dared to approach the mountains, so Shinsun felt relaxed. After being exposed to the sun for over 10 minutes, her throat started to feel dry and sore. Even with thick ointment on her exposed skin, she felt a stinging sensation. She took out the RV from her space and checked the solar panels on the roof. After turning on the air conditioning inside, the temperature gradually dropped after a few minutes. However, the breeze on her neck still felt warm, so she sprinkled some powder around the RV within a 10-meter radius. Laifu and Xiaohei waited outside the car, while Shin-sun lay on the bed. After relaxing, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. In a hazy dream, Shin-sun woke up feeling a throbbing pain in her temples. It seemed like she had overheated. Since becoming an ability user, she hadn't been sick for a long time. It was clear she needed to quickly restore her mental energy to its peak state. She took out a health pot from her space and brewed a bowl of mung bean soup, which slowly eased her symptoms. After feeding Laifu and Xiaohei dinner, Shin-sun had a light meal herself and then lay back down, closing her eyes to sleep again. Listening to the steady breathing of the car's occupants, Xiaohei and Laifu were unusually quiet and stopped playing. She slept deeply until noon the next day, when she finally woke up. Getting out of bed, Shin-sun stretched her wrists and ankles, hearing her joints crack. She felt strong and full of energy. Realizing her mental power had fully returned, she felt relieved. When she opened the car door, she noticed 7 tents not far away that looked somewhat familiar. Laifu wagged his tail as he approached, and Xiaohei jumped onto Shin-sun's wrist. "Thank you both for your hard work," Shin-sun said as she went inside the car. She took out a frame and waterproof cloth from her space and set up a simple tent outside the RV. To block the curious gazes from the tents across from her, she filled Laifu's bowl with some meat and fruit. She infused some abilities into the fruit meant for Xiaohei. Back in the car, Shin-sun took out some home-cooked meals and, while eating, she finally remembered where she had seen those tents before. They belonged to a group she encountered when entering the mountain range, including that woman, Hualing, who liked Laifu. It seemed the area around the mountains wasn't very safe. Ordinary people might not come close, but teams like Yonglan's and Hualing's were definitely present. After lunch, Shin-sun checked the time. It was 3:27 p.m. It was time to pack up and leave this place. Stepping out of the RV, she felt her body heat up quickly, her blood feeling like it was boiling, and her face turned red. Returning to the car, she sat in front of the air conditioner for a while until the heat began to fade. No wonder the people in the tents across had not come out yet. She would have to wait until evening to set off. Noticing the fur on Laifu, Shin-sun removed the waterproof cloth from the frame and moved it further away to expand the tent's area. After securing the tent, she took out 2 air conditioners, plugged in the solar panels, and the temperature inside the tent dropped a bit. "Come in, Laifu," Shin-sun called from the edge of the tent. Laifu crawled on the ground and slowly made his way inside the tent. Feeling the cool air around him, Laifu let out a satisfied grunt. Back in the vehicle, Shin-sun sat on the sofa, took out a tub of ice cream, and flipped through a herbal encyclopedia. The batch of herbs planted in the medicinal field was nearly ready for harvest, and each type of herb needed to be carefully distinguished. As Shin-sun read, he wrote down the effects of each herb on sticky notes, noting which combinations could treat specific illnesses. After organizing the sticky notes, Shin-sun focused on those for treating colds, fevers, frostbite, and chilblains. He circled them with a red pen, then entered the space and took out the shelves he had found at the mall. With about 100 shelves, he used some for planting vegetables and had a few left. Shin-sun took the shelves out from the fortress and arranged a dozen of them by the medicinal field. Exiting the space, he looked outside at the darkening sky, picked 2 cucumbers from the space, and made a cold dish. He enjoyed some chicken with rice porridge, finishing off half a pot of porridge completely. Patting his full belly, Shin-sun took a short break. He retrieved a clean set of clothes from the space, filled the water tank, and took a cold shower. After getting ready and checking the time, Shin-sun lay down in bed. He entered the space again and harvested the fully grown herbs from the medicinal field. He placed them on the long shelves, quickly filling them up, and attached the prepared sticky notes under each type of herb. Shin-sun put the herbs needed for the blizzard at the front for easy and quick access when required. Once everything was set, he casually harvested the yellowing rice from the field, stacking the white grains together. He estimated it could fill over 20 bags, enough to last a long time, especially with the extra supplies he had stored. He heard the sounds of the tent being taken down next door, so Shinsun exited the space and opened the RV door. The nighttime temperature was no longer as scorching as during the day. It was bearable, so Shinsun stored the air conditioner from the simple tent back into the space. Laifu woke up when he heard the sound of the waterproof cloth being removed and emerged from the tent. After dismantling the support frame, Shinsun packed everything away into the space. In the dark night, the team next door, led by Huiling, was also finishing up. Buckling his seatbelt, Shinsun started the RV and slowly drove past Huiling and the others. Under the glow of the headlights, several people in Huiling's group looked up at Shinsun's RV. The bright lights made it impossible for them to see inside the vehicle. Huiling stepped out of the tent, her eyes fixed on Laifu, who was running behind the RV. His large white figure leaped in and out of sight in the darkness. Huiling's group was smaller than when they first arrived. A few people packing up the tents bore various injuries, and even Huiling had her right arm wrapped in bandages and hanging around her neck. It seemed they had faced a tough battle in the mountains. The RV sped up, shaking as it quickly drove past the group. "What are you all waiting for? Let's head back to the base," Huiling shouted to everyone. The night was cooler, so it was better to move quickly. They needed to return to the base before dawn. Otherwise, they risked dehydration. The group shifted their gaze and stuffed the tents into the vehicle. "Get in, let's go," Huiling commanded, and several off-road vehicles accelerated down the narrow path. Arriving at an empty stone wall, Shinsun raised his hand to store the RV in a pocket of space, as the ground was uneven with many pits. Speeding on such a surface could easily lead to an accident. Riding on Laifu, Shinsun chose a path where others had traveled before, following the tire tracks as Laifu galloped along. 2 hours later, they emerged from the barren woods, and the road changed from gravel to asphalt. The branches lining the asphalt road had likely been cut down during the extreme cold, leaving behind numerous bare stumps. The stumps cracked under the scorching sun, while the dead branches near the mountains still looked intact. Laifu carried Shinsun along the asphalt road, and after half an hour, Shinsun finally spotted several modified vehicles ahead. Something must have happened, as a long line of cars was blocked on the road. Riding Laifu, Shinsun passed by the vehicles, drawing the attention of many people inside. Sliding off Laifu's back, Shinsun looked at the modified cars ahead. The roofs had been completely removed, making them look like convertibles, and inside were a dozen or so transparent jars. Through the glass jars, Shinsun could see countless tiny mutated insects crawling around. Noticing Shinsun's gaze, the people inside quietly pulled a black cover over the jars, blocking her view. Almost every car had glass jars filled with strange bugs. The most surprising sight was a large truck with around 200 jars, all packed tightly with these bugs, leaving no gaps. As Shinsun walked past these vehicles, he could smell the familiar terrible odor. Remembering the black cakes he had eaten in the mountains, he quickly thought about why these people were collecting so many strange bugs. J City. He patted Laifu's leg and stopped. He hadn't expected to end up in J City, but its reputation was decent. He hadn't heard any bad news about it in his previous life. There were more than 10 bases in total. After calming Laifu and asking it to wait, Shinsun approached an off-road vehicle and lightly tapped on the window.
Top.
The window slowly rolled down, revealing a weary-looking man. "What do you need?" he asked Shinsun in a dry, hoarse voice, clearly showing signs of dehydration. Shinsun reached into his backpack and pulled out 2 packs of compressed biscuits. "Excuse me, can you tell me which base this road leads to?" The man's eyes lit up at the sight of the biscuits, and he began to size up Shinsun. Noticing that Shinsun didn't look like a local, he felt a bit puzzled. When Shinsun pulled out a 3rd pack of biscuits, the man pushed aside his doubts. Seeing the hint of impatience on Shinsun's face, the man quickly took the 3 packs of biscuits from him and tucked them away. Regardless of whether Shinsun was from J City, he figured it was just a question about directions, and he could get a few packs of biscuits. If cooked into a porridge, they would taste much better than those bugs.
Ha ha ha.
The man smiled, pleased with his gain. Sister, just follow this road straight ahead. Take a left for the Arc base or a right for the Peach Blossom base. They are close to each other. Just then, a horn sounded from behind, urging him to hurry. Unbothered by the urgency, the man parked by the roadside. Stepping out of the vehicle, he lowered his voice and said to Shinsun, if you plan to enter a base, I suggest you go to the Arc base. Recognizing Shinsun as an outsider, the man didn't state it outright, but offered a helpful suggestion in exchange for the 3 packs of biscuits.
Oh.
Arc base, Shinsun whispered. She was not interested in the base. Nothing felt as safe as her own fortress. Yes, among the various bases in J City, Arc base is considered the best. The man explained the different bases in J City to Shinsun, emphasizing the advantages of Arc base. Seeing him so knowledgeable, Shinsun took out a pack of compressed biscuits, her face showing a pained expression. Brother, besides the Bug Nest Mountain, are there any other places in J City that few people visit? The man noticed Shinsun's pained look and grabbed the pack of biscuits from her hand. He pulled but couldn't get it away. Give it to me. There's a place with fewer people. The man pointed towards the forest. Just follow this path straight ahead, towards the seaside outside J City. There seems to be a sunset base there, and hardly anyone goes there. After the extreme heat, the water had been drawn from various bases. After being scorched by the sun, it had dried up, and now, besides the sunset base, hardly anyone would go there. After confirming the direction of the sunset base, Shinsun said goodbye to the man and called for Laifu to set off. Laifu's large figure ran along the road. Watching the sun rise, Shinsun took off her heat-resistant suit and applied a thick layer of ointment. More than an hour later, the red clouds in the sky slowly rose, the temperature gradually increasing, sweat dripping from her chin, and her back already soaked. Laifu, go faster. Shinsun lowered her upper body, lying on Laifu's back to shield herself from the hot wind. Once the sun fully rose, Shinsun patted Laifu, who stopped. The 3 of them, 1 person, 1 vine, and 1 leopard, sat under the stone wall, having a simple breakfast. She took out a white potion and held it in her palm. When they reached the sunset base, she would take out the fortress and use the potion. Besides the home-cooked meals in her space, the pancakes and rice balls with meat from her last mission were almost finished. It seemed she needed to find time to prepare more ready-to-eat food, so she could quickly fill her stomach while on the road. Watching the little black creature and Laifu eat heartily, Shinsun took out some chilled fruit from her space, ate some herself, and shared the rest with them. The fresh fruit stored for the extreme cold had been nearly finished during the extreme heat, as she had been eating it almost every day. After Laifu finished eating and rested for a bit, Shinsun set off again. Without a clear direction, Shinsun randomly stopped a passing survivor to ask for the way to the sunset base. Under the blazing noon sun, Shinsun rode over the rocky hills on Laifu. At the top, he took out his binoculars and let out a long sigh. Finally, he arrived. Just by looking at the scene before him, Shinsun could guess that this was the sunset base the man had mentioned. On the yellow beach stood about 100 stone houses, and he could see many people moving along the paths. The dried-up sea revealed the black mud hidden beneath, stretching endlessly. It was indeed a good place. Shinsun turned and jumped onto Laifu's back. Let's go down, Laifu. Laifu quickly dashed down the hill with Shinsun on its back, while Xiaohei sprang from Shinsun's wrist and perched on his head, shielding him from the midday sun. Seeing a 4-meter-tall mutated beast charging down from the hill, the people at Sunset Base were terrified, screaming as they fled along the paths. Once everyone had hidden, they realized that the beast had vanished. Laifu ran on the beach, the hot yellow mud causing it to let out a howl. Using his powers, Shinsun quickly created simple boots from vines for Laifu. Go over there. He pointed towards the deep sea. Laifu leaped over the rocks, and when they reached an impassable spot, Shinsun extended vines to create a bridge. After moving away from Sunset Base, Laifu carried Shinsun across the dry seabed for more than 2 hours. This is it. Shinsun looked at the dry seabed, surrounded by the remains of sea creatures and black rocks. After drinking a bowl of mung bean soup, he took out a crystal knife and struck the nearest rock. He worked until sunset, watching the sky turn red. No wonder it was called Sunset Base. Taking out a fortress from his space, Shun Sun placed it in the cleared area but realized it needed to be larger. After a simple dinner, he took out a handful of vine seeds and instantly grew them. The vines wrapped around the rocks in the black sand and flung them far away. He was deep in the sea, and for hundreds of miles around, there were no other people except at Sunset Base. No matter how much noise he made, no one would come to investigate. The growing vines, like octopuses, continued to wrap around the rocks and throw them into the distance, scattering them everywhere. After finishing, Shun Sun used the vines to fill in the area beneath the fortress. This place was indeed great. It even saved on the foundation. After Shun Sun completely severed the mental control over the fortress, it crashed down onto the vines with a loud bang. Dust flew up from below, covering Shun Sun's face and hair, sticking to his cheeks with sweat. The fortress, built from crystal and minerals, was understandably heavy. After a few months, Shun Sun pushed open the fortress door and Laifu followed him inside, then returned to his room. His head rested against two air conditioners placed in the corner of the room. Seeing this, Shun Sun felt the heat and opened the room with the crystal energy, activating it. Suddenly, various appliances connected to the power made a series of beeping sounds before settling into silence. After half an hour, the air conditioning finally lowered the room temperature. Laifu helped Shun Sun with tasks all afternoon. Exhausted, Laifu soon fell asleep, and the sound of his steady breathing came from the next room. The little black creature above Shun Sun showed no sign of leaving, so Shun Sun pulled it down, found some clean clothes, and took a cold shower. Lying in bed, Shun Sun's consciousness sank into the space, where he took care of the animals one by one, feeling his mental energy. Just wait a bit longer. After sleeping soundly until he woke up naturally, Shun Sun checked the alarm clock on his bedside. It was already past 10. Feeling full of energy and finally free from various chores, he had a particularly good rest. He fished out some seafood from the small bay in his space and had an exceptionally hearty breakfast. After finishing his meal, Shun Sun went to the planting area. In the high temperatures, many vegetables in the garden had already perished, so he worked to rescue them. He also prepared dinner for Laifu and the little black creature before returning to his room to take out a white medicine. With steady hands, Shun Sun drew the white liquid into a syringe. The little black creature jumped in through the window just then. Shun Sun casually tossed the empty medicine bottle into the trash and set the syringe with the white liquid aside. The little black creature curled around Shun Sun's wrist, and as he petted it, he took out a dozen fruits, which contained a lot of her special energy. That would be enough for the little black creature for 2 or 3 days. It gazed at the fruits on the table, which had green sparkles appearing on them. This was incredibly tempting for it. Unable to resist, the little black creature rolled up an apple, glanced at Shun Sun, and a vine split open to swallow the apple whole. Shun Sun also prepared 3 days' worth of food for Laifu and stood at the fortress door, calling for the little black creature. "Little Black, come here." Little Black jumped to Shun Sun's side. Shun Sun used his powers, sending many green light spots into Little Black's body. Feeling the pull of Shun Sun's strength, Little Black wrapped the fortress tightly, making it airtight. Laifu watched the darkening sky, feeling a bit anxious. He ran to his master and felt reassured. Once everything was ready, Shun Sun took Laifu to the food storage area. The last time they used the potion to awaken their powers, it took 3 days. This time, it would likely take the same amount of time. They had enough food stored for 4 days, just in case. Seeing the room full of food, Laifu happily circled around Shun Sun. Little Black stretched out its vines, grabbed a piece of fruit from the table, and swallowed it. Worried that Laifu might eat everything, Shun Sun repeatedly reminded him that this was their food for 4 days, while Laifu drooled. With every reminder, Laifu nodded vigorously. "Little Black, keep an eye on him," Shun Sun said, looking at Little Black wrapping around the fortress and the silly-looking Laifu. Finally, they entered the room, and Shin-sun picked up a white potion from the table. After clearing the room, Shin-sun took out a 2-meter-high glass container and filled it with 1 meter of water. He added over 40 packets of salt. Once the salt dissolved, Shin-sun jumped into the container and slowly sat down, feeling his mental energy fill him up. His body began to float, and he opened his eyes. He took the white potion from his space and, without hesitation, injected it into his neck. As he pressed down, the white potion slowly entered his body. As it flowed through his veins, they faintly glowed white under his skin. He tossed the empty syringe out of the container. A wave of pain surged through him, causing his powers to overflow uncontrollably. Little Black sensed this strong life force and began to absorb it frantically. Taking a deep breath, Shin-sun adjusted his mental energy. The pain faded, but the uncontrollable surge of power continued. He decided to let it be. The white potion circulated in his body every hour, making his skin take on a sickly white hue. 2 days passed, and Shin-sun fought off the fatigue, maintaining a seated position as the water in the glass container gradually turned yellow. On the 3rd day, Shin-sun completely closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Outside the fortress, Little Black absorbed the green light spots continuously emerging from the room, growing more than 5 times its size. Laifu rested his front paws on the window, watching Shin-sun sleep inside the glass container. He felt anxious. It had been 3 days, and his master still hadn't come out of that jar. Little Black had also become unusually quiet. On the 4th day, Shin-sun's hair had changed from black to silver. Laifu looked at the small amount of food left in the corner of the room and rushed over with a howl, but Little Black stopped him before he could get close. The black vines swayed in front of Laifu, absorbing the strange energy radiating from Shin-sun, making Little Black more mature. Protecting the remaining food, Little Black wouldn't let Laifu near. It had been 4 days, and their master still hadn't come out of the room. If Laifu let the leopard eat the last bit of food today, what would they do if Shin-sun didn't wake up tomorrow? Laifu reached out a claw to swipe at the black vine, but Little Black skillfully dodged. Laifu looked at the corner with a sad expression. At night, after the leopard fell asleep, Little Black extended a black vine toward the door of Shin-sun's room. The vine wrapped around the doorknob and turned it. Crack, crack. The vine on the doorknob was suddenly shattered by an invisible force, turning to ashes. It still didn't work. Since Shin-sun fell into a deep sleep, Little Black had been trying to open that door to wake him. However, ever since Shin-sun fell asleep, a powerful invisible force had spread from his room, capable of turning anything to ashes if it got too close. On the 5th day, Laifu woke up and went to Shin-sun's window as usual, looking at his master, whose hair had completely turned silver. Laifu raised his paw and struck the window, causing it to crack into tiny pieces.
Boom!
A powerful force burst from the room, heading straight for Laifu. Little Black extended several thick vines, wrapping them around Laifu. With a swift motion, Little Black pulled Laifu away. Laifu was still dazed from the earlier force, unable to regain his senses. Crack, crack. The vines protecting Laifu were all severed by that force, falling to the ground, and Little Black felt no connection to them anymore. Once Little Black fully released Laifu, his fur was still in a frayed state, clearly shaken by the experience. Losing connection with the severed limbs on the ground, Little Black grew new vines and rolled up the last bit of food stored in the corner. Little Black pushed the food towards Laifu, as if saying, "Hurry and eat." Laifu took a few bites and pushed the meat towards Little Black's vines, as if saying, "You should eat too." Little Black shook its vines, indicating it didn't want that. After Little Black's earlier rescue, Laifu had calmed down completely. The two companions stood by the window, watching Shin-sun sleep in the glass container, not daring to get closer. After only one meal all day, Laifu's stomach growled at night, making it uncomfortable and unable to sleep, tossing and turning on the ground. Its claws scratched the floor, making a scraping sound. Feeling the energy in the room weaken, Little Black extended its vines closer to the window and slipped inside.
Boom!
The energy in the room suddenly spread, covering half of the fortress. Danger arrived immediately. Laifu howled and jumped up, quickly running towards the fortress door. While running, it looked back at Shinsun's room, confused about why its master had been ignoring it and not speaking. Little Black retracted its vines and, seeing Laifu running, quickly wrapped it up and sent it toward the door. On the 6th day, the energy centered around Shinsun continued to spread outward, and Little Black and Laifu had retreated to the door.
Ow!
Laifu bit Little Black, grabbing a piece of its vine and moving closer to the energy. Crack! The piece of vine in Laifu's mouth was instantly turned to ashes. Little Black angrily lifted its vine and struck Laifu. Little Black, why don't you try reaching out with your own hand? Laifu, you have more vines. They grow faster. The sun gradually set, and darkness fell over the land. Laifu lay on the ground by the door, its stomach growling again. Its tail occasionally swept across the ground. Little Black poked Laifu's backside, and the vines guarding the door withdrew. Laifu looked at the open door and then back towards its master, ultimately deciding to go out and find food. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, its sides were sunken in. Even though Little Black controlled its food, it still couldn't last until the 5th day. Without looking back, Laifu dashed out. Once Laifu was far away, Little Black sealed the fortress door again. The energy inside the fortress continued to spread outward, and Little Black didn't know how long it could hold on. In the pitch-black night, Laifu's large figure was running across the dry black sand. Laifu's white fur was stained with black mud as he looked at the huge rocks around him and climbed up one. Standing on the rock, Laifu changed directions, sniffing the air for the scent of prey. After switching positions 4 times, he finally caught a faint earthy smell, and his eyes lit up. Laifu chased after the direction of the scent. Inside the fortress, green light spots appeared again, and Little Black was frantically absorbing them, growing larger. In a glass container, Shinsun's right index finger twitched twice. A warm breeze blew by, and Laifu caught a strong earthy smell in the air. It was nearby. He lowered his head to sniff the ground. Suddenly, as Laifu was sniffing, a yellow tentacle shot out from the black mud. The tentacle, covered in round suckers, reached for Laifu, who sensed danger and dodged to the right. Just as he stood still, all 4 of his legs felt as if they were stuck and couldn't move. After missing its first strike, 2 more yellow tentacles emerged from the black sand, reaching for the immobilized Laifu.
Awa.
Laifu opened his mouth wide and bit into the black sand below. Besides tasting some mud, he also bit into something soft. As his sharp teeth pierced it, he tasted a long-lost metallic scent of blood, and hunger surged within him. Laifu took a bite and swallowed it quickly before dodging to the side.
Roar.
This bite completely angered the creature, which revealed itself from the black sand. In the dark night, its eyes glowed red, glaring at Laifu. 8 tentacles emerged from the sand, flailing wildly in the air. It was a mutated giant octopus, standing 6 meters tall, with each tentacle measuring 12 meters long.
Roar.
The giant octopus moved its 4 tentacles skillfully on the ground and charged at Laifu. Seeing this, Laifu turned and ran, but the giant octopus was determined not to let him escape, relentlessly pursuing him. As the giant octopus ran, it kicked up clouds of black dust. Laifu stopped, turned, and leaped onto one of the octopus's legs, opening his mouth to bite. With a tearing sound, Laifu bit down on one of the giant octopus's legs and refused to let go. The octopus let out a painful cry, but it couldn't catch up to Laifu, flailing its remaining legs wildly. Its tentacles whipped around like agile snakes, kicking up dust and obscuring the surrounding rocks. Even after Laifu bit off one of its tentacles, it continued to struggle fiercely, the suckers still clinging to Laifu's lips. As Laifu was about to run away, the giant octopus went wild, releasing thick black smoke from its body. The smoke quickly enveloped Laifu, filling his nose with a sharp smell. Laifu stopped running, shaking his dizzy head. The giant octopus soon locked onto Laifu's shape in the smoke, moving its massive body clumsily. 2 tentacles struck Laifu, knocking him to the ground, but he held on tightly to the octopus's leg and refused to let go, even swallowing a bit of it. With something in his stomach, Laifu felt a bit of strength returning just as the tentacles attacked again. He quickly stood up and tried to dodge to the side, but in the thick smoke, he lost his direction and crashed into a rock. Getting back up, Laifu, still holding the remaining piece of the octopus leg in his mouth, stumbled out. The giant octopus kept chasing closely behind him, eager to eat Laifu's flesh. As Laifu ran, he glanced back at the pursuing octopus, which made him speed up, leading the octopus in circles around the rocks before heading toward the fortress. Outside the fortress gate, Laifu called out to the little black creature coiled above, and it moved the vines blocking the entrance to let him in. Holding the remaining octopus leg in his mouth, Laifu placed it in a corner of the fortress. The little black creature didn't like this food, but it knew its owner would eat it once he woke up. Sensing the faint smell of blood in the air, the little black creature poked Laifu with its vines. Laifu didn't respond, feeling weak and lying on the ground. The black smoke had drained his strength. An hour later, he fell into a deep sleep. The little black creature noticed Laifu's irregular breathing and began to explore him with its vines. Later that night, a giant octopus appeared outside the fortress, striking at it with 7 tentacles. The little black creature quickly intervened, blocking the attack with its strong vines, wrapping tightly around the octopus.
Roar.
The octopus released a cloud of black smoke from its lower body, but Little Black didn't need to breathe and completely ignored it. Dozens of vines lashed out at the octopus monster. Despite the loud commotion from the battle between Little Black and the octopus, Laifu, lying on the ground, remained unaware. The giant octopus went completely wild, following the scent left by the leopard, only to find something stronger here. 7 tentacles flailed in the air as Little Black straightened a few of its legs and struck down. Hiss. After having 4 legs severed, the giant octopus lost its earlier arrogance and only wanted to escape. It struggled to break free from Little Black's grip, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't pull away even a little. Black smoke poured from its lower body, enveloping the area around the fortress, causing Laifu, lying on the ground, to tremble all over. Noticing the leopard's unusual state, Little Black used its vines to slam the giant octopus to the ground, hitting it repeatedly. When Shin Sun entered the room, he had told it to keep an eye on the leopard, and now that leopard was lying on the ground, barely alive. The vines wrapped around the tentacles loosened slightly, and the octopus monster escaped the area at a speed faster than before. However, Little Black would not let such an opportunity slip away. The vines quickly caught the octopus monster again and returned to the fortress entrance. Thinking of avenging the leopard, Little Black struck hard this time, causing the octopus monster to scream in pain. Hiss hiss. As the sun rose in the sky, Shinsun opened his eyes, and the powerful energy within the fortress surged as he awoke. It gradually flowed into Shinsun's body, enhancing his mental strength by more than 3 times.
How noisy.
The cries of the octopus monster echoed outside the fortress. Glass containers shattered, and with a thought, a clean set of clothes appeared before Shinsun. He quickly changed out of his soaked clothes. Looking at the open door and the broken window, Shinsun stepped out of the room and saw Laifu collapsed by the door, along with a dark mass in Little Black's hands. With a thud, upon seeing Shinsun emerge from the room, the giant octopus fell from Little Black's grasp, leaving it momentarily flustered. With a thought, Shinsun instantly appeared beside Laifu and crouched down to assess his injuries. The skin is rough and thick, with no visible injuries, and breathing is rapid, likely due to eating something contaminated. Taking out herbs to cleanse the stomach and refresh the mind, Shinsun quickly fed them to Laifu. Laifu has always been healthy, so there was nothing to worry about. Xiaohei, what were you doing just now? Shinsun's figure vanished from the spot and appeared outside the fortress. She looked at the dark mass on the ground, where Xiaohei had rolled up a giant octopus and brought it before her. Several tentacles had been cut off, leaving only a large head, which opened its eyes to meet Shinsun's gaze. Shinsun slowly raised her hand, gently slicing the octopus with her finger. With a clean cut, the octopus was split in two and fell to the ground. The invisible energy in the air disappeared after cutting the octopus. Observing the scene outside the fortress, Shin-sun silently began to repair things. Although she was asleep after administering the potion, her mind was very clear. She didn't expect that this time, awakening her powers would take a full 7 days. Last time, awakening her abilities took only 3 days. Outside the fortress, the rocks were marked by Xiaohei's strikes against the giant octopus, with debris scattered everywhere. Feeling the powerful mental energy within her, Shin-sun raised her hand and controlled the stones buried in the black sand. The black rocks stacked up under her control, forming a small path leading to the shore.
Ah.
Laifu opened his eyes, stood up, and shook his head. Smelling a familiar scent, he looked at Shin-sun standing outside the fortress. He thought, when did the master learn to create duplicates? With still drowsy eyes, Laifu rushed towards Shin-sun. Still recovering from the octopus's toxic smoke, everything appeared as multiple shadows to him. He lunged at one of the shadows of Shin-sun but missed and ended up leaping outside the fortress. Xiaohei quickly extended a vine to wrap around Laifu, bringing him back to Shin-sun. She raised her hand and patted Laifu twice. "Laifu, take a good nap," she said, and hearing his master's familiar voice, Laifu closed his eyes. After giving Laifu more medicine, Shin-sun looked up at Xiaohei, which had grown more than 10 times its size while she was administering the spatial potion. It seemed that the uncontrollable surge of her abilities had been absorbed by Xiaohei. The thick black vines completely wrapped around the fortress, and with little black around, there was no need to activate the defense system. Seeing Laifu lying by the gate, Shin-sun raised her hand to bring Laifu into her space. Ever since she found Little Black, she had neglected Laifu's training. As a result, it couldn't even handle an octopus monster now, so it seemed she needed to give Laifu some special training for a while. In the aftermath of the disaster, mutated animals and plants were everywhere, and the law of survival of the fittest applied. Shin-sun couldn't afford to be too lax in Laifu's training. After placing Laifu in its own room and cleaning up the broken glass on the floor, Shin-sun settled into a lounge chair. She was eager to find out if her abilities had improved as she had hoped after this upgrade. With a thought, Shin-sun vanished from the lounge chair and appeared in her space. The sight of a large number of fruit trees and a vegetable garden filled her with joy. She hadn't expected to actually enter after the upgrade. With another thought, she returned to the lounge chair. This time, her abilities had not only significantly increased her mental strength, but also granted her several spatial powers, which she had anticipated. What delighted her most was the ability to enter the space. She wondered how long she could stay in the space, but her stomach growled, reminding her that she hadn't eaten in several days. Taking out some home-cooked meals, Shin-sun devoured them quickly. After filling her stomach, she felt a bit more comfortable. After resting for a while, she recalled the moment when she had killed the octopus from a distance and began to move her fingers in the air. An invisible wave of energy surrounded her fingertips. Feeling the power of space in her fingers, Shin-sun withdrew her mental energy and stepped out of the fortress. With another thought, she instantly appeared on a rock 200 meters away. "Is the range only 200 meters?" she said, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. This was the first spatial ability she had felt since waking up, teleportation. However, it seemed that the range was still limited. But within 200 meters, it was enough for combat. Curious about the limits of her teleportation, Shin-sun began to flicker in and out of sight, creating numerous afterimages on the rock. Breathing heavily, she popped a piece of ice into her mouth and ate a bit more, adjusting her mental energy. Looking down in thought, she realized that with the enhancement of teleportation, within a 200-meter range, she felt confident enough to face hundreds of superpowered individuals attacking her. After resting, Shin-sun stood up, her fingers gliding gently as she directed her power towards a nearby rock, making a crisp sound as it was sliced. The rock was cut by an invisible force, creating a smooth and neat surface. A warm breeze blew, stirring up dust from the cut. After slicing the rock, the invisible blade continued to cut forward. Shin Sun did not stop. She wanted to see how far this spatial blade could reach. 1 rock, 2 rocks, 3 rocks. When the blade reached the 4th rock, it stopped. Shin Sun appeared in front of that rock and said, "Still 200 meters." Feeling the drain on her mental energy, she sighed in relief. It seemed that these 2 spatial powers were still within her limits. Once her mental energy was restored to its peak, Shin Sun raised her right hand and exhaled deeply, activating her final spatial ability.
Buzz.
At that moment, as she focused her mental energy, a gray sphere enveloped everything within a 200-meter radius around her. This third ability drained half of her mental energy instantly, and Shin Sun withdrew her hand. Inside the gray sphere, everything seemed frozen in place. In an instant, she teleported to a rock. Standing on the rock, Shin Sun saw the gusts of black sand being blown by the wind, forming shapes. But at that moment, nothing could escape. Even the wind was trapped within the gray sphere. Shin Sun's eyes widened as she slowly uttered, "Spatial stagnation." 3 minutes later, without Shin Sun's mental support, the gray sphere shattered, and the black sand flew away with the wind. Standing on the rock, Shin Sun watched the black sand swirl in the wind, her figure disappearing from the spot, only to reappear in front of the fortress door. She pushed open the door and entered the room. Using the remaining half of her mental energy, she entered the space. In the mirror, her black hair had turned silver and grown longer, but her body felt fine. It seemed her hair change was due to that potion. She caught a chicken, quickly cleaned and prepared it, then started cooking. Regardless of whether it was day or night outside, after encouraging the growth of the grass on the mountain, Shin Sun took a hoe to the garden and cleared away the weeds. Focused on these small tasks, Shin Sun felt an incredible sense of peace inside. With a basket in hand, she bent down to pick up the eggs from the ground, stopping occasionally until she filled 4 baskets. She stored the eggs in a safe space and then found an iron bucket, filling it with half a bucket of milk. Taking out a chainsaw, Shin Sun worked at the foot of the mountain, nurturing the big trees, cutting them down, and repeating the process. In this way, she collected about 200 sturdy logs, which she controlled and cut into long wooden planks. Shin Sun used the planks to build a simple wooden cabin. After living in the space for 3 days, when Shin Sun opened her eyes again, she found herself in her room inside the fortress. With half her mental energy, she could only stay in the space for 3 days. In peak condition, she could stay for a week at most. After feeding Laifu some food, Shin Sun looked at the blazing midday sun and took out a shelf filled with herbs from the space. The herbs on the shelf were fragile under the sun, crumbling at a touch. She took out the tools for grinding herbs and got busy. Half a month later, with a red marker, she heavily marked the calendar, noting that there were 9 days left until the expected snowstorm, and then she put the pen away.
Woof.
Laifu rested his front legs on the window, one eye looking inside. Hearing Laifu, Shin Sun grabbed an iron plate from her bedside and tied it around her wrists and ankles. Now, not only was she training Laifu, but she was also improving her control and skill in using her abilities. Seeing Shin Sun start to tie the iron plates, Laifu brought his own iron plates to her door. Today, she added another 10 pounds of weight. With each step, she felt the heaviness in her body, but she was getting used to it. The area in front of the door was already filled with Laifu's iron plates, so Shin Sun went through the window. "Stand still," she said, picking up a large black iron plate from the ground, specially made for Laifu. The materials were all ores and crystals, making them quite heavy. Laifu stood firmly in place, waiting for Shin Sun to tie the plates to his legs. Today, just like her, Laifu also added 10 pounds of weight. Watching Laifu go from stumbling after 2 steps to now being able to run made Shin Sun feel very pleased. Since Laifu's transformation, he had only focused on eating and improving his speed. Now that she was training his strength, he could run wild for days without any worries. A staircase made of reef stones extended down from the side of the fortress, leading directly to the black sand below, where Laifu and Shinsun moved. The metal pieces on their bodies clanked as they walked. After stepping onto the black sand, Shinsun sent a spatial blade toward Laifu with a flick of his fingers. Although Laifu couldn't see the invisible spatial blade, a sharp instinct from deep within its soul alerted it to danger, causing its white fur to stand on end. Laifu howled and dodged to the left, reacting more quickly to threats thanks to Shinsun's special training. Once Laifu adjusted to the weight it carried, Shinsun continued to attack, matching Laifu's increasing speed. Shinsun had become more skilled in controlling his powers, using spatial blades and teleportation together to strike. However, he could not use spatial stasis as frequently as the other two abilities. Each use drained his mental energy completely. He remembered his reckless attempts before. He could only use it 3 times a day at most. After that, it felt like his body was emptied. Laifu leaped lightly onto a rock, leaving a streak of white light in the air, but its speed was still limited by the weight it carried. Without the burden of the metal pieces, Laifu could jump higher. Another blade struck the rock where Laifu stood, prompting it to flee quickly. But after just a few steps, Laifu turned and charged at Shinsun, raising its massive paws high to strike. Teleport. Shinsun instantly appeared behind Laifu and unleashed a spatial blade. Laifu yelped and ran forward, adhering to its usual instinct. If it couldn't win, it could at least escape. Shinsun watched Laifu's white figure dart away, quickly withdrawing his attack. Unlike Xiaohei, Laifu couldn't regenerate from injuries. He hoped Laifu could run as far as possible when faced with danger, but it also needed to learn to fight back. Last time in the Insect Nest Mountains, Laifu had a chance to avoid danger but still got hit. It simply needed more practice. Just as Laifu was about to stop, Shinsun sent another spatial blade flying. Laifu's cry echoed among the rocks. Xiaohei extended its strong vines, soaring above the fortress. It quickly caught a mutated bird that flew over the fortress, which the leopard loved to eat. Xiaohei dropped the mutated bird in front of the fortress gate. In the past, it would have enjoyed such a meal, but ever since it ate the fruit given by its master, Xiaohei no longer desired anything else. After training until dark, Shinsun sat on a nearby rock to have dinner, while Laifu eagerly ate beside her, as if he had been hungry for a long time. After finishing his meal, Shinsun placed her hand on Laifu, holding him with one hand and gripping the rock with the other, activating her ability. 2 seconds later, Shinsun and Laifu appeared not far away. Laifu was fine, but Shinsun could only bring half of the rock with her. Still not good. Shinsun tossed the half rock aside. After half a month of training, she could only teleport one item at a time. If she tried to forcefully take another, it would be shattered by an invisible force in the space. Teleporting back to the fortress entrance with Laifu, he sniffed the ground continuously, while Xiaohei rolled up a mutated bird nearby. As it fluttered in front of Laifu, his gaze became determined and focused. He bit down at the right moment. Chewing on the fresh meat, Laifu made crunching sounds. Xiaohei was surprised by Laifu's speed and withdrew its tendrils. Back in her room, Shinsun removed the iron piece tied to Laifu's leg and tossed it into the corner with a clang, then took off her own. After a shower, Shinsun lay on her bed, looking at the blizzard day marked on the calendar. In her past life during the apocalypse, she only survived until a year after the blizzard arrived, and she was completely unaware of any disasters that followed. Now, relying on the little information she had from her previous life, she had made it this far, but she would have to rely on herself from now on. Training could not be neglected. No matter how the world changed, as long as she was alive, she would keep going. If one day in the future, the world returned to how it once was, she wanted to be there to witness it. She tossed her things beside her pillow and fell asleep. In the morning, after waking up, Shinsun opened the room with the energy crystals. The triangular stand for the crystals now had a small empty space above it. One crystal clearly wasn't enough for the fortress. This one would last for some time, but after the blizzard, she couldn't keep Xiaohei stationed above the fortress. It was time to activate the defense system. Seeing her owner was awake, Laifu ran over to Shinsun. carrying the iron piece from the corner of the room.
Clang, clang.
Placing her hand on the iron piece, Shin-sun could still feel its warmth. Recently, the air conditioning in the fortress had been running day and night, but her body temperature was still high, and with the blizzard approaching, the heat was becoming more intense. Opening the fortress door, Shin-sun looked at the dust and black sand swirling above the rock. The current temperature is no longer suitable for going outside. Lifting the thermal suit, Shin-sun stretched out her arm, and immediately felt a burning pain. Frowning, she pulled her arm back. The temperature was uncomfortable even for her, let alone for ordinary people. Outside the fortress, small black vines lay scattered on the ground, scorched by the sun. Xiaohei, come down, Shin-sun called to the small black creature hovering above the fortress. Xiaohei quickly shrank its vine body and wrapped around Shin-sun's wrist. Why is it so hot? As Xiaohei coiled around her wrist, Shin-sun felt as if a heated wire was pressed against her skin. As Xiaohei moved away from above the fortress, a wave of heat rushed inside. Laifu, holding a piece of metal, ran back to his room, occasionally glancing back at Shin-sun and Xiaohei. Thank you for your hard work. Shin-sun continuously infused Xiaohei with energy until the black ring on her wrist gradually cooled down. Not going outside for training, Shin-sun closed the fortress door to block the swirling dust. Connecting the crystal energy to the defense system, she pressed the switch, and the sound of gears turning filled the air. With a loud rumble, the defense mechanisms on both sides of the fortress quickly closed together, scattering the dust above with the force. Opening the ventilation window, Shin-sun felt the rapidly warming fortress and connected 8 air conditioners to the crystal energy. After more than an hour, the temperature inside the fortress finally dropped. For lunch, she made porridge and cold dishes. Laifu couldn't even eat the beast's meat, so Shin-sun prepared 2 bowls of fruit for them. While tidying up the planting area, Shin-sun scattered seeds to encourage new sprouts. With the air conditioning on, the temperature inside the fortress felt like a different world compared to outside. Even if the vegetables didn't grow well, they should still thrive. Placing her hand on the glass of the ventilation window, she felt the heat and quickly withdrew her hand. For 3 consecutive days, Laifu lay in his room without going outside. Looking at the dust covering the ventilation window, Shin-sun raised her hand to push it open, and a gust of wind swept in, carrying a cloud of yellow sand. The dust filled her collar and hair. As she breathed, the dust entered her mouth, so Shin-sun took out a mask and put it on, then quickly closed the ventilation window and slipped outside. Teleport. Activating his special ability. In the next moment, Shin-sun appeared above the fortress, looking through his mask at the swirling dust around him. He could no longer see the rocks 10 meters away, and a clanging sound came from the distance. Shin-sun took out his binoculars and looked toward the source of the noise. A strong wind blew, causing Shin-sun to sway slightly. Xiaohei extended a vine to firmly anchor him in place. Through the binoculars, he could faintly see dozens of figures in the distance. Xiaohei, he said, and Xiaohei released the vine wrapped around Shin-sun's waist. In a flash, Shin-sun disappeared from above the fortress and reappeared 100 meters away. He raised his hand to wipe the yellow sand off his mask, and in just a few quick movements, he reached the group of people. Oldly, you can't keep doing this. Experts say that breathing in too much of this stuff is bad for your lungs, a man said as he untied the knot at the back of his head. He shook the dusty cloth and then re-wrapped it around his head, tying it securely. Oldly bent down to pick up a rock from the ground and placed it into his bag, his face covered in yellow-black mud mixed with sweat, which clung to his cheeks. It's fine. Let's go, Oldly said with a sense of resignation, pinching his nose to clear out the yellow sand. The man didn't say more, bending down to pick up a stick from the ground, looping the basket's rope around it. On 3. 1, 2, 3, lift. The 2 of them each carried one end of the stick and walked forward, the basket filled with rocks swaying as they moved. Shin-sun jumped onto a nearby rock, hiding behind it as he watched the survivors busy in the yellow sand. After scanning the group, Shin-sun realized they were not all from the same base. It appeared that several nearby bases had sent people, and the crowd was silent, focused on their work. At the rate they were mining the rocks, they would soon reach the fortress. This journey is still long. Carry as much as you can, but don't overdo it, a familiar female voice rang out from the crowd. Shin-sun turned to see Hualing. Hualing was with her team, consisting of about 40 to 50 people, both men and women, busy in a corner. Don't underestimate me just because I'm old. I can carry more, bring me another piece. An elderly man said, shirtless with graying hair, but his voice was strong. Let's go, let's go. Hualing urged the old man, and after they left, 2 more people approached with a basket. Hualing and the 7 team members bent down to lift the rocks from the ground and place them in the basket. Everyone worked together like a well-oiled machine, tirelessly busy. Standing up, Hualing wiped the sweat from her forehead and cheeks, scanning the rocks ahead. A flash of white caught her eye. Who is that? Hualing became alert and looked toward the figure on the rocks. Wearing a black mask, with silver hair and a long thermal suit, the person had their left hand resting on the rock. As soon as Hualing called out, the other stood up and looked at Shin-sun. The left hand resting on the rock lifted, and in the next moment, Shin-sun vanished from sight. One team member rubbed his eyes and said, Did you see that? Hualing slapped the back of his head. Yes, we saw it. Now get back to work. Yes, Captain, the team member replied, bending down to get busy again. Hualing looked at the spot where Shin-sun had stood and whispered, an ability user. Captain, what are you mumbling about? One person shouted as they approached Hualing. Go away, Hualing replied, looking at them with annoyance. Do you think the captain has been angry lately because of that? A few team members huddled together, whispering. I think it looks like it, they observed Hualing's expression, growing more convinced of their theory. Uncle Chen, why did you come back alone? Hualing looked behind the man, expecting to see 2 people returning. Why was only 1 person back? Uncle Chen wore a worried expression and set the basket down. Just as we were nearing the base, old Zhang fell and hurt his leg. How is he now? Is he okay? Although the others looked worried, they continued to work. Well, it's hard to say. He's getting older, and from what I saw, he probably broke something. The man recalled the earlier scene, still feeling uneasy. If he hadn't acted quickly, he might have been in trouble too. Xiao Hua, come here. Hualing called over a team member to help carry the rocks back, taking old Zhang's place. Seeing the forced calm on everyone's faces, Hualing felt anxious inside. Since the unusual rise in temperature a few days ago, all the bases had started building underground shelters, as the surface temperature was no longer suitable for survivors to live normally. Recently, many people have been injured, and every day someone gets hurt. There is no choice. We must quickly build the underground base. Otherwise, more people will die. Sweat dripped from the corner of Shin-sun's eye, and he felt a sting in his eyes. He lifted his mask to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He put a piece of ice in his mouth and shook his mask, causing dust to fall to the ground. A survivor collapsed, startling his companions. The man sat on the ground, frightened by his friend's condition, and backed away a few meters before standing up. Shin-sun vanished from sight, crouching on a rock to observe the man convulsing on the ground. The man was foaming at the mouth, his exposed skin turning an unusual red.
Heat stroke.
Hualing, hearing the screams, came over and crouched down to check on the man. She felt for his breath and sighed in relief. Water, quickly bring water, Hualing said urgently. A team member rummaged through a backpack and handed her a cup of water. Get a few people to lift him to a shaded area and fan him, Hualing said, standing up and noticing Shin-sun leaning against a stone wall nearby. Ability user. Seeing the mask he had removed, Hualing recognized Shin-sun. Wasn't he the one they met in the insect nest mountains? As sand filled his mouth, Shin-sun put the mask back on and disappeared from sight. He had some guesses about why these people were here. Back at the fortress, a cool breeze washed over him, and Shin-sun felt refreshed. He removed his mask, and with every step, Dust fell from his thermal suit and pants. After taking a shower, he stood by the vent, looking out at the swirling yellow sand. Just 2 more days. At night, while Shin-sun was sleeping, Laifu woke him up with noise.
Roar.
Roar. Laifu paced near the fortress gate, squatting and standing up again. Feeling restless, Shin-sun quickly got out of bed, put on his mask, and walked over to Laifu. There were 3 loud knocks at the fortress door. Shin-sun pressed a switch on the right side of the door, creating a small gap. He looked outside through the gap and saw survivors filling the stairs leading to the fortress on both sides. 2 men were at the front, preparing to knock on the fortress door again. Click. Shin-sun opened the door. Wow, there really is someone living here. There's definitely someone inside. Let me see, a little girl. Everyone watched as the large door slowly opened, revealing Shin-sun standing in front of it. Do you live here alone? The man looked into Shin-sun's eyes, his gaze flickering as he peered into the fortress. Laifu, with his large frame, stepped forward and stood behind Shin-sun, blocking the other's view of the inside. Mutated beast. She has a mutated beast. Seeing Laifu squatting by the door, the crowd gasped in surprise. Do you need something? Shin-sun asked, looking at the 2 men in front of her, her voice hoarse under the mask. The man smiled. Which base are you from? How come you live here? The crowd was also curious about Shin-sun. They had been digging rocks and stumbled upon such a large building, leaving them confused. Clanging sounds came from below the fortress as they continued digging. Shin-sun frowned and then vanished from their sight. An ability user. She's actually an ability user. Sweat dripped from the man's forehead as he recalled that he hadn't done anything too outrageous, feeling relieved. In City J, ability users were rare, but they did exist. The leaders understood the capabilities of ability users better than the survivors did. The 2 exchanged glances and hurried down the steps. Let's go. We can't disturb this place anymore. Together, they pushed aside the survivors who were digging rocks below the fortress, not daring to look back at Shin-sun. Hey, it was you who told us to dig earlier. Now what's your problem? One complained. Shut up. The man kicked the other and turned back to Shin-sun, his face full of smiles. Sorry about that. We'll be leaving now. Before Shin-sun could respond, the 2 men and their group quietly left. With strength, one can earn respect anywhere. Shin-sun had no intention of engaging with them. That would just waste time. She took out a notice board and placed it near the fortress. Shin-sun had no objections to them digging rocks here. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone wanted to survive. As long as they didn't disturb the foundation of her fortress, they could dig as they pleased. Hualing looked up at the massive fortress standing on the rocks, while her group was digging not far away. After seeing Shin-sun place the notice board and then disappear, Hualing walked over. Captain. A team member quietly called out to Hualing, who waved her hand to indicate that everything was fine. After reading the message left by Shin-sun on the notice board, Hualing thought that although he seemed unapproachable, he could actually communicate well. Their base also had 3 superpowered individuals, but they had strange tempers and often looked down on others. She used to think all superpowered people were like that, given their abilities that ordinary people didn't have. After closing the fortress door, Shin-sun lay down on his bed. Since Shin-sun had used his powers in front of everyone last time, news of a superpowered person living by the sea in City J had spread. Ding ding. A survivor's hammer struck down heavily, and as snowflakes melted quickly on his hand, excitement filled his eyes. It's snowing. Look, it's snowing. Big snowflakes floated down from the sky. Everyone looked up at the swirling snowflakes in the sky. After a 3-second silence, the crowd erupted in cheers. It's snowing. It's really snowing. They straightened up, tossing aside their heavy hammers, their faces filled with excitement. Some survivors even spun around joyfully on the spot. After 2 long years of extreme heat, water shortages, and drought, even farming had become impossible. They opened their mouths and stuck out their tongues to catch the snowflakes, savoring the tiny drops of water melting in their mouths, as if they could never get enough. Having lived in such high temperatures for so long, Their skin was cracked from the sun, and their lips were covered in layers of white flakes.
Creak.
The fortress's defense system was dismantled by Shinsun, allowing snowflakes to drift inside. He opened the large door and stepped outside. The cheers of the survivors reached his ears as he looked at the still celebrating crowd. Shinsun remembered how, in City B, during the alternating extremes of cold and heat, people had also shown excitement, thinking the disasters were finally over. But that had only marked the beginning of a new hell. The snow fell heavier, and the temperature slowly dropped. Soon, the black rocks were covered in a blanket of white snow. Hualing looked up at Shinsun standing outside the fortress, feeling the temperature drop and a sense of unease rising in her heart. "Stop digging. We need to get back to the base quickly," Hualing urged anxiously. "Captain, why do we have to go back so soon?" a team member asked, grabbing a snowflake that had landed on the rock and stuffing it into his mouth, speaking with a mouthful. Hualing did not answer him, but looked towards the base. The heavy snow blocked her view, making everything appear white and hazy. "Stop eating and pack up. We need to leave quickly," Hualing said, pulling her gaze away and urging the others who were still enjoying the snowflakes.
Yes.
"Yes, Captain," one team member replied, holding snowflakes to his neck, feeling a strange coolness on his skin that was oddly refreshing. "Everyone move. Let's go," Hualing said as she noticed that the others were still lost in the joy of the snowfall, her expression growing serious. Seeing Hualing get upset was rare, so everyone quickly started to pack their things. "Captain Hua, should we still dig for rocks?" a survivor asked, looking at the already full baskets. He had been digging for rocks every day recently and was getting tired of it. "Let's head back first and see what tomorrow brings," Hualing replied as she bent down to busy herself. The current situation reminded her of 2 years ago, when the sudden heat wave caused everything to melt away. Noticing Hualing's anxious expression, a team member approached her. "Captain, are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" "No. Let's hurry back to the base," Hualing said, looking at the fortress, where the white figure was no longer visible outside. Under Hualing's urging, everyone wasted no time packing their baskets. "Let's go." Even though it was only midday, the team felt a sense of relief at Hualing's suggestion to return to the base. After all, it was the easiest day since they started digging for rocks, with the baskets filled with useful items that were light and easy to carry. As Hualing's team packed up, 2 other teams were also getting ready to return to the base behind them.
Hey.
"If they aren't digging, we should take advantage of the cooler weather." "Come on, everyone. Let's work hard," a survivor said enthusiastically. Back at the fortress, Shinsun took out a vegetable basket from storage. The vegetables he had been growing in the garden had grown quite a bit in the past few days. Wearing gloves, Shinsun cut some bok choy and shook it in his hands, snowflakes falling to the ground. In just a short time, about 3 centimeters of snow had already accumulated inside the fortress. His short boots crunched loudly on the snow, and there were no green leaves visible on the mutated tree in the center of the fortress. Laifu raised his front legs onto the mutated tree and shook it vigorously, causing the snow piled on the leaves to fall onto him. Ayo, Laifu felt a chill and shook his long fur to get rid of the snowflakes. After finishing picking the bok choy, Shinsun carried the basket inside and opened the room next door where the energy crystals were stored. The defense system had been running for over a week, and it consumed a lot of energy. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky as Shinsun pressed the switch for the defense system, instantly covering the fortress, with snow accumulating on top. He took out a thermometer, 27 degrees. The temperature had returned to normal, but the blizzard was getting stronger. He took off his insulated suit and changed into regular home clothes. After 2 years, he finally said goodbye to that thing. He felt incredibly light. For lunch, he used the freshly picked bok choy to make hot pot broth, taking out braised pig's trotters, slicing potatoes, and preparing various side dishes. It had been a long time since he had hot pot after the extreme heat. Shinsun almost forgot the taste of hot pot. With daily temperatures of 50 to 60 degrees, he had no appetite for anything. It was either porridge or cold dishes, and anything slightly spicy felt like fire on his body. Laifu smelled the familiar spicy aroma from the pot, standing several meters away from Shin-sun but not approaching. Shin-sun moved the table to the ventilation area, opened the vent, and wiped the snow off the glass. Watching the blizzard while enjoying hot pot felt particularly cozy. After a few minutes, the red-hot pot broth began to bubble, and Shin-sun added the side dishes he had prepared. Whoosh, whoosh. After taking the first bite, the long-lost spicy flavor made his eyes water. But he couldn't resist the delicious taste, taking bite after bite.
Clang.
A survivor dropped his hammer on the ground, so cold. The survivor wrapped his arms around himself, looking at his companions, his body shaking. Just 2 hours ago, it was still 50 to 60 degrees, and now a blizzard had started. Many survivors, like him, were shirtless. When the first survivor put down his hammer, several others followed suit. It's so cold. So cold. One survivor moved his hands and feet, trying to warm his gradually freezing limbs. People in the crowd began to shout about the cold as the blizzard covered their feet. A few leaders exchanged glances. Pack up, we're heading back to the base. The man's voice sounded like music to the crowd as he bent down to pick up the hammer that had fallen at his feet. The survivors began to get busy.
Do you smell that?
It smells so good. One survivor looked up, gazing at the fortress. I smell hot pot, the man said with doubt, as he had sensed it earlier and thought it was just his imagination. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and pack your things, the man shouted at a few people, but his gaze was still on the fortress. He licked his lips, pushing down his inner thoughts. He only had one life, and it wasn't enough to be targeted by the superpowered. After about 10 minutes, survivors from various bases gathered at the spot. The other 2 bases, which had planned to dig for a while longer, decided to stop and pack up when they saw everyone getting ready to leave. The survivors walked carefully through the snow, their shoulders bent under the weight of the sticks they carried. One survivor lost his footing, and his partner also stumbled, both of them falling to the side. With a crash, the stones in the basket spilled onto the ground. The heavy snow covered the original path, and many of the dugout holes were buried under the blizzard, forcing the survivors to walk very cautiously. Each step had to be tested, especially with the heavy load on their shoulders. Come help. Aben is stuck under a rock. The man called out just as he fell. He had dodged in time from the back. Otherwise, his leg would have been trapped too. Aben was leaning in the pit, half of his body covered in snow. But at that moment, he felt no cold. His face was filled with fear as he realized he couldn't feel his legs.
Help me.
I can't feel my legs. He thought about how he would survive from now on. The other survivors seemed not to notice him, carefully walking with their sticks. Four survivors stepped out from the crowd and moved the rock that was pinning Aben's leg. Ouch. Seeing Aben's injured leg, everyone gasped. The edges of the black rock were sharp, like a blade. Aben's leg was badly injured, and they could see the white bone beneath the flesh. The rock they moved was stained with blood, dripping onto the snow, and looking very striking.
Abin.
Your leg. 2 people helped Aben up from the pit, wanting to say comforting words, but they couldn't find the right ones. Abin's eyes were red as he looked at the indifferent gazes of those around him. I'm fine, let's go, he said. Without even a bandage, Abin walked barefoot in the snow, leaving a long trail of blood footprints behind him. Through the transparent glass of the ventilation window, Shin-sun watched as the blood footprints were gradually covered by the heavy snow. After finishing lunch, Shin-sun took out a thermometer, which showed the temperature was around 17 degrees. After the snowstorm, the temperature was neither too cold nor too warm, but the snow kept falling. At this temperature, if one were to grow vegetables, they would survive. After cleaning up the leftovers on the table, Shin-sun took a shovel and moved the snow that had piled up in the fortress into the vegetable garden. It would help moisten the soil, which was still warm from earlier. The snow quickly melted into the ground. After clearing the snow from inside the fortress, Shin-sun pushed a small cart and opened the fortress door, clearing the accumulated snow around the fortress as well. Once the small cart was filled with snow, Shin-sun pushed it and dumped the snow into the vegetable garden. After working all afternoon, the soil in the garden had become moist, and Shin-sun finally stopped. He took out seeds for peppers, tomatoes, strawberries, and various vegetables, using the shovel to dig holes. He dropped the seeds in. His stomach growled, and Shin-sun checked the time. It's 6:30. Normally, it would be dark by now, but today was different. The outside was bright. In just one afternoon, without using any special abilities, he had only managed to plant 3 sections of the garden. His nails and fingers were dirty with yellow soil. Standing up, Shin-sun walked to the ventilation window and filled a bucket with snowmelt. Seeing Shin-sun had finished in the garden, Laifu ran over from under the big tree, bouncing happily behind him. It was time for dinner. Shin-sun took out the stove that had not gone out during the extreme cold from the storage space and placed the snowmelt on it to heat. Laifu picked up the food bowl from the corner of the room and clanged it in front of Shin-sun. Laifu seemed much more energetic than before. Shin-sun reached into the storage space and took out some meat, placing it in Laifu's bowl.
Eat up, he said.
Seeing Laifu had food, Xiaohei tightened his grip on Shin-sun's wrist. Shin-sun then took out some fruit from the storage space and infused it with energy. With a thought, Shin-sun disappeared from sight to check on the piglets. He discovered that the chicken coop had hatched dozens of chicks, all part of the food supply. Returning from the storage space, the water on the stove was already hot, and Shin-sun took a shower. After a simple dinner, he took out a soft mattress from the storage space and removed the cool mat from the bed. The stored meat in the space is running low, and there is enough for only 2 more months, especially since it has such a big appetite. With his eyes closed, Shin-sun planned what to do tomorrow, while a heavy snowstorm raged outside the fortress. In the morning, while Laifu was still sound asleep, Shin-sun woke him up and picked up a metal plate from the corner of the room. Shin-sun strapped the metal plate onto Laifu, as the meat in the space was almost gone. Recently, he had been intensifying Laifu's training, encouraging him to hunt for food on his own. Otherwise, if Laifu kept eating the pigs and cows in the space with him, there wouldn't be enough for him. Laifu squatted on the ground, looking half asleep. Shin-sun patted his leg and said, "Wake up a bit." Laifu stood up, wagging his tail, and followed Shin-sun to the fortress door, where Shin-sun opened it. After a night, the snow piled up at the door had reached over 2 meters high. He took a shovel from the space and cleared the snow away. The temperature was still around 10 degrees, and thankfully, the snow hadn't frozen. After clearing the snow, Shin-sun put the shovel away and vanished from sight, reappearing on a rock outside the fortress. What had been a scene of swirling yellow sand yesterday morning was now completely buried under the heavy snow. The world was devoid of color, all white as far as the eye could see. To avoid snow blindness, Shin-sun put on goggles. Laifu, looking at the snowy landscape, let out a howl and dashed down the steps. His white fur blended perfectly with the snow, and if it weren't for the black metal plate he wore, Shin-sun might not have spotted him. Laifu rolled around in the snow, howling with joy. As his figure disappeared from the rock, Shin-sun appeared on a nearby rock, crouching down. He raised his hand and sent a space blade toward Laifu.
Today was not a day for playing.
Laifu's fur stood on end as he got up from the snow and dodged to the left.
Boom.
The space blade sliced through the snow, sending snowflakes flying 3 meters high. Ow! Seeing his owner was serious, Laifu's large figure began to run through the snow. His long legs left deep tracks in the snow as he sprinted. In an instant, Shin-sun appeared beside Laifu, sending an invisible space blade toward Laifu's rear. This time, Laifu couldn't dodge in time, and the space blade clipped a small tuft of fur from his tail. Watching the long fur fall to the ground, Laifu raised his paw and swatted a snowball at Shin-sun, who stood on the rock above. In the next moment, Shin-sun's figure disappeared, and when he struck again, it was not just 1 spatial blade, but 2, then 3. They kept stacking up, and Laifu fled in a panic. Shin-sun intentionally showed a flaw just as he was about to catch up with Laifu. At first, Laifu was too focused on running. Even when he noticed Shin-sun's flaw, he couldn't fight back. But after a whole morning of training, Laifu was able to counterattack under the 3 spatial blades. As he ran, the metal pieces on him clanged, and he seemed to feel no weight, moving faster and faster. In the end, Laifu's figure in the snow left only a shadow, while Shinsun's eyes closely followed him. By noon, Laifu lay exhausted in the snow, unable to lift his limbs. The snow around the fortress was in disarray, scattered with neatly cut stone fragments from their training. His stomach growled, and Shinsun looked at the panting Laifu and said, "Let's go home." Laifu walked over to Shinsun, raised his hand, and Shinsun teleported them back to the fortress entrance. Besides the snow cleared from the front door, there was nearly 3 meters of snow piled up around the fortress. After adding some meat to Laifu's bowl, Shinsun took out rice noodles and beef for lunch. After eating, he removed the metal pieces from Laifu and opened the fortress door, letting Laifu go out to play. Today's training was over, and she had other plans for the afternoon. Without the weight of the metal pieces, Laifu dashed out the door and down the steps, blending perfectly with the snowy surroundings. If he didn't make a sound, Shinsun wouldn't have noticed where he was. Not using a shovel or cart, Shinsun walked around the fortress, collecting the snow piled outside into her space. Once melted, this snow would be precious water resources. After clearing the snow above the fortress, Shinsun appeared above the defense system. Once all the snow was cleared, the black fortress hidden below was revealed, standing out against the white landscape. Taking out a shovel and vegetable seeds, Shinsun began planting in the garden, managing to plant half a plot more than yesterday in the entire afternoon. Before it got completely dark, Shinsun took out several heating devices and stored the air conditioning unit in her space. She plugged in the heating equipment and added some charcoal to the stove, warming up the room. After finishing her tasks, it was completely dark, but Laifu still hadn't returned. Shinsun took out the colorful small chili peppers she had planted earlier to pickle. When the weather gets cold, she craves something spicy and has been longing for firewood chicken for a long time. After finishing dinner, Shinsun heard a noise at the front door. He walked to the window and looked out. It was Laifu returning. Laifu was panting, covered in white fur stained with blood, and holding a piece of meat in his mouth that looked like it came from an unknown animal. He awkwardly pressed the door switch with his front legs, and the fortress door slowly closed. With the meat in his mouth, Laifu ran to the front of Shinsun, ready to drop the meat. Shinsun quickly took the meat into his space, as it was still dripping with blood. If it had been left on the ground, he would have had to clean it up himself. Laifu was clearly hungry and began eating the meat without paying attention to Shinsun. Settling into a lounge chair, Shinsun entered his space and moved 6 mountain peaks, creating a water reservoir of the same size next to the small bay. He poured the snowmelt collected during the day into it, and under Shinsun's control, the snow melted instantly. A puddle gradually formed, eventually becoming a small stream. The water stored in the space was enough for drinking and other uses, but he didn't know what disasters might come in the future, so it was wise to prepare more. The water resources in the space were limited and could not be replenished once used. For 2 months, every morning, Shinsun conducted special training with Laifu to enhance its combat skills. He also improved his own control over his abilities. In the afternoons, he collected the snow piled around the fortress and above the defense devices to fill the water reservoir. After finishing, Shinsun tended to the vegetable garden in the planting area, and time passed day by day. At noon, after training Laifu, he had just stepped outside after eating when Shinsun opened the room next door where the crystal energy was stored. The blizzard was consuming a lot of crystal energy. Nearly a third had been used, and only 2 years had passed since he acquired it. He put on a warm coat and donned goggles. "Xiaohei, guard the house," Shinsun said as he took Xiaohei off his wrist. Xiaohei extended its vine-like body and climbed up the fortress door. Laifu would likely return late, so Shinsun needed to step out as the fortress door was slightly ajar. With Xiaohei on watch, Shinsun felt at ease. Standing at the fortress door, he noticed that he hadn't cleared the snow today. It had piled up over 2 meters high, even covering the snow beneath the fortress, which was gradually rising, filling half of the seabed. In an instant, Shin-sun disappeared and reappeared 200 meters away. Standing on a rock, he scanned the surroundings, trying to find his direction amidst the swirling snowflakes. In a few quick movements, Shin-sun found himself over 1,000 meters away, standing on a rock with binoculars in hand. The surroundings were covered in white, with vines growing on the rocks. Shin-sun stood at the top of the vines, rising into the air. As Shin-sun's view expanded, the outline of the sunset base appeared in the telescope at the 3 o'clock position. After putting away the telescope and putting on goggles, Shin-sun teleported towards the 3 o'clock direction. More than half an hour later, Shin-sun landed steadily on the snowy surface. With a crunch, her short boots made a sound in the snow, and then Shin-sun suddenly sank into the snow. Wiping the snow off her hat, Shin-sun looked up and saw that the snow on the shore was piled at least 5 or 6 meters high. After teleporting out of the snow pit, Shin-sun's body sank into the snow again, and snowflakes melted into water inside her collar. Oh no! Feeling a chill, Shin-sun couldn't help but curse. There was no place to stand, so she summoned vines to push herself up. Standing on the vines, Shin-sun brushed off the snowflakes that had entered her collar and the melted snow water that had accumulated in her clothes. Looking at the outline of the sunset base, Shin-sun moved closer. Within a radius of 500 meters outside the base, the snow had been cleared away. Jumping down from the vines, Shin-sun finally stood firmly on the ground. Behind her was a snow pile 6 to 7 meters high, and in front of her were about 100 survivors holding shovels. Who are you? The survivors at the sunset base looked at Shin-sun with caution as she suddenly appeared. Shin-sun raised her hands to show she meant no harm. Wiping the frost off her goggles, Shin-sun smiled at the crowd. A few people in the crowd recognized Shin-sun from when they were digging at the rocks. They exchanged glances and quickly ran towards the base gate. This was an ability user. They needed to report to the base quickly. Shin-sun watched them leave but remained still, observing the sunset base. The base was not large, likely housing several thousand people. Before long, a familiar face emerged from the base gate. "Captain, I'm not lying. She really came. She's right outside," a survivor said, trying to please Hualing. Stepping out of the base gate, Hualing glanced at the snow-clearing team and immediately spotted Shin-sun standing across from the crowd. With silver hair and a harmless smile, Hualing asked, "May I ask what brings you to our base?" She assessed Shin-sun. "No worries, you all can continue with your work." Hualing looked at the survivors around her and urged them to leave. Everyone took their shovels and walked away, speculating about Shin-sun's identity. "I want to trade something with you," Shin-sun said briefly, putting on her goggles again as her eyes felt uncomfortable from the snowy scene. Hualing's heart raced at Shin-sun's words, thinking, what could we possibly have at the sunset base that a power user would want? Just as Hualing was about to ask Shin-sun more, hurried footsteps came from the base's entrance, interrupting her. "Who dares to cause trouble at our sunset base?" 2 people rushed out from the gate before they even arrived. They moved quickly, leaving only a blur, and Shin-sun caught a whiff of the low-quality gene serum they carried. The 2 power users, a man and a woman, seemed to be looking for trouble. Shin-sun's expression turned cold, and Hualing, standing closest to her, sensed the sudden danger emanating from Shin-sun. As a former mercenary who had worked abroad, Hualing's sharp instincts alerted her to Shin-sun's change. The 2 power users approached Shin-sun with a survivor leading the way. "It's her." One survivor pointed at Shin-sun. "You're the one causing trouble at our base," the man said, eyeing Shin-sun with a lewd gaze. "What are you staring at?" The woman behind him raised her hand and slapped the man on the back of his head. "Oh, Hualing is here too." The woman quickly glanced at Shin-sun before turning her attention to Hualing. The man seemed to just notice Hualing, shifting his gaze back and forth between Shin-sun and Hualing.